Alrighty. Are we live? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hard chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the week. Yesterday was a little bit of craziness. Again, we are continuing the downside. You got a little bit of relief, but everybody's still juggling. We are down 3.5% since the peak in March here. You got a little bit of data. Real estate data actually crashed. The new home starts came in the lowest since COVID, believe it or not, but that didn't really cause too big of a reaction. You had data overseas with China. It was like kind of optimistic, but borderline the same story. And all throughout the night, everyone just talking about volatility, awaiting what's going to happen with the war, and then getting earnings, and then UNH did good, Bank of America, and Morgan Stanley. So even though you got a little bit of pressure here, so far the earnings have not been that bad to start off. But either way, we got a couple of things here ready to go. A little bit more data, a bunch more Fed speakers, and Jerome Powell at 1 p.m. today. And then we'll see where everything is. And then it's middle of the week. And before you know it, we close out on Friday, and we're still pricing in 1.5. But Chad, good morning. Yeah, and you got Fed Jefferson comments right now. He says rates could be higher for longer. Good morning, baby. What up, Ricardo? Big Curly, winning loser, baby. Ansel, B. Dizzle, Jeff Kent, Gary, Shine, Caballero, baby. Alaskan Assassin, NRG, and Carissa Hines, Laurie, Christina, Monica, all the ladies. What's up, baby? Y'all ready to go? They got long tires. Agent of Chaos, CJ, Samuel, Najee, well, baby, Kakana, Humble Business, JG Industries, Derek, baby, Ricardo, Cable, El Chapato, Ari, Mr. Positive Vibes, baby, Professional, Mark Jam. I'm used to seeing that on that Twitch, baby. Good morning. Healthwave, Dirty Bird, David Tello, Greg Ali, Midwest Finest, Raul Rodriguez, Patrick Swayze, Adam O'Connell, baby, Randy Denardi, NRG, baby, Regal, good morning. Happy Tuesday, Blizzy. What up, Tim Whitman? Lucky Soldier, baby. Carson Bolt in the house. Jason Navarro. Hey, Sos Moreno. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, it's Tuesday, baby. Brian Fierros. Bank, baby. Ben Stone. 333, baby. Ego. Jerry Williams. Oh, my goodness. That's what I'm talking about. I hope your morning is great, baby. Feel free to deposit your like. So, Chattadoni, I know. Professional, it's back. Almost. It's there. It's good to see you, baby. It's good to see you. Bright and early, man. So, Chad, I hope you're ready for it. A decent amount of headlines today. Again, we are going to get Powell and a couple of other things. And, I mean, again, yesterday was pretty wild. So, to see how we are, but then, again, you've seen some wild Tuesdays. But please, let me introduce you to Josh AI. He asked that you like the video. And here is your news for the day. Good morning. S&P 500 futures steady after sell-off rattles globe. The sell-off on Wall Street showed signs of abating, even as investors grappled with the threat of higher for longer interest rates and an Israeli counterstrike. U.S. equity futures ticked higher, signaling a recovery after the S&P 500 fell more than 1% in the past 2 sessions. 2-year treasuries approached 5%. The dollar advanced for a 5th day, its longest run since January. The economic data continues to underscores U.S. economic strength, while conflict in the Mideast fans the risk of higher energy prices and inflation, frustrating hopes for imminent Federal Reserve interest rate cuts. With earnings season underway, there's growing concern that the mega-cap leaders will struggle to justify their steep valuations. Markets are looking for an excuse to take a breather, and the combination of rising rising geopolitical risk alongside inflation fear and Fed anxiety is providing some decent ground for that, said Florian Elpo, head of macro research at Lombard Odier Asset Management. Traders are no longer fully pricing in a Fed rate cut before November, while UBS Group AG strategists warned there may be no pivot at all and that U.S. policymakers will instead embark on a hiking cycle. Treasury 10-year yields have spiked more than 10 basis points to 4.65% since the start of the week, with stocks and bonds coming under pressure. The dollar pushed higher as investors piled into haven assets. Top Israeli military officials have vowed to respond to Iran's missile attack despite diplomatic calls for restraint. Recent data has given the Fed pause for thought, and the market has repriced quite significantly, said Daniel Lofney, head of fixed income at Mediolanum International Funds. We have a powerful dynamic whereby U.S. growth and inflation dynamics are mingling with big picture commodity and supply chain related inflationary pressures. Meanwhile, stocks outside the U.S. were trading in the red, with equities in Europe tumbling 1.2% and Asian peers down 2%. This year's record rally has left markets especially vulnerable to a pullback, according to top Wall Street strategists. A survey from Bank of America Corp found that investor allocation to equities is at the highest in over 2 years. Citigroup strategists counted $52 billion of long positions on the S&P 500, 88% of them loss-making. Should the market turn negative, the move could be faster and larger due to the large long positions already in the red. Citigroup strategist Chris Montague wrote in a note, among individual movers, Tesla Inc. fell as much as 2.6% in pre-market trading as two of the electric car maker's top executives left in the car maker's largest ever round of job cuts. Morgan Stanley rose 3% in the pre-market after reporting wealth management net revenue for the first quarter that beat the average analyst estimate. Its equities trading revenue was also ahead of consensus. Sell-off spreads and a sell-off in stocks that started with a reversal for U.S. equities on Monday, sending the S&P 500 and NASDAQ 100 down by more than 1% apiece, has flowed through into Tuesday. Benchmarks in Japan and Hong Kong slid, and stocks are dropping across Europe, though U.S. futures are only marginally lower heading into the session. Strategists at Citigroup said that stretch positioning in U.S. stocks could mean a faster and larger sell-off to come. BlackRock, however, thinks stocks are primed for a comeback, higher for longer, and the first driver of the stock slide and of the pressure on emerging market currencies from the dollar is angst over higher for longer interest rates in the U.S., which will come into focus later when Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell takes part in a Q&A. Mary Daly, president of the San Francisco Fed, reiterated the view that there is no urgency to cut rates given the solid economic growth, robust labor market, and stubborn inflation in the U.S. UBS strategists even think the Fed hiking rates further is a real risk. 5 other speakers from the Fed beyond Powell are scheduled for Tuesday, including Daly. Middle East tensions between Israel and Iran are also hitting sentiment in markets, with Israel vowing a response to Iran's weekend drone and missile attack, even as officials in the U.S. and Europe boost their push to avoid a tit-for-tat escalation between the pair. Oil prices resumed their recent gains in response to Israel's statement, but have since reversed, with Brent hovering around $90 per barrel. China's mixed outlook, mixed economic data from China has also added to the jitters causing the sell-off. Growth for the country's economy was ahead of expectations in the first quarter, yet much of this was driven by strength in the first 2 months of the year. Retail sales slumped and industrial output fell short of estimates in March, pointing to a tougher path ahead. A decline in home sales isn't showing signs of abating either. Elsewhere, Chinese leader Xi Jinping pushed back against pressure from Europe and the U.S. to rein in the manufacturing industry. Top overnight news, U.S. and allies stepping up efforts to convince Israel against striking back at Iran. Leaders preparing sanctions on Tehran. FT. U.S. officials expect Israeli response to Iran strikes will be limited. NBC News. City strategists say further U.S. stock market weakness could be exacerbated by selling of large, long futures positions. Bloomberg. Latest BOFA Global Fund Manager survey shows investors most bullish in over 2 years. Reuters. U.S. dollar call option premium hits 5-month high as traders bet on further gains. Bloomberg. Offshore yuan falls to 5-month low after PBOC unexpectedly weakens currency defense. Bloomberg. Reuters. Yen skids to new lows as Japan vows readiness to take necessary steps to counter extreme volatility. Bloomberg. Kyoto. Traders eyeing yen fall to 160 per dollar as depreciation shows few signs of abating. Bloomberg. Some investors betting OPEC plus spare capacity could put a lid on oil prices. Analysts say Biden administration unlikely to cut Iran's oil lifeline after Israel attack. Reuters. China GDP growth beats, but soft March activity data adds to signs early year recovery is fading. Bloomberg. China house prices register fastest drop since August 2015. Reuters. German ZW economic sentiment improves amid better export outlook. Bloomberg. UK unemployment gains, but wage growth firmer than expected. Bloomberg. FT. Tesla says global job cuts include reducing staff in the U.S. and China. Reuters. Microsoft to pump $1.5 billion in G42 and Abu Dhabi AI company. FT. Justice Department preparing to file antitrust lawsuit against Ticketmaster parent Live Nation. The Hill. Baidu says company's ChatGPT-like ErnieBot has exceeded 200 M users. CNBC. Intel will release 2 AI chips with reduced capabilities for the Chinese market. Reuters. International paper to acquire UK packaging company DS Smith in an all-stock deal worth $7.2 billion. Packaging news. UBS faces increase in regulatory capital requirements that could reach $20B under Swiss plan. Bloomberg. ECB's Ren warns on geopolitical impact on rate decision. Bloomberg. Reuters. BOJ set to assign less weight to inflation in move to discretionary approach. Reuters. House Speaker Johnson plans separate votes this week on new aid to Israel and Ukraine. Bloomberg. New York Times. Bloomberg. New York Times. That was the headlines. There's still more, my brother. S&P futures, they are up by 0.2 and off of the worst pre-market levels on Tuesday morning. Follows U.S. equities coming under pressure on Monday. Dow ended lower for the 6th straight session, and the S&P, NASDAQ, and Russell all finished down more than 1%. Long-duration plays remain under outsized pressure. Treasuries weaker across the curve, though off for worse levels, comes after another big backup in yields on Monday. Dollar index is flat. Gold is up by 0.2. Bitcoin futures down by 0.3, and WTI down by 0.4. Market has leaned risk off with the traction behind the no landing scenario, driving a further hawkish repricing of Fed pivot expectations. S&P is now down more than 3.5 from peak close at the end of March and below the 50 DMA for the first time since last November. Bond yield back up exacerbated by supply deficit concerns, geopolitical uncertainty, and other big overhang. Volatility spike. VIX is up by 50% in just 3 weeks, adding to long-standing scrutiny surrounding stretched systematic long positioning, particularly with recent breach of near-term trigger levels. Desks have also flagged in dampening buyback support with corporates in their blackout periods in the earnings season. March housing starts missed in February, revised higher. Building permits also missed. Industrial production also out this morning at 9:15 Eastern. Busy day of Fed speak with the focus on Powell. Moderated Q&A at 1:15 Eastern. Last spoke on 9th of April and noted recent inflation data did not materially change policy outlook, though that was before third straight hotter core CPI print. Elsewhere, Jefferson discussed uncertainty in the outlook and the possibility of keeping rates higher for longer. Fed Dolly said last night no urgency to adjust rates on the geopolitical front. NBC News reported U.S. officials expect Israeli response to Iran strikes will be limited. China Q1 GDP expanded more than expected, though March activity largely disappointed and new home prices continue to fall. Pretty quiet elsewhere. Bank of America Global Fund Manager survey said investors are the most bullish since January 2022. Bank of America beat higher revenues, lower provisions. UNH beat better than feared despite cyber attack impacts. J&J slightly bumped up full-year sales guidance. MS beat as IB unit strong underwriting trends. PNC net interest income light. Microsoft to invest 1.5 in G42 AI company backed by the UAE. Justice Department preparing to file antitrust against LYV as soon as next month. International paper to acquire UK packaging DS for $7.2 billion. Rivian upgraded at UBS. DRMTY hit in London after unscheduled trading update in which the firm flagged challenging 25 outlook. And Baidu has said company's ChatGPT bot has exceeded 200 million users. Wow. Chad Dodoni, I think that's all the headlines. That's it. I think that's all I got for you. Let me double check one more. Otherwise, believe it or not, we got out of it. We got out of it. I know, it's scary. Yeah, that's it. That's all the headlines for you, baby, but don't worry. There's a couple of pre-market movers. So let me get these for you. It's actually not that crazy. So let's see what we got here. So UNH, they're up 8% off earnings. Sympathy, AGL, Humana, ALHC, and CNC all up 2. Ericsson up 7.9 off earnings. Nokia up as Sympathy. Morgan Stanley up 3.3 off earnings. TSN up 1.5. Barclays upgrades to overweight. BK up 0.7 on earnings. Bank of America up 1.7 off earnings. It said 0.2. ITCI up 20.4. Phase 3 top line results from study 501. ENVX up 10.4. Fab 2 update completes factory acceptance testing for Gen 2 agility line. IBRX up 2.8. DJT up 2.3 to launch streaming platform. DFLI up 53.5 off earnings. MCBC 39.6 to be acquired by WTFC. CGEM up 20.7 strategic expansion into autoimmune diseases. Oversubscribed private placement. YYAI up 11.6. MNDR up 5.6. PROC 5.2. Huma 4.5. BLNK up 3.9. Trading lower. Live Nation down 8%. DOJ reportedly planning to file antitrust complaint as soon as next month. MT down 5.6. Deutsche Bank downgrades to hold. SCCO down 2.7. FCX down 2.5. Tesla down 2.3. PNC down 1.9 off earnings. INFA down 1.6. PSTG down 1.5. NVS down 1.5. Results from pre-specified interim analysis of phase 3 applause. IGAN study of Fabalta. Grab down 1.5. MSTR down 1.5. SQ down 1.4. Logi down 1.1. Deutsche Bank downgrade to sell. J&J down 0.3. Equity or earnings and raises dividend. SMR down 4.1. HIMS down 3.8. Jeffries downgrades to hold. Cypher down 2.5. Mara down 2.5. LAC down 2.2. IonQ down 2.1. HBM down 2.0. IAS down 2.0. Morgan Stanley downgrade to equal weight. CLSK down 1.9. INO down 24.2. 2.5 million share offering. CLDI down 18%. PACB down 15.1. Preliminary Q1 results. PSTX down 11. STI down 4. GoEV down 4. CGC down 3. PLI down 3. AAOI down 3. TGB down 2.9. AISP down 2.8. Gold and silver stocks trading lower, and Chinese EDRs trading lower as well. Wow. Wow, starting Tuesday for Google, generative image tools in demand, generative AI will be rolling out to advertisers around the world in English. And then manufacturing production came in 0.5, estimate was 0.2. Oh, and Bradley Frizzle and the Peach just came in? Oh yeah, that's flashing across the wire. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, pre-market Peach. Oh, no. Oh, they don't know, baby. Bradley Frizzle, good morning. Happy Tuesday, baby. Pre-market Peachonomics, I know. It's a joy. It's how does he do it? We don't know. We don't know how he does it, but the job gets done, baby. Hey man, you're getting IMF chief economist Gornichas says may revive China full-year GDP after China data showing 5.3 in first quarter. But my goodness. So, Chad Adonia, we got a little bit of time here. We've gone over the news. I have a couple of plays. Maybe I'll save them. I'll save them till we get back here, or maybe till we get 1,000 likes. We'll see how we go with all of that. But I love you. Good morning. I hope you're ready for a wild Tuesday. I mean, it's a pretty interesting start. And once again, man, bonds are getting mad at. But I will be right back. Get ready for some plays and get ready for the bell. See you in a little bit. Good morning.
That the equity market would also broaden out. So smaller and mid-cap names, value-oriented companies, and to your earlier point, some overweight to international and emerging market equities as that reflation trade broadens out beyond the U.S.
And you know, when we look at these markets at the moment, we're trying to understand. We've got geopolitics, and then we have a re-rating in the bond market. Two's trading up at 5% cold yesterday, and a jolt in yields that looks as if we're going to live in this higher for longer narrative unless real yield hunters come in. But when I look at all roads, they all converge towards the risk of inflationary shocks, whether it's war, whether it's the real economy, and that is the real risk that this equity market has got to try and grapple with, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no question that really to understand the long-term inflation risk, the 10-year is the game. If someone asked me what would be the biggest nightmare for every asset owner in the world, regardless of private, public, doesn't matter, it'd be waking up on a 6% 10-year treasury. Because that would argue the market forces cannot see the Fed getting control of this. Now, I'm not here to necessarily criticize Jay Powell. They're doing as good as they can, or to put it in what Paul Volcker said to Ronald Reagan when he came to office. Reagan said, hey, you know, some people don't think I should have a Fed chair. And Volcker said back, well, Mr. President, we're the only one fighting inflation here. The reality is the same thing's going on today. Like we talked about that fiscal spending. Now, one other thing I'll add to what your guest was just saying is that the main problem is American exceptionalism is being espoused in the S&P 500 globally and is being espoused in, as we know, very few companies. So the real danger is this looks like Japan in '89 from an American perspective. It looks like Chinese stocks were in 2010. The question is, can the American markets hold that, hold that situation, that pedestal? I'll add one more thing. The dollar tends to do really poorly coming off of highs in equity markets and commodity bull markets that follow that. So if you go back and look, '02 was the high in the dollar. You woke up 6 years later, and Giselle, Tom Brady's ex-wife, wanted to be paid in euros. Okay, so I just say that because that is how dangerous U.S. markets are to be a broadly diversified investor. I'm not saying you can't go own stocks. We do, but we're pretty narrow, and we don't own the market.
Just to qualify this, I mean,
he just brought up Giselle. He said Giselle wanted the euros. Chad Adonia. Giselle wanted the euros. What do you want, man? Let's go. You got to hear from the TV. Bro, bonds again, man. This is actually, I think, every single day. This is one of your worst bond sell-offs in at least a year and a half now at this point. It's getting pretty, bro, you're down almost 0.8 now again. 10 years even climbing there right under the 4.7. But that being said, I have a couple of plays. I'm going to be watching UNH, J&J, TSM, Intel, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, Novartis, RTX, and then Gildan. We still have that play. There's a couple of different reasons. Again, mainly just really earnings or post-earnings there. And then again, we're going to dabble with the banks depending on how they move. Again, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America was good. But with that being said, you're here right now. You've heard the TV, you've heard the headlines, you see the bonds getting crazy. But tell me, what is your first play of the day, Chad? Post it in the chat. What do you got for me? Spy calls, spy put. First play is the like button, Palantir, BITX shares, SQQ, SPY, Tesla, spy calls, UNH, good morning, spy calls, 510, still holding UVIX, Tesla, spy puts, BITX, CLF to the long term, spy puts, UNH call, sell to open, Nike puts on everything, TSM 133 put, UVXY call, GLD puts, GM, Apple puts, like calls, LMT call, sitting on hands, PHILO, CXAI, earnings play, Apple puts, RA, love the Chad, NASDAQ, VIX calls, ACB, sitting on my hands, Riot, Josh calls, JAG FTX shares, Amazon, coin puts, Holden TLT puts, gold calls, Nike puts, RTX, weed calls, CVNA, Tesla 115, SPY calls, AMD, NVO, SPY calls before Powell, and the final plays. More Pfizer sitting on my hands. The only currency that matters. ACB and CRM puts, baby. Oh, my goodness. God bless ya. That's what I'm talking about. Chatadonia. So it's going to be an interesting one. Again, the last couple of days, I think we've started with either a gap up or a gap down. I feel like you've had way stronger energy. But once again, I mean, the earnings were not bad. You're not getting any buyback support, but so far the earnings have not came out bad. Again, I think J&J went a little lower, but they guided up. UNH, they weren't as bad as expected. They ended up going up, and then Morgan Stanley and Bank of America ended up doing good. So we'll see how that plays out. You're going to have Powell at 1 p.m. Shouldn't be much data, but besides that, man, I think we're going to have this fiasco. And once again, man, yields. I'll be talking about yields, but Chatadonia. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it don't matter where the bond yields are at. Don't matter where the market is at, because here at the Cult, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for making the ultimate sacrifice. Whether you have agreed or not, you did it for others you have never met, and it was bigger than you, baby. So God bless you, and thank you for your dedication. And big shout out to every vet out there, and I encourage all of you to do the same thing, and the least you could do is show the love and appreciation, man. So show them some love, and big shout out to anyone else out there giving back to their local communities, the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. That's where it happens. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Senator Jets! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn! Oh, Chatadonia. It's that time. Bright and early. It's only Tuesday, man. Yeah, the 10-year. Right below 4.7 on this beautiful Tuesday. I mean, we did the same thing yesterday. And like I was telling you, man, yesterday, I thought there would be a delay. So if the yields keep going higher, I thought the market would react eventually. We reacted yesterday with it. So, I mean, just be on the lookout for it. It's either we're going to get a delay today or the bonds have a lot of pressure right now and the market hasn't moved. And again, overseas, they did really bad. So Europe, China, Asia, they all really didn't have anything good. And currency volatility, man. I don't know. I think another the Canadian currency hit like another year and a half low. So I think now add that to move and currencies and just even the market. The VIX is up 15. Move index has now woken up in the last week. And then now you have currency volatility coming back up now too. But generally, it's the same volatility. It's a mix of both the Fed stuff and the global tension. So we'll see when Powell comes out. But Chatadonia, we have 1 minute until the bell. Wow. It's game time. Oh, wow. 1 minute till the bell. And we are 300 likes short of 1,000. Oh, y'all did this yesterday, man. I don't even know what to think. Yeah, China had good GDP, but their real estate and internal demand was pretty weak. So pretty much Chinese manufacturing, that is doing good, but then the Chinese consumer and their real estate is still struggling. Any risk events? Pretty much data or bank fails or maybe a global conflict gets out of hand. So we'll see. 20 seconds, Chatadonia. Oh, you just did it, man. We're close. You went up 150. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, man. I don't know. I won't push it. 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Here it is. Round 1. Fight. All righty. 9:18. We did not do it today. Wow. It's amazing. Oracle, DJT, they're moving up there again. They had some news. Where's Intel? Again, Apple had that drop. You're down 1.6 on the NASDAQ. Russell is clapped, and then the Dow's actually up a decent amount. So, again, don't forget Bank of America, Morgan Stanley. MS is actually holding up decent. Let's see. All right. RTX. Again, we brought up RTX on the watch list yesterday. I would only buy that one on the red days. So just keep that in mind. But I did just make a play here. Again, we don't even have the 1,000 likes. So it's kind of awkward, but don't worry about it. But I made an option play here. Going with a post-earnings continuation. Coin sinking. I'm going to look for one more. The chip makers, Intel started going up there again. They had something, and then AMD, they announced news in the morning, something about a new processor or something like that. And then Bank of America still low. Morgan Stanley up 3. DraftKings, Bank of America barely moving. Where's Goldman from yesterday? If that could come up. AMD is moving up. Tesla dead. Again, Tesla flushed through. I mean, it's at least holding up, but remember, I mean, a lot of people were asking price ranges yesterday, but you have gone through that 160. And then MPW, they're coming back up here. We'll see if we get day 2. MSTR on the high. Didn't you guys say coin was flushing? Coin's barely down. SPY going up. Oh, and J&J. So we got no love on that one. And then let's turn the VWAP on. What else? And then 5065. So, I mean, we're just like, what, into yesterday's lows? It's crazy. Remember, that last run there at the end was nuts. AMD starting to move up a little bit more. So, again, AMD's actually doing very well here. I think most of the chip makers, Intel actually flipped red. They were holding up green there in the morning and pre-market. And then Morgan Stanley flipped down 1%. J&J's coming up. They were green, then flipped red. Who was the other one? UNH. Let's see what those premiums did. BABA lowest since January 23. Oh, damn, those UNHs. They kind of scammed. I guess they were 80 cents. Damn, the UNH contracts are kind of wild. I like NVOs came down a little bit. I mean, if we still wanted to sell covered calls on Airbnb and buy NVO, I mean, it has came down from their last. So you pretty much got all the earnings back. But it's still, I mean, jacked up insanely. DJT got clapped since the ticker change. Welcome to the D-Spack. TLT going lower. So this is the only thing I don't like on the day. So again, we're either going to have a delay or we're going to watch, we're either going to watch SPY catch up with the bonds by the end of the day, maybe NASDAQ, or if the market holds up, let bonds blow out. We might hit up to 475 today, and then the next day we're going to have to follow through. Tesla coming back down again. They started low, down 3.5%. They bounced like 1%, and now they are right back down to the low. Again, bonds are going down as well. And then banks, no real love there. XLF is in the green. KRE is down. MPW is gone negative. Oh, where's Disney? On the move. Boeing pop. Boeing did have a good pop there. Good call out. $1 pop almost, or 75 cents in one candle. Still in the gill, yeah. They had good earnings, and then they're having an investor day to present stuff from the offer. So, I mean, everything is good, but the stock hasn't really moved too much. But it's a little bit lower than where we got it, I think. Yeah, I'm like 2% down. Powell's going to be at 1:15 p.m. DraftKings on the high again. You got Boeing. Spotify's going up. Again, Coin and MSTR, they're kind of all over the place. Again, check the China plays. Again, you also have Baidu flipped. Yeah, bro, Baidu 94. That's insanity. TLT again. Ford is going lower. Micron's down 2. And then Dell is trying to come back up. Rent is on the high. Remember, they were going crazy last week. Bro, bonds are just getting murdered. NVIDIA. Cavill, Live Nation bouncing. So Live Nation was down like maybe 9%, I think, off of the Department of Justice stuff. So they're actually low-key already bouncing. Volume, I don't know. SPY just had 2 big candles there. I mean, it's really early. It's 4 million on volume, but we've only been here for 4 minutes, 6 minutes. So we'll give it like 30 minutes, see how it makes sense. The bonds short. Well, supply, I think, again, don't forget the government needs to raise money as well. And that's where the bonds are coming in. Then you have things like Japan and China. So it's really, I wouldn't call it shorting as much as it's just supply. But I guess both have the same effect. It will crash stocks to save treasuries. They'll have no choice. History proves that going back to 1961, long duration yields fall and the biggest stock market declines. Agree? I think to a degree. So I don't know. I just don't know when that, like, where that breaking point is. But eventually, I mean, I could agree with you to a degree where it would make more sense for us to prioritize the bond market rather than equities. So you're going lower now, 50-55. Bro, we're about to do the whole low thing again. Remember, this is a level. So we were talking yesterday, this 50-55, bro, this is like a wick. I'm telling you, this is, remember, 50-33, that is the max pain here of the day. But like this 50-55, bro, this was the low from last week of February. This was your low you wicked into before bouncing into the all-time highs. So it's there. So watch out here. But we are going lower, 2 points off of yesterday's low and about to hit another key level. Again, people were bringing up the key levels and the fact this is kind of part of the momentum. It's like volatility's picking up. It's one thing about what's going on, but now even two, I mean, we are hitting, level. I don't even know if 530 is like max pain because it's the morning just started. You know what I'm saying? It's not like yesterday we were talking, that's like a 130-point move. So today we'll see. But now, yeah, the bond's at 4.7. I don't know. I think the market might tweak out, but it's still like, it's freaking me out just how strong it is. But yeah, dude, you're at 4.7 on the 10-year. That's insane. So now, I mean, literally in the last like maybe 15 years, there's only been like 4 other points you've been higher than this. And that was literally in October, and that's it. So like I'm telling you guys, just on the way up, you literally in 2 decades, you have not hit 4.5, 4.7 in 2 decades on the way up, even a little longer. So again, since like 2001 was the last time we went even around here, but It's getting kind of nuts now. That bond move is very bad. BAC with red candles. Yeah, Bank of America dropping 2 now. Morgan Stanley gave up 3, but it's holding. The yen, big wiki candles. Yeah, they're trying. I think they're trying to. That looks like intervention. They're going to deny it. That's weird, though. I mean, Powell is going to speak today, but yeah, yen, pseudo. That's why the dollar's moving around. So watch the markets here. If it really gets you moving, you're getting Bank of Japan right now. I mean, nothing confirmed, but you don't have to be a rocket scientist. Literally, yen is just going insane right now. So that's going to move the dollar around, but let's see how it plays out. Again, bonds are 4.7 right now. See if that adds any air brakes pretty much. Gildan holding up. Apple on the high. Hi. Apple's about to go green. I'm still holding Bill. Yeah, you have nothing. I mean, Bill still paying out very, very high. So until you have something to move it into or until they cut rates. But, it's been another 6 months almost since December. But, rates have not been cut. So Bill is just as good as ever. The yen looks like Bank of Japan buy, but we'll find out. They're going to deny it, but that's clear. I mean, literally, bonds about to hit 4.75. Everything around the world getting literally dumped on. I don't think people are flocking to the yen. I would say 9 to 10. That's the government, but they're always going to deny it. Microsoft coupang on the high. The bond significance, there's a lot of things. I would watch yesterday's watch list, but I mean, I'm just going to remind you of what I said yesterday. And the thing is, what we're watching, and the bonds could be saying a lot of different things. But right now, the fact that it's just showing, and we haven't really even been here, that's kind of the big deal. But it's just showing a new level of tightening that we've only been at once this whole cycle. So it's about setting new highs on the cycle, and if we do that, it's leading us down a whole nother path. And now this is the main point. Just the last time we did this, that's where your volatility came from. So what I'm just saying, and this is the fear right now, I don't know if bonds are going to kill us, and maybe the bonds don't do anything tomorrow, today, maybe in a month. That's the whole point. Nobody knows right now. But the worry is that we repeat this. Because last time the bond yields did exactly what they did, you had this volatility after ripping up. And it's funny because eventually that volatility led to the rally that we have now. But this is now approaching highest yields of the cycle. Last time we approached new highs of the cycle, not to mention, a rate like 4 or 5. You go back in history, you haven't been that tight in a long time. It got people reacting a little different, and there were some long duration stocks and other quality names. Some did better, some did worse, but in general, there was a slow 1.5 months of pressure off of the rates, and it brought back volatility, and that's pretty much what we're looking for now with the yields. So when you look at the 10-year, I mean, I think it's getting quite precarious in that sense that we are doing the same climb up as we did in August and October. And I mean, again, it's been 2 weeks and we're down 3.5%. It just slowly, the pressure of rates is slowly building and hitting. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. If bond rates are going up, that means the price of the bond is getting cheaper. Yeah, yes. So you're paying less for the bond, therefore you get a yield. So a bond is like a coupon. So imagine you had a coupon that says free free box of cereal, right? So it's a free box of cereal. The cereal's worth $5 for a box of cereal, $5 value. So depending on, if you want to sell it, you're going to charge someone for that coupon. Depending on if you charge them $1 or $2 or $3 for that free cereal worth $5, depending on what you charge them for that coupon, it determines what their return is, the yield. So that's a very elementary view, but that's how bonds are operating in the same sense. So they have their price, they offer a return, and depending as the price moves, it's there. Actually, so I'm going to relate this to, because I was literally looking at this yesterday. I could relate it to one of your companies we talked about yesterday. My Lucky Charms yielding 4.6. So, MPW. So, yesterday, I was looking at MPW and to see how people feel about the stock and the news, I looked at something. But it wasn't the stock. What do you think I looked at? So if we wanted to see if MPW news was legit and investors really felt good about it, what should I go look at for MPW? Not the risk-free rate. Not rates. Not investor relations. Not who's holding. Come on, we just talked about it. Why do you think I'm bringing this up, homeboy? Yeah. I'd go and look at their bonds. No, they're bonds. So especially a company where people are like, oh shit, it's going to go BK. Remember, these companies issue bonds. So that money that MPW owes, it's in terms of bonds, right? So they owe this money, and that's what people were worried about. It's short term. So I went and I looked at their bonds yesterday to see the value of the bonds on MPW. So look at this. This is a March 26th, 2.5% bond. So their bond, when they issued them, they yielded 2.5%. Now this bond, so as the stock got bad and people doubted that they will be able to pay it back, do you notice how the bond price dropped? So even though this bond coupon pays 2.5%, based on the price it's going for, this bond yields 10% right now. But what I was showing you is look, even from the beginning of the year and over the last month, though, as MPW has been coming out with news, the bond has been getting a bid. So why is that important? Because these mother effers who are owed money at the end of, or at the beginning of 2026, they're feeling a little more confident, hence the bond price going up. But if there was fluff news and the bond market really didn't believe it, or they were mad and the bond investors were mad that the dividend was getting, that the company's giving a dividend and worried about cash flow, the bond price would drop and then offer a higher yield. But this is a good example. But even then, so this is this is the price of a bond. Price goes down, the yield goes higher, and vice versa. So this is a real life example. It just related to something we saw yesterday with MPW, and I was looking at that. Lagarde ECB. Is that NVO on the low? VIX isn't skyrocketing because it's already up a lot. I mean, SPY is negative, but VIX is just holding the high of yesterday. It came back to it. But be careful what you wish for, homie. We about to be at 20 on the VIX. You think the 2 Sigma strategy will work this season? Will you still be trying it? I will be trying it. I think it will work on some names. I think other names, and then after we get the first couple of sets, it may slow down. But, I mean, I think it'll play a lot like last earnings. I think there'll be some really good ones if you hit the good ones. I think there'll be some really good ones, and we'll buy every other one but the good ones. And then finally, I mean, it's just like it's going to be how you avoid and take profits off of the open, depending on how some of these report. HYG, a good example. Yeah, I think I like the MPW one. I really like that example because for those of you who know the situation, it kind of explains both. And in bond land, like, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like, imagine you own an MPW bond and you're worried they're going to go bankrupt. You're going to sell that bond at a low. If you wanted to just get any capital and, like, you didn't think this company is going to pay you back by 2026 and they didn't have the money, you would sell it. And that's why, like, even now as they get news that means that they're going to be able to pay the money back, all of a sudden people start buying that bond. You know, you almost had the same type of rally on MPW bonds as the stock did. I think actually the bonds were a little bigger. General Dynamics, price target raised by Goldman. Again, NVO on the low. Apple is in the green now. The Red River flowing for 3 weeks, scared of war. Honestly, I think even in August and October, bro, we got distracted by war as well. Again, it's unfortunate that the war headlines have dominated over the last couple of days, like from the weekend till now. But bro, we're down 3.5% from the beginning of April. But, like, do you guys see what's happened since the beginning of April? That's it. The rates went up 0.5%. And then now it's just starting to get nuts. But I think all of the data and all of the war stuff is concealing that we're doing the 4.5, 4.7 march of rates. And then now, you know, again, just crack after a time every time the rates and yields go higher. But that's literally, I mean, we could try to blame a lot of things, but I think it's very stark how much rates have moved since the beginning of the month, and now we haven't really had that upside. What would you tell someone who missed the last 2 weeks of stream? I mean, it's the same exact story. All data comes in hot. Powell says they're not reacting to the data as much, and then the market's pricing in less cuts, but the general market's following an idea that we are still going to cut rates at the end of the year, upholding the soft landing mentality. But nothing has changed. GL, Pfizer fire sale. 25.87. If rates go up, does that mean money markets go up? Well, not like government rates. Like, so if the 10-year bond rate goes up, you don't get paid more on your account. But if the Fed raised rates, then your money market would pay out more. So you need the Fed to raise rates. You don't get more savings off of a natural bond appreciating or depreciating, getting a higher yield. Look, Apple again. Bonds have literally been holding up since what's it called? They've been holding up since the Japanese intervention thing there. And again, that's not confirmed. You want Lagarde on ECB or on CNBC?
New development. Time to moderate the restrictive monetary policy in reasonably short order.
Sounds like June. That's your next meeting. How do you think about the policy path from there? Is it every meeting gets a cut? Every other meeting?
I've been extremely clear on that, and I have said deliberately we are not pre-committing to any rate path. Why is that? because number one, we are data dependent, because there's huge uncertainty out there. I mean, we just spoke about geopolitical development. We have to be attentive to those developments. We have to look at the data. We have to draw conclusions from those data, and we will continue to apply the three key criterias that we have signaled now and which have served us well. You know, it's the inflation outlook, it's the underlying inflation, and it's the strength of monetary policy transmission. So we will, at each and every meeting,
we broke 50,
particularly
55.
when we have projections, but not necessarily only when we have projections.
And Apple keeps going up.
We will look at the evolution and whether or not those data, under these three criteria headline, if you will, confirm our perspective or not. That's what we will do. So,
market expects 3 this year. Is that reasonable?
you know, I wouldn't comment on that, because if you had asked me 2 or 3 months ago, they were expecting more than 3. And I think that we are better off from our, central bank perspective, of course, looking at what they anticipate, because they are big boys and they, too many boys, but they're big boys, and they run their models, they observe things, they take risk, they assess, term premium. But we have to be data dependent. We have to look at our own work, and we are very, very steady and focused on what we are seeing, and we apply judgment at the end of the day. What is produced by these numbers and data and model projections have to be taken into account with judgment on the part of the governors.
All right, I'll try it one other way, which is how restrictive
Morgan Stanley
do you
CEO
see rates
says we're
right
in early
now
innings of
being for the
multi-year
economy?
M&A cycle.
I think we have said that we believe that they are restrictive enough and that they are producing an impact.
SPY above VWAP.
And we're saying by the same token that as data come in the next couple of months, because we will, in April, May will be key moments for data, our confidence will grow that this has been strong enough and we can begin to dial down and moderate the restriction imposed by monetary policy.
On the inflation front in particular, so 2.4% inflation, you've come a long way down. What does the path to 2% look like?
Bumpy. It
Bumpy.
will be, and I think it's
bumpy.
important to actually
It's a bumpy
understand
ride.
that, because we
It's
have
bumpy.
had this very regular,
Bumpy.
steady decline in the last few months. 2.8,
Back to 50.62,
2.6,
back to opening
2.4.
price. Again, you went
I have
another
no idea
10
what the
points
next one
lower
will
than
be,
yesterday.
But it might not
Bounced
be
a couple of
2.2.
names on the high now. It's actually pretty
not
active.
Linear. And
And
given
then Apple,
the
I think,
base
is the
effects
leader.
that will be
You got Dell
produced
going
by
up
very
3 minutes
low
shy of the
prices
first 30.
of energy a year ago.
Bumpy.
We will have a bumpy road.
Bumpy road?
Rates, inflation rates
Bumpy.
might go down, might go up a little bit, but they will
might bump
fluctuate
and bump and
around
bump.
this line that, for the moment, is going downwards. And as I said, unless we have major shocks that would disrupt that expectations, we should continue to be directionally down to our 2% target, which we believe we will reach sustainably in mid-25. So that's the expected path of inflation.
Why do you think that inflation has come down further?
Bro, you're
at
right
this
back up
point
to open
in
now.
the
NASDAQ,
Eurozone
SPY,
versus in the US,
both
where
went
we're
red to
still in
green
the
right there.
threes?
And then Russell's still
I think we're
murdered.
talking about two different economies, 2 different series of shocks, and a different kind of inflation. But what is most different between Europe and the United States of America is the behavior of the consumer. And then we can go into why that is. But I think what we observe is European consumers that are very cautious, that continue to save significantly. When you look at the saving rates in Europe, it is still high and higher than pre-COVID. When you look at the American consumer consumes.
Netflix on the high.
And the level of savings overall is less than what it was pre-COVID. That's a major difference. Now, if you go to the root of why is that?
Fiscal?
It's fiscal, it's energy, and it's the natural tendency of the American consumers to have confidence, to spend, not to save so much. But fiscal has played a role.
I don't know why I feel offended.
Significantly
I feel
higher
like
in
she's
this country,
talking shit about me.
and it was
In a very
targeted to
nice way.
households, to consumers. So when people got a check in the mail, they really had money in their hands that they could spend, and as a result of that, consumed.
You said at the last meeting that you are not Fed dependent, you're data dependent, because the view on the Fed and what we're hearing from policymakers is
a little red cheek play after bouncing back up to
before they
open.
think about cutting interest rates. Do you not worry, though, about a gap, a divergence in policy between these two major central banks?
Well, let me explain what I meant by we are not Fed dependent, which I think is absolutely correct. There was a debate about the CPI numbers, which came out, I think, just very briefly before we had our monetary policy decision. And suddenly everybody fretted about that number. And the assumption was, oh, well, if the Fed is going to be delayed, which nobody knows, and I would certainly not pass a judgment on that, then of course it's going to impact the ECB. The ECB will be delayed. You know, we are data dependent. So our data came down in March. We have had a little bit of data in April, but it's on that basis that we have to make our decisions. And not on the basis of any central bank in the world, be it the Fed, which is the largest and with the largest economy measured by GDP. We cannot make decisions on that basis. Hence, we are not Fed dependent. But what I will say is that the evolution of inflation, the evolution of monetary policy in any of the large economies that actually have a bearing on the global activity in the world, of course we take into account. And we take that into account in our own measurements and in our own models. So it does find its way in how we forecast. And as I said, one of the three key criteria are inflation outlook. And the other two, but inflation outlook. And that, of course, receives and is informed by multiple data, including what happens in other
good
countries.
call. Bank of
And
America
also
flipped
currencies. I
down
wonder how
3.8.
closely you're following.
You know,
then
central
Boeing
bankers
and
don't
Epic
talk about
Fuels
currencies as a matter of principle because we
supplied
don't target
2 million
currencies.
gallons.
But it's a transmission
But it is-
mechanism.
yes.
Something
yes,
about
and
Boeing
it does have an impact
buying a fuel agreement.
on inflation. So we have to be very attentive to exchange rates, to the value of currencies, to the value of
Microsoft
the euro,
ripping.
and how much it impacts inflation in terms of imported
Snake
inflation,
eyes,
for
get the
instance.
likes in.
Trade is
Bro's here
affected
every
also.
day. Thank you for
euro
what
goes
you
back
do.
to
If the
parity,
market is
which
up
we're
or
not too
down,
far
whether you're sick
against
or
the
well,
US
you're
dollar. Is that
here.
a good thing
Learned
or a
so
bad
much
thing
over
for
the
you?
years. God bless you and
As
their
I said,
family.
I
I'm
don't
that
want to
Chad
comment
Snake Eyes.
on exchange rate.
God
any
bless you,
particular
bro.
number.
Okay, but
Horn,
you're
amen.
seeing what's happening with the
Lagarde horn.
because of the huge interest rate
Good, we need
differential
that. We
between
need that.
Japan and the U.S. And I do wonder if that factors in and would be a concern if you do go ahead of the Fed and cutting rates.
We will be driven by our data. We will be driven by our analysis of the situation, and we will be targeting this sustainable 2% target that we have, which will determine price stability. This is our mandate. We are single-mindedly focused on that 3% target and price stability. We're looking at lots of other things, including imported inflation, including the volume of trade, including the productivity numbers, the multiple data that find their way into the work that we determine.
Bonds have came back up.
European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde talking exclusively with our Sarah Eisen in Washington, D.C. this morning. Good Tuesday morning. Welcome to another hour.
All right, good Tuesday morning. 50.56. I wanted to see again. I don't know if you guys are looking. I pulled up the euro and pound there because again, I mean, that's another part of what's going on here in this last month. But currency volatility is back up. Like, dude, the euro is back to this almost the same price as October. And then the pound, that one's coming down lowest since May. But it's just getting weird because you do have all volatility indexes waking up, from commodities and metals down to bond volatility, and now currency volatility is doing its thing. Can I just say God is so good? Amen. Yeah, bro. Amen, bro. What up, Joshua? Amen. IWM low. Yeah, it's down 1. It's the worst on the day. Bonds came back. I don't know how I feel. Dollar got a little limited because the yen, but then came right back up. FSS. What's that? Fifth Federal Signal. Microsoft. I keep seeing them on the high ticker. Copenhagen Stock Exchange was on actually on fire, or are you saying it was good? Because I think Europe, it was all over the place. FTSE was down almost 2%. Euro down 1.6. Germany down 1.6. It was bad, bro. No, it burned down. Oh, yeah, I didn't know that. I guess so. Wow. JD price target maintained with 55 by benchmark. Ulta, you guys are bringing that one up yesterday. I don't know. Maybe you could play it here or wait till it gets to 400, but they've now given up. When is their earnings is going to be late, though? That's what sucks. Yeah, May 30th. That's cheap. I like it. Do you think Vanny has more value than Fubo? In a weird way, but it's one of them is a biotech gamble, and the other one is like a tech product, but it's not a like. I guess I wouldn't add any of them to the long term. I guess that's kind of what I was trying to get at. So I think from a trading perspective, they both offer unique things going on. That's why I do like Vanny, but I think both of them have their own little gamble element where I wouldn't really add them to the long term. SPY going lower. Oh my gosh, come on. VIX. I mean, VIX is down. I don't know. It was weird. Remember, we were asking her, like, why is the VIX not going up? Marriott flushing. Yo, big candle on Marriott. Kind of. 245. I guess it just dropped like $1 there. And then Roblo on the high, but VIX is still like right at break even. I mean, we're a little lower there. That bounce helped cool things down. So we'll see. Tay here. God bless you, baby. Good morning. Yeah, I'm still in Outlook. That one came back up a decent amount, surprisingly, even after the split. But yeah, I still have a lot of those biotechs, even from end of last year, beginning of this year. And then Vanny, I'm expecting an average soon. Like we said, we were trying to, I think the event May 11th. So we're getting there. Dumping on gold. Kinda, not really. I mean, it's at the second high of yesterday. It's like in between the high of yesterday and the low of yesterday. Let's see. Babani. TSM 50-cent pop. Again, TSM, I'm keeping mine with Intel, but then Intel gave up today. Where is it? I'm trying to find. I need to confirm the date on Vivani. The May 11th. SMCI skyrocketing. Yeah, up 5.5. I didn't really notice that. Where's ASML? They're up 1-2. They held up Philip Morris on the high. You guys are just calling out TSM. That's why we got it up there. It is. I might go green. It's still down 1%. Again, they're kind of a slow mover. Calendar. UUP, the dollar, and then that little yen move got in the way. But, I mean, just in general, I mean, broadly speaking, UUP and the dollar, that has been the story all year. Abivai, I mean, what day is it? Abivai actually just got over ex-dividend, so you might have just missed any of the short-term catalyst. March. Shout out to members, baby. What's up, Mr. Numbrana? Hope you're living good. Happy Tuesday. I hope this week doesn't go as fast as last week. Last week, I feel like it was just Monday, then Friday, and then it was over. AVAV, TTC. I mean, a couple of names on the high ticker fighting back here. Again, volume was pretty decent, I'm pretty sure, to start off. We're actually 11 million, 45 minutes in. Where was it? So right now, you have, let me update that. I don't know if that's, okay, we'll start with the Dow. Dow Jones, 16 red, 14 in the green. UNH is the best. Shout out to earnings. And then NASDAQ 100, 56 in the red, 44 in the green. And then S&P 500, 351 in the red, 150 in the green. So surprisingly, more things are red than not today. I mean, I guess you could kind of see it. SPY is still in the red right now. NASDAQ's barely green. And then Russell is down 1%. Yeah, ASML. I was looking at the options the other day. They're expensive, but still kind of pumping a little bit here today. I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Can't complain. I'm excited for Powell later today. I'm fascinated by the currencies and the bonds and all of that making such a wild move. I mean, it's kind of crept there day by day, but now, like, taking a step back, we're like, wow, this is interesting. We're taking a look down the mountain. But yeah, all exciting, all good. And Powell says they need to cut rates. Will the market run? I think for a little bit, or maybe bonds would run. So again, the market's been hard to predict, right? Like especially with bond correlations and all that, like the market is a very resilient animal. But what I can tell you is if Powell comes out and says, yeah, we need to cut rates and do it fast and soon, and the bonds will catch a bid, but who knows what the market will do. It should go up, but if anything, the reaction would really be about the bonds. And then SPY slowly trying to curl up here. Micron, wasn't Micron in the red? Micron, that's a 1% pop. Literally, Micron was just maybe 1.5. Bro, Micron was just down 2. So again, I think a couple of the other chip makers are moving also. Micron announces 232 layered NAND. That was at open 30 minutes ago. So right now bonds are going down. Does that mean rates are going up? Yes. So we just were talking about that. I was just showing you guys example of a corporate bond. But like here's a chart of the bond. But like when the price of a bond goes down, the yield goes higher. So when bonds are going down, so like when you see TLT drop, that means yields are going higher. It's like this same chart here. It means the price of the bond is going lower, therefore the yield is higher, and then vice versa. When people buy the bonds and the price goes up, the yield goes lower. And the SPY is getting bought up. Amazon on the high now. Again, Micron, that's about a 1.5% move. So Micron just woke up. Now NVIDIA. Now you have Amazon in the green. Remember Apple, and then Boeing's even taking off here. And taking off, I say reluctantly. It's a Boeing. It's a Boeing. You could buy corporate bonds through your bond center. So TD Ameritrade, Schwab, it's the same. Remember when I showed you guys how to buy like government bonds, and you go to the bond issue center? Same thing, just with corporates. Yeah, man. Boeing's 180, 190 almost. Or 169. 169. Excuse me, not 180. Etsy on the high. High ticker is fully gassed now. You have hit a new high of the day. And I mean, can we talk about the bonds recovering? But they didn't recover because they're still clapped from yesterday. But my goodness, bonds were even worse. 5-0. You're at like the top end of yesterday's power hour. So like this was like the lows even into power hour, but like, I mean, we are still hugging that bottom there. Yeti. IMF, the central bank should avoid premature policy easing. They should avoid the easing, but they should tell everybody about it in December. What? That lift. And then a high ticker is still going, man. So you're getting a little bit of a red there at the top, but most of the velocity is to the high side. And then again, Lyft is up there, $18. Walgreens. Apple already came back down. That's weird, actually. So, like, low-key, when we weren't even near the open, Apple went green. And then now Apple is back to red and back to opening candle. So, I guess SPY's a little bit below. Apple's just going both ways. I got a little bit of a cheek lay. And then bonds coming back up. Hopefully that leads. Majority Leader Schumer says he's reserving judgment on Johnson-Ukraine plan. Yellen wants to contain conflict so it does not spread to the region. I think this weird market will last until the rates come back down, unfortunately. So just any way you look at it, last August to October, like, think about it. You got a big rally. You eventually got a huge rally. That's literally why we're here right now. But you didn't get anything until rates started coming down. So, like, literally, like, imagine August. Halfway through, you rallied when the rates would come down. When the rates would give up 1/3% in a week, the market would calm down a little bit. But I think the market's going to feel weird. And it's going to be weird as long as we're, again, above 4.5. But now, even more so, the higher that we go. But literally, it wasn't until end of October, until the rates died and kept going down, we didn't shake this type of market environment. And that's why I'm like, it's slowly, the rates are just latching on to the market, and it's making it harder. It's like kind of like quicksand in a weird way. So I think all of this will last until rates calm down. And whether they calm down as a result of policy, guidance, data, that's what it will depend on. You think if rates will go towards 7? Well, I think it's a wild number, but then again, at 1.5 was a wild number. And even as we thought we were going to price rate cuts, we're still knocking at the door of 5. So anything is possible. Just like I think even to the same, can we get 10 rate cuts next week? Anything is possible. I do think 7 in a weird way is probably more realistic, but at the end of the day, we have no idea. And, at times, stuff that we thought was absurd happened. At one point, we thought with how things like 3, 4, even 5% rates, we thought these numbers were crazy. But sure enough, I mean, you've gotten there. Again, remember, we've even raised 3 times in one meeting. And at one point, that was thought of as unheard of. And, I mean, look at us now. Went 100 basis points. Y'all remember that? We did a 3/4 point hike. And that was like, whoa. When does Powell speak? As a chat is posted, the title of the video. Live, Global Tensions and Global Data. Jerome Powell live at symbol 1:15 p.m. Eastern. Ta-da. You left Rashawn very confused. Rashawn was like, how did you not? Rashawn was like, it's in the title, bro. J-Mub. JP Morgan Municipal. On a FOMO Rivian. I mean, I kind of feel you, but for like a flip. Just because they're down like 20-30% from the last earnings. So, and then that new vehicle they released. But I was kind of surprised. I thought they would at least hold like $10. So, I don't know. There's a little bit of risk you could take with it. Just don't fall in love. TJX going up. What was the other one? Johnson down 1. That was a dud. Bank of America. Damn, Bank of America sold off. Morgan Stanley held up. So that's good. Let's flush. You are below VWAP. Bonds have ignored in. Remember, from the morning I was just telling you, we don't know what's going to happen. So there's just a fat gap on the bonds. Either intraday market will match up or market holds up and we punt till tomorrow. But you do have bonds now making a move. Pretty much since what? They moved together since here. And then they kind of ignored each other from like right around here. I haven't told anybody, but I have to tell you guys, Colt baby on the way. New baby long-term inbound. Nathan, wow. Congratulations, bro. Or not. You're going to be a father. How does it feel? You got like a tingle? Or you're like, ah. That's hype, bro. Another long term. Let's go. Are you going to name him Chad? Have you told your parents? Have you let them know they're going to be grandparents? I'm going to be an old man. Hey, man, you're going to be a dad. So then, like, if you're ever, like, I don't know, if you're ever in like a rap battle or you get into rap beef, they're going to be like, yo, Nate, you a father now, so you better go take care of your kids. Oh, if you were a rapper, if you were in a rap battle, You know, I'm sorry. I've been watching all that the Drake J. Cole stuff, but like that's what they would say. They would say that you're right. It's just becoming a man. When's Josh gonna have one? I mean, what do you mean? I got the Chad. I got godchildren. I got nieces. I got nephews. Drop and give me, bro. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you. That drop and give me 50 is insane. I listen to all of them, but like I told you, I think Kendrick is a better rapper, and J. Cole is my favorite. But stop playing with Drake, dog. That's it. Nah, he went off. I'm sorry. That was just insanity. No, that whole song is insanity. I loved it. Bro, he said, I don't even care what Cole said. Oh. No, bro. Drake. I love Drake. Dude, I've listened to it like 10 times. And I was just like, there's no way. Because it flowed. The punchline, all of it, bro. Man, it was crazy. It's the bark with the bite. What's up? I want Uncle to do it, but then like even then I wanted to make a diss track, but like I was like, dude, I don't really even have anybody to diss. Like I'm like, am I gonna diss the people that I banned yesterday? Like I'll be like, just make a new account. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't got beef with any YouTubers, but, like, I kind of want beef in a weird way. I feel like the Yash in me. I guess I could diss Bloomberg, maybe. Yeah. MPW. All right, maybe. MPW, Bloomberg, you guys are giving me some. People with no long terms. I don't want to diss them. I want to help them. I want them to get a long term. SXTC, China SXT Pharma. No idea what this is. McDonald, General Mills. Remember those protein Wheaties? It's a Zach Morris pump. Well, good luck. Go EV on the high. Yellen entire world is highly reliant on China in a number of areas, including solar panels. There is no level playing field. Apple is negative and on the low now. Very weird because as you were waking up going lower, Apple was holding up. And then now as you hit the open or even a new high of the day, intraday, you just start going down now on Apple. Sell the rip algo. I mean, we're back down the lows, so it's still early. Again, volume is pretty active, but back to 50-50. So you don't feel it because you already hit that low earlier, but you're at a lower low than yesterday right now. And then again, remember that 50-55 here. That was the one level, and then 50-39 or 37. I think that's our other area we got to watch, but kind of leads into the danger zone. So you're still 5 points off the low of the day, but going down. UPS flushing. Why is UPS on the low? Down 1%. And then Citi dropping. Morgan Stanley holding up, so that was good. I don't know. Goldman break even. Tesla. URGN. We saw that one the other day. Oxy. And it went with all the oil plays. Damn, Oxy sold off. I guess oil down by 0.6. Let's see. Oil's still $85, man. I guess it was right under 88. All the way into the danger zone. I don't know. I think 50.33 becomes it's an interesting price. Like yesterday, I was more worried because then that would have been like 150 points. But then again, I mean, 50.33 is a pretty big gap. And then, I mean, I don't know. Do you get the subtext behind this? So 50.33 is quite the level. It's like one thing if we break it, but like what's the other area of like what's the subtext behind this next level we're going to go through? I guess what would make it kind of dangerous? $50.49, 4 points off the low. Yeah, there you go. I'm a business. Yeah, bro, this is the test of 5,000. So, like, 50.33, that's your, like, little gap up when you got above here. Remember, you went above 5,000 in other times, but essentially it's going to go 5.33, then 5.15. But then, like, if you do break here and then we start getting more pressure, I mean, you know, you're looking at a break of 5,000. So it's been a couple of months since we did that, and just the psychological element, 5,000 look nice. You love the Cole Reed, Richest Man at Babylon. It's a great book, man. Well, yeah, we went ever since 4,800. It has kind of been a straight up. I think there's a huge gap that hasn't been filled. Correct me if I'm wrong, but yeah, I don't think you've filled the 4,900 gap. And then there's one more, I think. Was that it? I think it's just this one, 4,985. So you've not 4,982. I thought there was one more crazy. Oh, no, this one. Yeah, no. He almost slipped by. Technically, you have not filled the 4410 gap. No, this is the one. Because I think every other gap has been filled if you go look at it. But literally since November 13th, this little gap up, 4,400 leading into 45s. And then SPY going a little lower, UEIC. Oil at the low again. UPS started dropping. CCJ coming down. J&J cooked. Yeah, man. Welcome to earnings. Good luck for the next month. Friend works at Tesla said 4050 got to work and couldn't enter the building. They were all let go. I don't know. It's weird, man. I don't know if Elon, if he's going to save money. Is it response to demand? Or is Elon just trying to fire half of the people for a frivolous reason? Or he just wanted to get rid of Drew. And then he was like, I'll fire everybody to make it look normal. SPY big red. I mean, SPY new low. So Chattadonia, new low of the day. 50.45.31. It's barely lower, but you did just wick into that. And I mean, again, how many times have I been telling you? Just this is like a new low of this little couple week cycle, pretty much beginning of April. So 50.45, again, 50.33. That is our next level. Yeah, WTI, it's like holding, but it is borderline pin. Citi still going lower. Again, Bank of America, their earnings weren't bad, but they flipped. Morgan Stanley held. MTSM. Powell going to be bullish. Well, we have what, 2 hours? You got 2 hours, 45 minutes till Powell, I think. Or 2:15? No, 2:45. Yeah, no cuts in 2025 has been discussed. Or even no cuts this year. Some people pushing it out to next year, but then again, I mean, the chorus for no cut. Right now, I think the full rate, the full first rate cut, I want to say is priced into November now. So, like, we're not, I mean, again, the bond market, the Fed futures, the actual 10-year bond, I mean, where we are at right now is it's pretty bad. It's pretty bearish, or it's at least pulled back heavily from what we were once at. Bank of America extends drop to 5%, most since March of 2023. So literally, good earnings turned red. That's probably your worst bank earnings so far. And again, though, just like JP Morgan, these guys get a haircut and they do bad, and then you're like, worse since March last year. Shit's still right where it started, or even at a premium to the beginning of the year. I mean, listen, can I take a moment as we're talking about rate cuts and when they're going to happen? Can I just take a toast in a moment to highlight something? And I think maybe it applies now at this point, especially with bonds going crazy. But like, toast to Powell for now making it borderline impossible to front run. Toast to Powell. I think the silver lining in all of this, and maybe don't ever forget this, is that all of this back and forth is literally concealing Powell's intention. Like, do you get what I'm saying? So at the silver lining in all of this is, at the very least, it is just considerably much more harder to try to front run the Fed now. Because look, I mean, you can't. I mean, it's just, we're going to cut. We're not going to cut. Okay, rate cuts. No rate cuts. Rate cuts. This is making it. So now, whether they cut next year, 24, 25, whether they cut next month, you know, the element is being concealed so that the front run element it's not hitting the same. And that's where I do think Powell is at the very least accomplishing one goal of confusing that. New low, man. Low ticker picking up. I mean, we got one. This is only the first hour, bro. So we're not even. Remember, Europe did very bad. So Europe is going to close. I don't know where we'll be at, but remember, like, Germany was down 1.8%. The euro, or the FTSE, was down 1.9 or something too. So we'll have to see. Down. Huge level on spot. We'll see, man. 5033. Even like 37, but 5040 now. 5040. Live from the 504. Here's the crazy pair going with the bungee no cut. Even in the dungeon, he cuts. Even in the dungeon, he won't. It goes nowhere. The rates are anchored to the floor. The rates control where I go. It's like the sail to my boat. And it's going down like Yellen was doing shrooms on the boat. And you could tell Powell smokes. Yeah, he's on those rates. And no, okay. If you don't know that, you don't know that. That's just, it's a classic. ZJYL, what a ticker. Just Zigil. Where is it? chip, kind of a decent pop. 2%, one candle, very illiquid. Stocks just hit that low there, 50-40. We're doing good the first half. It is, I want to say, earnings mode, and this is what we had yesterday too. And I think maybe lack of buyback support, but I mean, the last 2 days have been that. We start off decent and sell off. Today's not as bad, though. I will tell you that. So I don't know. You may be frustrated with it now, but remember, yesterday was gap up, green, and sell off 100 points. You know what I'm saying? So at least for now, 1 hour in, could be a lot worse. But this earning, again, and today, there were two earnings were good, and then Bank of America ended up flipping us. So factor that into some of the pressure. Why is Marvel up? Let's kill. And then SPY, 3 candles off the bottom. Apple. NVIDIA right at break even. AMD again, they had an announcement. Then Intel. Intel was doing good in the morning, then sold off, and now they're coming up. But again, a lot of those chips recently have moved. Then ASML, TSM. Coin 210. Ross on the high. I feel like that's a big sell-off for Coin, no? I mean, the thing was just at 270. Uranium on the low. Yeah, Ross, again, even Ross, they're down, what, $20 almost since earnings? On term, not looking good, pretty devastated. There you go. I said I'm preparing for these soon, but didn't you just start it? Either way, don't look at it. You've either seen worse or not. If you haven't seen worse, this is pretty much long-term 101. Or I think this is honors long-term. So you got to go through the downturn and survive. Yeah, if you haven't seen worse, it's going to be the worst for you this time around, but most should have seen worse by now. So again, I mean, I wish I could find it. I have it somewhere. I put it in the video. All right. But it was, like, again, dude, our long terms were devastated. Not even 2020, bro. Like, 2022. Was it 2022? Yeah, because last year was 2023. But at one point, even then, end of last year, bro, your long term was at $80,000 at one point. I need to find the screenshots of it because it was disgusting. It make my eyes bleed. I'll find one. November. I used to be so devastated. At times I thought the long time would never make it. Now we on our way to greatness. And now it goes pay me divvies. Well, I don't know why, man. I can't find these. I missed the old screenshots. See, this is the random, I think. Yeah, that's from September, bro. Come on. I have to have another one. I just have earnings previews everywhere. Canoe going up. IGT bonds too. I'm trying to show you long-term devastation. I wish they never moved TD. I wish that chart just stayed there forever. I guess I might just have to go to the YouTube video. At times I thought we never make it. Yeah. I think Joey just put out a song not too long ago. Yeah, this is it. So I went from the live video. So again, this is when we recapped what we did at the end. This was from literally 4 months ago. But yeah, I think this was it. No way. This was combined. Holy shit. Let me get you another one. Yeah. So the big account, this was the screenshot. This is how it looked on the TD prior. So again, last December, you were sitting at sub 80,000. So like literally what, 4 or 5 months ago? It's absolutely insane. Again, I wish it had a better chart on here. I don't know if I have any more on there. But it's just like, dude. And that's what I'm saying, because we pulled back heavy. So at one point, the long term, there was 2 times we've had very big pullbacks. But again, that was it. So, and then it went crazy. But the general idea is that the longer you hold, the less risky it becomes. If you haven't gone through your first pullback on the long term, it will feel devastating. So, but that's why I always tell you guys, hopefully you learn from these moments and make your plan, because, I mean, when the moment happens, if you don't have a plan, you might just react. I like Baidu, but they're just getting murdered again. Even the China stuff, I think they're saying the China downgrade now for the rally. This is the first, or you've already faded everything from 2023. Like me, I sold my Baba from the long term. I'm done, never looking back. I put it in Xpeng and HIMS. I don't know how that relates to what I said. But, you violated the rules by selling. And then, I mean, putting it into just like another China name and something else is another thing. But that's not what I was insinuating at all. Again, I mean, make a plan. So yeah, you freaked out, but why'd you sell? Like, you gotta stay with the plan, bro. You gotta stay with the plan all the damn time. Otherwise, things move, and then before you know it, a couple years from now, you're like, how did I get here? It's just I was reacting along the way versus I planned it. But everyone, you're gonna get your pullback. It's weird, but if you're having your pullback right now, you probably just started, or you added some stuff at higher prices. Because remember yesterday, someone was like, it's negative year to date. And I was like, no way. So it does depend on your holdings as well. You ask yourself if you were good for 10 years, and I'm like, let me hold cash for another opportunity. But like, what happened when you asked yourself that the first time? That's as thy will, not as strong as thy fist. But either way, I mean, again, these are the learning experiences. Netflix running, CNBC. I know Baidu is hideous. But I have faith. But I mean, at this point, I've held it like a long term.
On 2 things. Number one, we think there continues to be a tremendous amount of addressable market opportunity in the U.S., but really outside the U.S. for membership growth over time.
Netflix going up 2.4.
As the company continues to widen its lead among streaming competition, they're able to better target their investment dollars into areas that drive adoption of the service. So we really like where they are on the so-called virtuous cycle, even now after the success that the company has had over the last number of years.
And you seem to also believe that total addressable market is going to expand. You mentioned it briefly, but as a result of what, broadband becoming more available in some of these parts of the world, essentially, I guess, where it has not been available.
Low key, Apple's down almost 2%
that's a
now.
Part of it, certainly,
and that's after
I think
being a leader.
When I look at a growth opportunity into 600 or 700 million broadband homes worldwide, and the 260 million that current members that I referenced, it's more about penetrating the broadband households that currently exist. But it shouldn't be lost that there are a couple of other expanders there. One is that broadband availability does continue to also grow on a worldwide basis. And two, we're talking about broadband households, right? Like, as we think about sitting at home watching Netflix with our broadband subscription. But as you grow globally, especially in emerging market economies, it's really about transaction and broadband enabled smartphones as well. So that addressable market, I would argue, is even bigger than that 600 to 700 million household that we talk about right now.
Yeah, we tend to focus long-term here, but also short-term on occasion, particularly when there could be a lot of price movement around an earnings print such as Netflix's. Do you think they're going to still benefit from the crackdown on password sharing, or has that run its course?
No, I think there is still some benefit there. They implemented policies beginning in the second quarter of 2023. And that has really been a rolling implementation. So it wasn't a flip a switch and all at once the account base was impacted. So that rolling impact, whether by market or by type of customer, they've tried to be selective about when they've put the policies in place, is still ongoing. But I do believe it's in the latter stages. At the same time, I don't want to lose sight of that core growth. I think that the genre expansion that the company's doing on the content side is continuing to fuel demand in the U.S., the most mature economy. The data that we look at indicates that the first quarter of 2024 was particularly strong in the U.S., but it also will feed into that growth opportunity outside the U.S. So the password crackdown, certainly a benefit to the company, and I think benefited member growth, but we think that the core growth is still the story going forward from here.
All right, Michael, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Here in D.C., an interview you do not want to miss next hour with the California Congresswoman Maxine Waters. She's going to be joining me here in Washington. Also the ranking member on the House Committee for Financial Services. That's at Money Movers, which kicks off at 11 a.m. And after the break, a group of lawmakers want the NASDAQ to delist certain Chinese companies. Find out why. Stay with us here on Squawk on the Street.
My bad. I went to the bathroom. I didn't take a bathroom break yet. You know what I'm saying? He was talking Netflix. So no. I was peeing. I wasn't there. Now I'm back. Nice to see you. MPW red. Netflix 10%. Netflix already going up, unfortunately. I priced that shit in a long time ago. It's expensive, man. It is expensive. Ship Pop Gold. What else we got? DJT. I mean, Intel, AMD, and the chips. Remember, I mean, it's literally tomorrow, I think, with ASML. So we are right around the corner now with them. I already have Netflix in the long term, but I wouldn't buy it at this price. Unfortunately, the GLS was totaled. Didn't you just get it? Are you okay? I hope you are. Jenks. Oh, GANX, not. What was the other one? It was JANX. Jenks. Janix. The wife wrecked it. Oh, man. I hope she's okay. Now you get a new car. I don't know if that's exciting. Mm-hmm. NVIDIA. Edible, we saw that move. DJT going lower again. They were up in the morning, but now, damn, now it's down 11. Bro. Nah, man, this thing's wicked. So this did what every Spack has done. So they literally loaded this thing up 30 to 70, and then instantly within 2 weeks, just dumped it. What level am I buying it? I don't know. I mean, again, I said I was not going to buy this for like just pure Spack reasons. But my goodness. Or did the puts like pay out? Because like I know it was like, wasn't it like 300% volatility? I think the break evens were like insane. Their puts printing. Oh yeah, that's a daily. Let's see. Yeah, they went from like $2 to like $7, $2 to $8 on some of them. Yeah, if you got them at the beginning of the month. Yeah, if you got them early enough, they did pay. Which is wild considering how much they were going for at the time. Because you were paying a lot. So like some of them you were paying, the stock was at what price was it? Yeah, stock was at like $60. And you're buying a $30 put for $200, but that one's worth $800 now. Ally plays for earnings. I mean, when we get closer there, but Ally, I didn't have it on my list. I forgot how they did last earnings too. But it's potential. And then bonds recovered 1% almost from the bottom of the day, man. Apple is dramatic. I mean, but then again, I mean, the bonds have made dramatic moves, so I'm more impressed with the bonds, but not even impressed, just fascinated. But Apple is wicked. That's a 2% move on a very large company, and it was outpacing yesterday and the other day, or even this morning too. That's the crazy part. CNVS. Bro, Apple's still down too. Junk bonds. The yields are climbing a little bit, but I haven't looked into like any companies per se. If I have, I've looked at individual companies with news, and I've been looking at their bonds and how they've reacted to it, but I'm not really monitoring that situation too much. Because right now, spreads are tight everywhere. And that's the bullishness in like some of the whole loose financial conditions. No matter where you look, corporate bonds to junk bonds, spreads are tight. So until the spreads widen up, I think every bond market is surprisingly functioning very well. So even though the yields are higher, the spreads are still tight. And that right there is kind of just kind of screaming how loose the conditions are. Isn't a SPY long straddle before J. Powell almost guaranteed money? No, because the premiums are high. So I haven't checked this morning, but yesterday, I mean, we were pricing in what? We were pricing in 1.5%. And then we move there, and then Powell, if anything, says the same speech lately almost every time. So the pricing of the option may be more than the actual event. He'll even, unless he says something, I mean, big. That's the way you get paid on that. But go price it in. That's what it depends on. HSY for the long term, I would. It sucks because it has, like, it's always going to be at a high price. I was just talking about this yesterday. Like, looking at them, I think if they have a bad earnings, so if you get a bad earnings and they get a discount, I mean, Hershey's will be quite appealable. It'll be at a 2020 level, you know, kind of around there, or even if you get in the 150s, still much elevated. But I do like the name. But what about Mr. Beast? He's a threat. The U.S. to sell $60 billion in 17-week bills, $75 billion in reopened 8 weeks. I like J&J for the long term. It's still, I mean, their earnings wasn't bad. It's still trading down on the year too, I believe. So again, they just had the spinoff stuff. I think I think this is now below Kenvue spinoff price. And then you don't get anything with it. I mean, a little lower if it does start to break would be ideal, but this one's just a mix of both cheaper on the year, cheaper than the last year. I mean, there's still some downside, but it's also, I mean, J&J stable. They did avoid that liability there. I think there's still some overhang, but it's not bad. I mean, I think you could find something similar quality, maybe less risk, but it's not bad in general. AMD, I like AMD. I think AMD is a really wild price. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't AMD's PE ratio like 1,000? 307. I think it's ARM. ARM is the one with 1,400 PE. So I like AMD. I'm kind of regret not buying the Lisa Su turnaround, but other than that, I mean, I don't think I'm buying AMD like above $100. If even at 100, I think it was pretty high. But I mean, AMD's was a very affordable stock not too long ago. And what do I mean by affordable? Like, it had a low share price where, like, people were buying this thing and throwing it in their long term like easily. So damn, like, we could have got it at $60. Even like I'm saying, like even $100, and at some point, $100 was still like an all-time high for them. GLD silver. Yeah, they're ripping out. It's weird. Futures on gold were green, but I think GLD was still red. That ETF, they'd be playing it sometimes. Like, the ETF is trading at a discount. You're down 30 in 2 weeks. So you may have had a lot of exposure here to some of the tech, but I mean, essentially what has gone on, you have given up 1 month of gains. Like, literally, if you go back to the market, like even on the SPY, you're effectively like we're actually a little lower now. You finally went negative to like the end of February, like the 28th of February, even now like the 22nd. That's kind of where we're approaching. And this was the low end of the range that we were pricing in. But that's how it should be. So, like, relatively, you should have given what's it called? Like, you should have had a pullback equivalent to that, but then you shouldn't have had a like anything Anything more than that, you were probably exposed to certain names. I mean, Powell, you got Powell in 2 hours. We'll see what homeboy says. I said, young Powell, you don't need to feel down. Israel delaying response to Iran will respond on our time. Was that from this morning? Again, White House said some stuff too, but people did freak out yesterday. And then gold is climbing above 2,400 on the futures. Dollar barely moving as SLV lagging this time. Very interesting. So yesterday, remember, gold was actually lagging behind silver, and then they had that little bounce thing, and then gold came back up. But yeah, silver is down. No shit. Powell is just doing a Q&A. The fear gauge, I mean, the VIX, there's multiple fear gauges. Like, there's like the Bank of America Bull and Bear Index. So, we'll see. But for now, I mean, the VIX is near the highest of the year. It was a little bit higher earlier. It did come down today, even though we were driving a little lower. Pay it forward. See someone pay for my food out of nowhere. I didn't even get to thank them. Least I could do for all you do for Chatadonia. Lunch on me, baby. Mr. Namprana. Oh, man, you were hyped when that just happened? You were hyped in the morning, too, baby. Horna. Amen. Yeah, Bank of America charge-offs and commercial loans were bad. Or, again, they said our real estate loans, I think, were getting worse. Powell can clap or pump the market depending on what he says. Well, I mean, that's always the case, but I think it's more so Powell should say nothing. He's probably going to say more so the same speech than a different speech. The only difference is that we do get to hear him after data. So we recently just got a new core CPI reading. Last time we had Powell, I think it was right after the jobs. So we do have a little bit more info, but generally he shouldn't say anything new. So although Powell always has the ability to move the market in either direction, I don't think that, I think it all just boils down to more people than not are expecting generally the same. So it should be nothing. There was just a new data set from the last time you got to hear from homeboy. Where's Apple? Are they still flushing? No, 179. They were down like 1819 though. Is that a restaurant? That's crazy. Did someone just pay for it? They just came up to you? Like there wasn't a drive-through? MNSO on the low. AMAT on the high. High ticker's kind of ramping low-key. Or I guess that was 5 minutes ago. So there was some gains there. Bonds are up. SPY right below VWAP. I mean, unfortunately, this is still your low. This is the low of yesterday, where you are at right now. Pack Bio? That sounds really familiar, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. Permira said to consider sale of German chemical firm CAB. AGI on the high. And then Microsoft, too. I feel like they've done good. Airbnb. You're not at your home, Habibi. I was eating and watching the stream, and the waitress came up and said, "You're doing good. By the way, someone took care of your food." That's hype. That's dope. You were sitting down, too. That's awesome. Good morning, baby. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon? It's 11:09. And then bonds still climbing. Remember, bonds were absolutely murdered. If the war begins, would gold go up or down? Well, if we start a new war with Iran, gold will probably go up. It'll probably hit 2,500 and then sell off from there. But that's assuming you actually like get into like straight up where we have like Iran and Israel declaring war against each other, like explicitly, like not like proxy shit or anything like we've seen, but like just like what we saw yesterday. That's why it was such a big deal, because it wasn't a proxy attack. It wasn't like, oh, so-and-so claims responsibility. No, it was like Iran shot missiles, hundreds of them, and said that was us, and we're doing that. So if you establish or expand the war into a new front, then yeah. Ismail Yusuf, one of Hezbollah's leaders, has been neutralized. Is that recent? And then Austin, China counterpart discussed Russia and North Korea. STX on the high. Actually, 20-cent pop, kind of big. Near the high, and then VWAP SPY's just doing a little dance. ISRG, they have earnings, I think, Wednesday or Thursday morning. One or the other. And then AT&T, did they have the news of the data breach? Yeah, they've been dropping since then. But there was something else yesterday there. They were sending out stuff. There was an AT&T data breach. There was another issue too, but I don't know if VZ. Verizon's not as bad. And then UNH, 5%. The options kind of hit, but I think after now. Again? No, I think it was an update on the one from a couple weeks ago or a week ago. ISRG. That's on the high again. They have earnings. Have you given up on Ulta? I mean, I didn't do anything with it, so I never made a play on it. I've been waiting. So I'm kind of contemplating. I think it's either going to... It can bounce here now that it's filled the gap, or it just goes to 400. So I'm still watching it, but I don't really see any like cheap plays, and I still think it can move around. But I never made a play on it. Ulti. Yeah, they're still kind of expensive. AMD. I mean, the news, I think they had good news to keep it up. That's about it. But I think chips in general good, and I think AMD and Intel, they will start moving after ASML and TSM, especially TSM. Someone brought it up last time, or someone brought it up this morning. But you guys remember TSM? We hit 1,000% on that play, but it was like, remember right after TSM reported, a lot of the other chip makers started to move. Because everyone was like, oh, shit, if TSM did that good, what does that mean for everybody else? You know what I'm saying? So there it is. If you don't have AI exposure, why not buy AMD now? Because I think I will be able to get my AI exposure at a better price. So I don't have AI exposure. I mean, I have some stuff related, I guess. I have Meta in the long term, and then... I don't know. Does Netflix count? Do we have? I think Meta would be PayPal. I think Meta would be our only AI one, but at the end of the day, it's just like, I think you could get it at a better price. Like, that's all. I mean, if you're willing, here's the deal. If you're willing to to wait 2 to 3 years, you could get a G-Wagon with no premium. You have to understand that analogy. But it's kind of like anything. Anything new and hot, if you're willing to wait 3 years to acquire it, you can get it without a premium. Or you'll get it at a cheaper price than the debut price on when everyone wants it and everything else. So I do think if you're willing to wait for AI exposure, that's why I'm not buying AMD. That's why I haven't bought anything else. It's like, that's why I'm willing to do it. You see my little homie. That was you. You got a Lulu? Was it the little puppy? I did see it. It was very cute. Congrats, bro. They're going to enjoy it. I got to win. I didn't take care of my girl's puppy as much, but it was nice. He's a good guy. He got potty trained pretty quick. I already have other stuff, but if I didn't, I would consider AMD now. So you're just into premium, I guess, but I wouldn't personally. But you asked me the question, that's my answer. I would wait. AMD is a good. I don't think they're bad. AMD is good. NVIDIA. I mean, I think AMD. I love Lisa Su. But other than that, I'm not gonna buy them at these prices. Again, I think from now to what? Now till 2027, there will be an opportunity to get these companies maybe 50% off. 30% minimum, but maybe 50% off. And then by 2027. For a little moment, just like Meta. Just like Meta. So keep in mind, you see that I don't plan to sell, so whatever upside there is now at these prices, I mean, I wouldn't even monetize it myself just because I plan to hold for a long time. If they significantly increase their growth, would the premium be less? No. I mean, if they did increase growth, the stock would come up, but I think every single number one technology has had a pullback moment regardless of their growth. So like even Meta, I mean, it went from $17 to $200 and it was already growing, and they went from $200 to $114. Then they went back up to $220, back to $130. Then they went $130 to $390, and again they grew. Remember, like earnings compared to any of these points, I mean, it's up 10x. You know what I'm saying? It's like it's Facebook making a ton of money, but even then, even with that, they dropped and fell back down to $90. So back to their 2015, 2016. So, and then, I mean, again, even Apple, you go through all of, they've had their pullbacks. Again, for Apple, it was 2018, 2019. I mean, they went pretty much 50% down after that huge run up. You had 80, back down to 55. And then again, they don't even have the tech, but you've gotten every couple of years a 50% discount. So, I mean, next time NVIDIA is on sale or AMD, 30 to 50%, I'll look at them. But for now, I'd put my money in just better value. I'm just speaking to the notion of I don't want to buy too much premium. And if you are willing to wait, you can get premium comes down. You know, you do have to be patient, let the market run through, but yeah. Automated calls from Coinbase, they may be trying to scam you. That could be a phishing attempt. I don't think Coinbase has ever called me in my life saying you changed your email. I believe just go look at just go log into your Coinbase and make sure the email's chill. As long as it's all there. You could even email them a support email just in case, but it's probably a phishing attempt. And then too, like it's funny because nowadays there's more AI, but like if you guys get those scam calls, don't even talk to them. Okay? Because like, do you realize that even if you say a word, they could like clone your voice now, and then they'll use that and like just don't even say a word. So if you ever do make these calls, make sure you're either on mute. Yeah, don't even say yes. No, don't even answer in Spanish or anything. Don't, because again, your voice. They could use your voice, or if you say yes, hi, but especially like yes or no, they could use that on a recording and then input that into another conversation. Yeah, what's up? Who's calling me? Yeah, I'm Joey. Fuck you. The fuck you are? Yeah, who are you talking? You're talking to the wrong guy. My phone number is 911. I live in the White House. I don't know what my fucking phone number is. What else? What do you fucking want? Zero for a representative. Visa. Like a visa, but a visa. It's up 140. You register bid on Baltimore. They said that I have my shit approved, but I needed to send in a supplemental filing. So we'll see. I did some of the steps though. But I'm making sure I'm there. I just want to be registered just in case. I don't plan on buying it, but if that bid is low, and I already got the report back. Are you ready for this? You guys remember that building I showed you yesterday? The 22-story one? Are you ready for this? Remember I told you about the air condition unit? Well, the AC does need a repair. However, it wasn't $250,000. AC unit estimated cost $450,000. And then the elevator is going to need to be replaced or repaired in the next couple of years. So that's another $1.3 million. So the starting bid's at 1.5. It's going to have about 1.7 of repairs right off the bat. So remember, this is what I was telling you guys about commercial right now. Like some of these buildings, like this, and then again, the same building. Surprisingly, this building didn't sell for that much. It sold in 1993 for $11 million. So in 1993, that was like what? Maybe like equivalent to like 40 million today. Maybe like 30 million, I would say. But, and then it last sold, I think like one of its last sales was 6 million. And then believe it or not, the owner, I think the current owner is the owner of is the majority owner of the Boston Orioles, or the Baltimore Orioles, excuse me. Well, it's rented out 30% already. So, but I just wanted to be registered. If the bid stays low, I'll take it. That's all. But if it gets bid up right away, then that's it. Chad Tower, yeah. If it's cheap enough, I mean, because I think I could make the money back. I would just get conversions done, and then I would sell it off floor by floor. But it has to be cheap. If I get lucky, I'll buy it. If the Lord wants me to have that, then amen. But so I should be registered. I mean, again, I sent in the supplemental. They were very strict. I was surprised. So I needed to confirm a lot of stuff to get approved for bidding. Your dad's friend bought a building for $1 million, and it was sold for 50 in 2012. He thought he was buying the dip, and how much repairs does it need? Because that's what I've been telling you guys. I've been telling you guys for years. You could get such crazy deals on commercial, but the problem is that they need so much repair. So this property, I'm telling you right now, it needs just as much in repairs as the starting bid on the property is. So again, most of these, I think the last time it was renovated was 2000. So if you have and again, I think it's 30,000 or 300,000 square feet, I think, built up or so. It's a ridiculous amount. But it's just to repair that, change certain things. I mean, they're very, very high cost. I know contractors in Maryland who could get you an estimate. Well, we'll find out, I think, in the next couple days. Like I said, it needs to be, I'm only registered to get lucky. That's all. So, if nobody shows up to this auction, nobody wants it at 1.5, I mean, I'm assuming my total cost would be $3 million. I could be down with that. But pretty much if there's 2 bidders, I'm done. I'm not even going to bid on it till the auction, we'll see when it just opens up. I usually don't bid till the last 10 minutes. Well, yeah, there's a couple of these auctions. I've been seeing a couple of them now. There's a couple of big commercial auctions that just these are the ones, those buildings that you hear about with the 500 million to 20, all of that stuff. There is Jerome Powell today at 1:15. So in about 2 hours, a little less. With the strong dollar, do I buy outside America? Not with real estate. I just don't know much about it. And the laws and rights are different. I am starting something with Olivier, my homie, in Malaysia. So, but it's not real estate. I'm making an investment in Malaysia. But other than that, and that one's giving me strong dollar benefits. But other than that, I don't really do anything overseas, real estate wise. Gotta see this video. What is it? Bowen on the high. That is Wisa, DJT, BK, Bank of Mellon. Yo, BK, what the hell is this? Regional dump. BK, New York Mellon. Hold on. Bonds haven't gone to ape shit yet, but regional's dumping. Did they have news this morning? Yeah, no, they had earnings. So they could be giving a conference call update right now. Yeah, Bank New York Mellon. Again, they're one of the primary dealers for the Fed, believe it or not. Mellon. Yeah, BK, couple quick candles, 54.50 down to 53.27. Again, they had earnings this morning. Oldest bank in America. I did not know that. Really? That's crazy. That was another one of those auctions I saw. It was a land lease for a bank. That was unique. I've never seen anything like that. I've never done a deal like that. It was like a McDonald's deal. So there was a couple of Wells Fargo properties, and you could buy the ground rights to the property. So you're buying the land, but the deal is simply for the lease on the land. It's a trip. But where I think where 20 Wells Fargo locations are. So you buy the land and it just pays, and you don't pay taxes. They pay tax and everything. So it's a triple net. They do all of it, and then I just don't know the renewal terms. I haven't seen too many of them. Nothing's the catch. You have different rights. I mean, again, and you own, like, you just own different things, and your involvement is a little different. Why does everyone love Baba even though it underperforms? Because it's underperforming due to, like, expectations. So, like, Baba does very, very good, right? It's just not doing as good as it once was. It's like Derrick Rose. I think Alibaba. Do you like? What's your favorite sport, Adam? I'm pretty well versed in sports. I could give you a good analogy. I don't know if you like basketball, but Alibaba is like Derrick Rose in a weird way. You know, it was literally the king at one point. You know, dunk contest, assists, points, everything. Like Derrick Rose. You know what I'm saying? Would dunk on your ass. Like, it was Baba, bro. Alibaba, I mean, and even to this day, and this is kind of what I'm saying, is like they produce, they make, billions of dollars. Like, we're talking $20 billion a year, more, a quarter. You know, they make a lot of money, but it just, they got that glass knee, which is the government of China, and they've done bad, and they've been injured. So it's like when Derrick Rose first came back, it's just like people like him a lot, and like there's a lot of hype around it, but we're kind of looking for Baba to reach its former glory. There was a lot of potential, and it's still young, but there was kind of some injuries. But realistically, I think Baba is it's a stock. It's like a NFL or NBA player who got injured, but they're still young, and they still kind of have that upside. But you're fighting against injury risk. It will one day unless it gets injured. You see what I'm saying? It's like I think Baba's an MVP candidate. However, the thing about injuries, you never know. Like, we don't know what Xi Jinping's going to do. Euro close. Yeah, actually. So Euro close. And you got 22 million. The volume is lower than yesterday. Still 11 million an hour, but yesterday I think we were doing like 15 or 20. Yesterday's volume was pretty active. Derrick Rose said yesterday he's not retiring. Really? Well, there you have it. There you have it. D-Rose never got back to MVP status. Yeah, he didn't. He kept the name, and he's always there, but yeah. I don't even know who did. Like, Gordon Hayward, did he ever get back? Did anybody? I don't know too many people who've been injured and came back to, and that's the thing about the injuries. Mm-hmm. Hayward's on the Thunder. He used to. I remember that knee injury or his leg. But man, he used to be crazy. Joe Burrow. Yeah, so maybe Joe Baba. Joe Burrow Baba. I just wanted to let you know Kendrick better than Drake. I think Kendrick is a better rapper, but if you think that Kendrick diss was better than Drake's diss, then I don't know, man. I don't, because I'm 5'6". It would make more sense for me to support Kendrick. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a pretty boy. I don't have a heart in my head. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. I guess my girl got purses and shit, but like I don't like, like I don't know. Like I think I do like Kendrick a lot, but drop and give me 50. Hey, that was insane. Kendrick flow. He doesn't vibe the same way. Kendrick though, but here's the thing. Like I will admit, even on like the Kendrick diss, you gotta understand Kendrick. So the first couple times I listened to the Kendrick diss, a lot of it went over my head. There were some disses and bars in there that like, nah, like yeah, he's very, very deep. Like I think you gotta give Kendrick the credit that's deserved, but Drake was insane. Nah, the Rick Ross, I like the Rick Ross one, but not like Drake. Drop and give me 50. J. Cole's was good, but then he apologized afterwards. You know what I'm saying? That's it. He came, he kind of took himself out of it. Nah, Drake's is great. Bro, and Drake, y'all don't realize it? Did y'all listen to the Drake one? Did you not realize the ending? There's something about the ending of the Drake one. I mean, y'all got me giving you news on the rap game. You got me interpreting this for you now? Oh, man. Y'all don't realize what he did at the end? He did something at the end of that song. Oh, yeah. Y'all don't realize it? He let that, like, if you listen to the end, bro, the beat switches up, and then he starts singing another hook. He already has, yeah, bro, he got a part 2 for him, ready to go. That was just that's why he said, don't make me wake the demon up, man. He said, nah, bro. He gave you a little snippet. I was like, oh, man. Distraction. It may be a distraction, but it's good. I like it. This was like the best thing in rap music in a while. I've been thoroughly enjoying all of it. Regardless of who you like, I think all of them have given a great effort. It's been a lot of fun. And I love it. I love it. They did it. It's been enjoyable, honestly. It's kind of what it's at least, this is a distraction that I needed. Because it's fine. It was a good one. It was a great hip-hop beef that has turned into great content. Yeah, you got it. It's actually crazy. I'll give you. So what you got to do, it all started, people don't realize this. Low key, it started with the first-person shooter song with Drake and J. Cole. That's where it started. Low key. And Kendrick didn't like that. And then you go listen to the Future and Kendrick. And then there's one by J. Cole. Then J. Cole responds. And then Rick Ross responds. And then Drake responds. Just listen to all of those. You're in for a good time. I listened to it while I was driving. I got to do all of them. So it was great. Metro, shut the fuck up and make some drums. That's the cold. That was sadly the hardest diss out of all of it. Because he just said what everybody think. Literally, man, that's so bad. That's so bad. It's out of we went after Metro. And just go make beats, bro. Nah, bro. Drake is funny, bro. That's why he said on the song, he's like, I don't care what Cole said. That shit was whack. Oh, man. Good times. Well, good times. And then meanwhile, the SPY is still near kind of the lows of the day. I mean, you're barely red. Dow is in the green. Everything else is red. The VIX finally in the red too, but bonds murdered today. And this is you're right above the lows of yesterday, man. We've had about 2 hours. So hopefully You guys are ready for Euro close. I don't know. I was actually getting ready to do push-ups. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Apple on the low. Make sure you guys are subscribed. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp in real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we've been here for 2.5 hours. We have 4.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to drop it. Give me 50. Hey. You should do some push-ups, okay? Okay, it's not Drake making fun of you for being, an industry hoe. That's not what I'm saying by do your push-ups. I mean, it's because we stay here 7 hours a day, and it's not good for your body to be stationary. Okay, so you want to move around a little bit, and I want y'all to be safe and healthy, and I want you to be in a good mood, in a good spirit, because when you're not, you end up getting banned. That's honestly what ends up happening. Because then you just start talking, you'd be like talking out your neck, like Kendrick says, and then you get clapped because your body was agitated, and then it came out through your keyboard. So just get up and start moving around. It's fun for the whole family. It's good for your spine. Your future kids and your genetic DNA will thank you. So just get up, move around a little bit. There you go. I'll listen. All I want you to do is this, man. Honestly, it's a good one for you. This is for the cortisol. Can you just do me a favor and clear your mind? I don't want you to think about anything. Just go. Nothing. Empty the mind. Empty it all out. Empty it. Empty it. Empty it. Okay? Then drop the shoulders. Then drop the shoulders. And I just want you to focus on dropping the shoulders. That's it. That's all. That's all. All you should focus on is letting your shoulders fall as low as possible. All you should think about is letting your shoulders drop. That's it. Feels good, bro. I'm telling you, that's been helping me these last couple weeks. You have no idea. Like, my shoulders have actually, oh, man, it's noticeable. So relax, baby. Okay, relax the jaw, too. Go. Breathe in really deep. Go. Breathe out with your tongue out. Go. Adidas deliveries better than expected in first quarter. Didn't they just guide down? So Nike's popping off of that. ADDYY. All right, man, move around. Let's go. Let's say, stop and give me 50A. Oh. Earnings are going to be, low-key they have been, bro. To start off, it's early. Bro, Adidas and Nike popping. I'm doing resistances. And then SPY a little bit more above VWAP. Yeah, Adidas revenues grew 4% to 545 versus guidance of 527. Company's gross margin improved 6.4 to 51.2 versus 44.8. And then operating profit reached 336 million versus 60 million. Damn, they killed it. Didn't they just guide down? A ticker for Adidas, ADDYY. Realistically though, Adidas is up 3, but you could play Nike. That's the first one I went to. So low key though, you are starting to move. Oh. I think they did. I think they guided down a couple of months ago. Oh. All right, one more. Let's go. I'm going to hit that wall stretch. I'll play you some of this, and then yalla.
Deepfakes. Earlier this year, sexually explicit deepfake images of Taylor Swift flooded Facebook and other social platforms, prompting an outcry from the White House, AI experts, and other advocacy groups. According to a statement made by the board, it will evaluate whether 2 separate AI-created images depicting nude women posted on Facebook should have been removed under Meta's content policies. Caroline.
Now, I want to focus a bit more on some of Meta's business models and indeed what's been happening with our big take today. In the age of social media, it's very easy, Ed, to be deceived, but the latest scam is proving to be deadly. It's exploiting the shame and embarrassment of teenage boys. Joining us now, Bloomberg's Olivia Carville, and I'm not ashamed to say that I cried several times reading this story on the train this morning. What Business Week and what your reporting does so well so often is you shine a light on a few key individual stories. You make the story real. Jordan DeMay is one of them. Can you just articulate what happened to him and ultimately how many more numbers of people this was happening to?
Jordan DeMay fell victim to what is known as a sextortion scam. This is sexual extortion. Essentially, he was contacted by what he thought was a teenage girl on Instagram, and she turned the conversation flirtatious. She sent him a naked photo of herself and asked for one in return. When Jordan complied and sent a nude photo back to this individual through Instagram, immediately he was blackmailed for money. So what actually unfolded and what he had no idea of is that who was behind that account was actually con men or scammers based in Lagos, Nigeria, who had been contacting hundreds of teen boys across the US, reaching out to them to try and elicit a nude photo from them to then blackmail them. This crime, sextortion, is now the fastest growing crime in the US. The FBI has been sending out PSAs because sadly it's resulted in the suicide of more than 24 teen boys, including Jordan DeMay.
And a guilty plea coming from 2 very young boys themselves, ultimately, and just adults in Lagos who are now here in the US. Snap did respond to your reporting, saying they're ramping up our tools to combat sextortion, and we have extra safeguards for teens to protect against unwanted contact. And indeed, Meta's global head of safety you've been speaking to, saying that sextortion is a horrific crime, and we spent years building technology to combat it and support law enforcement in investigating and prosecuting the criminals behind it. But ultimately, you're saying this is still growing. What more stories are you hearing, or indeed ways in which is it technology that ends up being able to be a force against this?
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I mean, for the social media platforms, they don't want this occurring. You know, these individuals, these bad actors are hacking into Instagram accounts to pretend to be these teen girls in order to coerce these nude photos. So for the platforms, it becomes, how do we prevent this from the outset? So they're using artificial intelligence to do things like suspect or detect suspicious activity on the platform. Meta is now sending sextortion-focused safety notices to teens.
There's 3,000 of
saying,
these cases
this is what
reported a year.
Be wary, be careful of who you're talking to. And just last week, they announced that they're going to be
there's 3,000 sextortion
nude images that are sent through the platform
every year.
So all of these steps
every
are being
year.
taken
This is a
in
yearly,
an effort to try and curb
that's like
this
10,000
crime.
people
But from the
every
FBI's
3 years.
perspective and law enforcement perspective, it's just growing too big.
That's
it's
crazy.
moving too fast, and the scammers are
I
too
thank God.
ruthless
This is the
in
moment.
how
This
they
is why I
blackmail
know
the
God
teens.
made me
they
ugly.
push them to the edge.
Because
and
I just
beyond
know
to
I'm
try and
ugly.
get as
So if
much
someone
money
was
as
like,
they
send me a
possibly
nude
can
photo
from
of
these
you, I'm
young
like,
boys.
that's not. No
Olivia, this
human
is
wants to see
the
that.
latest in a series of investigations.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
done.
I just know. Like, I've never had a girl. I've had girls very much into me, never asking me for a nude photo. Nobody, you know, they'll send me one, but I've never been asked to. They've been like, yo, you send me one. No one ever wants to see me. The fuck? Yeah, I could send like a Geico lizard. I don't know if that counts. So God protected me. I don't know if I don't know what I would do in that situation. Have any of you ever been sextorted? Has anybody had this happen? Is this a safe space? You could come out and tell me. I'll just make fun of you a little bit. Don't worry. We could get through this together. You know, don't worry. Because I feel like if it happened to me, I would have been like, fuck you. We're making an OnlyFans. This ain't sextortion. This is a collaboration now. I mean, you going to soft launch it. I'm going to have to make the grand opening then if I have no choice. I mean, shit, this wasn't my intention nor my plan, but shit, amor fati. Amor fati. They tried. I didn't. No way. Really? He said, I'm married. Same difference. That's a funny joke. That's a good joke. I like that. I like that, Jeff. Wait, so what? So wait, hold on, AC. CPRI? CPRI kind of popping. 0.3. You had it. I told the scammers, you got to pay me. That's a high quality photo. Nah, hold on. AC, so did you, like, so what happened? And you just ignored them and they went away? But, like, did you get, like, so you were just, like, Snapchatting nudes left and right? You're like, what's up? Are you feeling it? You were like, yeah, I look good today. They caught me lacking on Facebook. They threatened to tell everyone on my friends list. I told them, go for it. Damn. See, so it did. My boy had it happen. They sent it to his aunt. I checked my junk email one day, and there my password was, and they weren't threatening, but I have no webcam. Oh, so you got, like, hacked? So, like, someone, but it wasn't, like, sex. Sextortion is very specific. You know, there's a lot of scammers and other things out there, but sextortion, like, because even then Snapchat's like, we're going to try to prevent this. It's like, how are you going to prevent these people from doing this? This is like age old, just fall. This is like the Nigerian scam with a little horny twist. Got pictures of your cat. There's a doc on Netflix about it. I think there's been a lot in the past. Even that, like, I forgot that one dude. There's a big case around it. 50.62. So we're slightly higher than yesterday. That WISA stock, we had that one up earlier. The Nigerian print scam has been going on since the 1800s. Really? AI on the high. AI kind of ripping. And then Apple, and then lately that news there on Adidas, it brought up Nike, LVMH, and a couple of other ones. It's JWN. I think still 17. It went down again. Ooh. Ooh. Bad retail sales. I don't have Nike in the long term. We were considering it. Yeah, so retail sales clapped Nordstrom's yesterday. I've not gotten anything on them, though. Because remember, Nordstrom's for the buyout. I could be down to double dip. It is $1,000 or $1 lower. High tickers kind of going nuts. Maxine Waters on CNBC. Oh, they were saying that. Yeah, Live Nation, wasn't it antitrust news? Then 50.65. It's crazy that this is that like little pin from yesterday, but it's actually like kind of near our high of the day. So believe it or not, I mean, you've worked your way up, slight new high of the day. After hitting a new low, then you hit another new low, and now you're climbing right back up there. And again, the bonds recovered a lot, but still borderline murked on the day. Actually hideous. Maxine. Well, let me see. I'm trying to find something out here on Nordstrom's.
Jeffrey said this House of Representatives.
But isn't the most important thing to get these bills passed urgently for the security of our allies?
Well, to tell you the truth, it has been important to keep the government going for a long time. And we had to fight against the Republicans who wanted to shut it down. Marjorie Taylor Greene and others wanted to shut down government. Hakeem Jeffries worked very hard with the other four corners that are involved in making these kinds of decisions to keep it open.
Sir?
And so we had to produce more Democratic votes to do that.
Yeah, you got a new high now.
And so we have to play each of these as it presents itself.
But it's just,
Boeing's about to go 170, and then that's new high of the day on the SPY.
And the back and forth, and want to see.
Yeah, you have Jerome Powell in an hour and 15.
Americans are sick and tired of Trump and the right-wing Republicans.
I'm not sure they're sick and tired of Trump.
Well, I am. I'm very sure of it. And no matter what goes on, he's still in trial. He's still an indicted individual, and he has a long way to go.
Tell us about Sam Maxine.
Even,
my goodness,
to really be the president of the United States.
I want to talk to you about policy and about some of your work on House Financial Services.
Yes.
You have focused very strongly on housing,
yes,
housing affordability,
yes,
housing access.
That's right.
We have mortgage rates marching higher again, and I wonder if you think the Fed should be making a move sooner rather than later to open up this market again.
Well, it's all about inflation, and the Fed is responsible for the policy that determines whether or not we are trying to limit the inflation and keep it from rising, or whether or not they can go back and start to reduce the interest rates. And we don't have a lot of say in that. That's a decision by the Feds. And so I'm hopeful that the interest rates will go down. I'm hopeful that, the groceries and household goods will again be more affordable. And I'm hoping that we can get more affordable housing. Housing right now is driving the inflation because the market is just not there for people to invest their money in building, more housing. And so it's all about demand. And so I'm hopeful that inflation will continue to go down. And of course, I have three big bills that amount to about $150 billion to end homelessness, to create more affordable housing, to deal with the problems of what we need to do to repair public housing, on and on and on. We're in a crisis in this country. In my own county, about 70,000 people are on the streets every night. In the United States, it's about 656,000 people who are on the streets every night homeless. It is shameful that this is going on in America, and we've got to deal with it.
Where do you face the biggest resistance on those housing policies?
Well, I think that we've got to restructure housing policy. We've got to understand that the locals have land use responsibility, and that our mayors and our city council people are going to have to do more to have one-stop shops in order to expedite permitting and licensing.
Not a recommendation.
To negotiate with those who are
will
willing
lose money.
To build affordable
I grabbed
housing
1,000 shares of JWN.
Have to engage in so many
I'm going
changes,
with Nordstrom,
like changing the
1750.
wires and all kinds of
I
locations.
should have got it in
before they can start
1748, but
building. They've got to
it's a little
reduce
higher
those
on the
costs.
day,
Right
in the
now,
middle.
Affordable housing
But I'm playing
is
the,
up to
I'm double
$600,000
dipping. Remember, we flipped out of this a couple days ago,
per
a couple
unit,
weeks ago.
and that's not affordable.
Also wanted to ask you about the state of banks,
double
since
dip.
it's been now more than a year since
Yeah,
the regional
Nordstrom's.
banking
They got
crisis.
the going
you were
private
very
offer
involved, author of
a
legislation to
month
support
ago,
the banks.
month and a half ago.
Where do you think we stand at this point in terms of the health of regional banks?
Well, to tell you the truth, we're fighting the biggest banks in America who do not want to be in compliance with ensuring that they have the capital that's necessary to avoid a run on the banks. We have the big banks who are lobbying very hard. But as you know, Basel III has indicated
I don't know why she's on
that
here.
the capital should be increased.
Yeah, thanks. I don't know why. Yeah, Maxine Waters. They were hyping it up a little bit, but almost 8-9 points from that little high back to the close of yesterday. Again, SPY break even. I just made a play there on Nordstrom's. And now it is almost 9 o'clock. Still very early. And then we just hit a high. I mean, you just sold off right away, but It's kind of just keeping you pinned here. I don't know. I mean, the bonds crept up even further today. The market just still near the lows. I mean, the earnings were good, too. To start off, Bank of America was kind of it started off good. I mean, their earnings was good. It was just their commercial real estate. That was the thing that wasn't good, but they got beat a little bit. But then Morgan Stanley was fine, and then again, UNH. You see the email with ChatGPT? I got to predict the market with an option play. Oh, I did see that. You asked you asked Is that why people try to tell me it like that? That's funny. Y'all really do think I'm an AI? But yeah, were you the one who asked it? You were like, if your life depended on it, and you got the ChatGPT to tell you to buy spy calls. Yeah. So apparently, the ChatGPT's like, in this situation where my life depended on it, and I'm like, man, they ask me that too. I'm like, y'all really think that's gonna get you around? Hawaiian Electric extends decline to 14. What? Dude, this thing, they're still been getting clobbered from that situation. So they had that death and destruction, stayed pinned, and then what? Just under a year later is getting the death blow. And then SPY right at VWAP. 10-year. I mean, it's just been like, it had a knee-jerk reaction, like bounce after hitting literally almost 475. House GOP asked Hawaiian Electric for more documents and probe. So there's that headline. Would you get the Elon AI chip in your brain if there was no side effects? Yeah, man. Yeah. I'm just like, I'm really curious. You know what I'm saying? I want people to fuck with my body and shit, you know? I'm just like, and there's so much in life that I just want to experience that, and I don't want to think for myself, so I'm going to fucking give me this chip. No side effects. I believe it, dog. I'm down. Shit. Yeah, give me benefits. I'm down. Why not? Nah, man, I'm very not down. I plan on getting nothing in my body for until I die. I hope if I could go as long as possible without having to have anything implanted into my body, I will try that. What happened? You just hit the high. I was just explaining it to you right before. I was just saying we hit a new low, then you hit a new high, then you hit a new low off of that, and then this one we worked up, hit a new high, and then we instantly just came down. Unfortunately, I think it's just the movement. I mean, we did break some levels today or got close to it, and we did hit a new low, but I just think the range is wide. I went with Nordstrom's because they're coming down now, and I remember I flipped them at the 18s when they were holding up, but they got that news, I think it was around here, that they're going to be going private, so it's almost filled that gap. And I think even if there's volatility with bonds and rates, I mean, it has its own individual news. It may not trade as low, and then it could hold up. So again, most of these buyout plays have done pretty decent. So it's lower than the last time I flipped it too. My body. They don't know, bro. They don't know. We changed from sell the rip to buy the dip. Well, I mean, overall, though, we just can't forget we are... Why does my SPY chart look so big? We are still going down, though. I mean, this is it. We've been setting lows. So above all else, we've been there. Intel welcomes platform for enterprise, open platform for enterprise AI. I don't know what that means. Is that a company or an idea? Intel welcomes open platform for enterprise AI. There is still stuff in the Middle East. I mean, Israel kind of calmed down, it seems like, overnight, but we're still waiting. Dollar new high. Slightly. It's crazy. It's like a slight tick up. Remember the other day, it was kind of like that too, but even then the dollar, these little candles, they just start to add up, but we are getting now to the low of what, the day after Powell, which is crazy because bonds and a lot of things have already unwound that. Open platforms is OpenAI. Oh, then there you go. You got 32K on the tower in Baltimore. We'll drop some money. Well, I don't get your hopes up. You know, I'm not expecting anything crazy, but it is, you know, if the opportunity's there, we'll take it. Oscar on the high. Shout out to Oscars, Oscar Health. Oscar. I don't think MPW is in the business of buying buildings. I'm trying to buy a building off of MPW. I feel I need to find it. Remember, I have their property list, but I can't find what they're listed at. I found a couple of auctions that may be one of their properties. I wasn't able to double check, but in general, I mean, I'm trying to buy a MPW hospital. You know what I'm saying? More Oscars in this chat than anywhere in the world. Yeah, I think that's a fun fact of Chattadonia. The most popular name in Chattadonia is Oscar. Blake Griffin just retired. Shout out to Kia. You know, Blake Griffin was rocking the Kias before the Kias got cool. You know that? Answers Hospital. I don't think you'd like my hospital. It wouldn't be an effective hospital. They're like, every patient that goes in gets prescribed the same thing, water and sleep. What's wrong with this guy? You can't. Well, I think a lot of things get fixed with water and sleep. I'm just saying. A little, and then, 30 minutes physical activity a day. The chop is real. There's still a couple of names moving. I mean, Southwest on the high, Oscar Health, that WISA. That thing went up another 100%. If you're into those. Baidu bottom? No, not until earnings, unfortunately. And just with everything going on with China. So I don't think that thing will ever bottom until China borderline bottoms, or they get news of outperforming, kind of like Pinduoduo did. But even Pinduoduo gave up a lot. Remember, Pinduoduo was just at 160? 150. Damn. Pinduoduo. Powell's speech shouldn't be that big, but it would be unexpected if he deviates from the plan. And if he does, that'll be big. But for now, we're generally not expecting too much from Powell. Neither is the overall market. I mean, the bond market is already punished anyways. If anything, the thing about Powell today is simply that we had the core CPI. So last time we heard Powell, you didn't have another hot CPI print. This time we have Powell today. It is now following CPI. They're going to get to ask him about that, and we'll get his take. Green shoot, high ticker, kind of just popped off there, and you got a decent pop at VWAP. Is this opening candle? You're a little bit below it. I mean, bonds have recovered earlier, but, I mean, stocks are definitely fluctuating more than bonds. Hababullah. You're the best. God bless you. Habibi. True go. Amen. I appreciate you. I hope your day's good. You got a lawn turn? That's the real goat maker. Habibi. Wisa, that thing's still going. BTU, I don't know, coal plays. And then again, Southwest. SPY to pop. Southwest up 0.97. Delta, UNH. I mean, Morgan Stanley held up pretty good for the earnings. Bank of America still weak, has not gone lower. XLF right in the middle. So one good, one bad. What time Powell speaks? It's a scavenger hunt. You have to like the video for your first clue. So if you like the video, and the answer will be placed above your hands. No? Is it a riddle? This is your first clue. Like the video. You'll see. See, it's your first clue. It makes sense if oil dumps, the commodity miners get another leg up because input costs would go down. It depends if it's sustainably down. So, like in the short term, it doesn't really matter. Like it has that effect, but it's kind of like, does it stay up or does it stay down? You know, that's been a big issue with the market, like oil in general, right? You know, remember, oil started at 60 and went to 70. People are like, oil's still not high because it has to stay up there. And like, it's about like 70, staying at 70 and then going into 80 and then 80 actually holding. And now we're going into 90. So if it's a sustainable and like, I mean, if it lasts for a month, a quarter, then yeah, but anything too short term, unfortunately, I think it's just too hard to say or no effect at all. What would you do if you had to start over from nothing today? I would get a job. Because then I need a bag just in case I found a stock or a real estate deal. I would need money unless I could ask Donald Trump or Chad for a loan. But if none of those options are available to me, I would need capital. So a job to begin my 10% savings journey. And then while I'm not working, I would be looking into a real estate and making a long term. You wouldn't become an agent again? I would. I would get my job. I mean, again, assuming I didn't have Josh to, you know, guide me, or how am I going to pay for my license and anything? I would have to get a job. So first thing I would do is get a job. I'd apply to Apple, Starbucks, Costco, anywhere, good benefits, somewhere I'd like to maybe get some discounts, you know, maybe good stock options, but I would get a job and then I would do real estate on the side until I could afford it. And then I would stack up, go look for wholesales while getting an agent license so I could get paid on either side, and then work until one of those pans out. And it would, though. That's the thing. So I would just do that until I didn't have to work. New NAR ruling. We're starting to see some changes. I mean, it hasn't had too much of an effect just yet. I think it's just going to be like language changes, but I mean, I think it's going to have some impact on the discussion of properties, but I don't know per se how it's going to like actually lead to anything too different. Why not trade till you get the capital? Because that's, where the fuck did I get this money in my trading account then? What the hell? This is amazing, Lord. Shit. At that point, if I just had a trading account with money without ever having to work for it, I would just become a damn, like, monk. And I would say, Lord, thank you for this. I'd be like, that'd be like the fish story. So I need money. Like, that's, I mean, I'm looking at it realistically. if I really had to start over and I had nothing, I could not take advantage of relationships or anything, you know what I'm saying? And like all I had was my hands and who I am. You got NVIDIA news. NVIDIA expanding RTX professional graphics offering with new NVIDIA Amphitheater architecture GPU for desktop. NVIDIA RTX A400 and RTX A1000. A400 GPU expected to be available from channel partners starting in May, with anticipated availability from summer from manufacturers. NVIDIA RTX A1000 GPU is now available through distributors such as PNY and Ryoyo Electric. New NVIDIA graphic card. And then we sub, bro. Well, there you go. You watched Civil War. Did it come out yet? I didn't know that was out. Not bad. Those are budget tier professional cards. Just a new card, no games to support it. But that still is an advancement. And then that means my computer just got older. Thanks, NVIDIA. But yeah, like I was saying, start over though. You got to stack up the income. Starting with, someone said it there, man. You could underestimate what you could do. Just any source of consistent income. And then I would use that to trade. I wouldn't trade all of it though, because I'd be like, damn, man. Like if I lose it, I just worked. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't be doing that. So I think I'd put it in the long term though. I'd want to guarantee my work, but like my goal to get out of it would be a mix of stocks and real estate though. And then, I mean, if I could hit the real estate, then that could open up the doors for the trading or vice versa. Just all depends on how things play out. Instructions unclear. Pushing back Josh's reset? Tim Whitman. Hard up. Amen. My man. I love it. Bam, that sounds familiar. I have not looked into it though. Low capital hacks? What do you mean? Bam. Yeah, Brookfield Asset Management. So I think they have a lot of, correct me if I'm wrong, don't they have a lot of commercial exposure? So I think they have a lot of commercial real estate. Got another 200 shares of Tesla. You got 1,900 Tesla shares. Let's go, baby. Shout out to Elon. Would you trade or long-term invest? I would long-term invest a majority of it. So like if I knew what I knew about trading, I would put a little bit down to trade, but like I would put majority of the money I saved from my job into the long term, because then, like I'm saying, like if I had to work a job when I was not working that job, like I wouldn't be making a YouTube video. I wouldn't be playing 2K. I wouldn't be doing, and like I wouldn't be trying to go get laid. I wouldn't be doing anything. I would be going and calling or knocking on doors or creating lists if it's too late to talk to somebody all about real estate. all about real estate. And I would do that until I found a deal, and then that's why if the money is in the long term, right when I find it, I'd be good to go. I would be good to go. BS. I mean, it's kind of what I did in my normal life. I think I guess I know what I know now. I think I made mistakes with drugs and girls and bad time management and friends along the way, but it's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. Sure. We'll agree then. We'll agree on it or disagree. Either way, that is the plan I've outlined. So it's up to you. But long term, the general idea is if you keep it in the long term, whenever you find that opportunity, you will be able to act on it. And like that's why compared to trading, it's like I would trade a little bit, but at the same time, if I lost anything, it's like, what if I found a real estate deal? What if I came across something and I needed $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 and I didn't have it there because I lost it or I spent it or I didn't save? Then that would be unfortunate. I never understood that because you do know what you know now. You could use your knowledge. Well, yeah. I mean, my knowledge to get out of it, I mean, I need money. Like, that's the thing. It's unfortunately, and I guess I'm just speaking from the reality of not starting with a lot. Because, again, any accounts I've ever started with, like I started with $2,000. You know what I'm saying? But it comes down to, like, where do you build the capital and start from? So, like, even then, if we're talking small amounts of money, like if I go and work like Costco, again, even like our long-term account, the YouTube one, that's based off $36,000 a year. Would I make more if I worked at Costco? So I don't know. Like if I worked at Costco, I think if I worked full time, I'd make more than that. I think so. It's like you would need the money, and I would need to get that money. But like I've always said it, imagine. I guess how long would it take to work a job and save up $5,000 to trade? I guess I need $9,000. I need $9,000 if I'm going to use a real life example too. $9,000. So again, you're telling me I have nothing. I start over. Right? I'm going to go get my job. So right, what I'm thinking in my mind, what I'm telling, I need $9,000 to saved up in the side. That's what I would try to plan and forecast for. I would need 9,000. But now let's say I had that 9,000. Why I'm saying that amount, look at the two options. So if I take that 9,000 and I put it into stocks, well, in the long term, I think give me a couple years, I know I could turn that into 20 grand or more. We've been able to do that. But at the same time, let's say if I traded that 9,000, I would need to like, what type of money are we looking for? Right? So I save up $9,000. Maybe it takes me 3 to 6 months, maybe more or less, depending on where my living situation is, right? So how much do you want from trading? What's a good amount then? So we come in with $9K. I'm working at Costco. I get my job. I'm eating my hot dogs to save money. And then I go and I trade it. What are we looking for? What's our target? Like how much money am I looking to get off of this? 3 to 4K? Well, what am I going to do with 3 to 4K? Am I going to quit? I'm going to still have to work at Costco then. Or is the goal like 3 to 4K, then grow it, and then now take 14,000 and then flip like another 5K from the 14, and then just do that until we either lose or it grows bigger? Mm-mm. 100K, 50K. Yeah, somewhat. All right. Texted me the math on the long term. So that's the thing you got to think about. What's the goal? But whatever it may be, it's like if we wanted 10 grand, we got to make 100% on that account trading. If I wanted 30 grand, I need to make 200 to 300%. Right? If we wanted to make 100 grand, I would need to 10x that, and then again, that would buy you time. I mean, if I'm making 30 to 50K a year, made 100 grand trading, that would be great. It would allow, maybe you could take work off and then build from there, but then you'd have to, pay for the living. But in that same respect, why I use the $9,000? Because I've given you that example. I got one deal in my life I've done before. It cost me $9,000 to get the keys to the property. And then I sold that property, I think it was like 16 or 14 months later for $125,000 or $150,000 profit. And so I did have to pay mortgages, but then again, I could have worked Pinduoduo, popping. Big pop on Pinduoduo. Yo, check news on Pinduoduo. Big pop. That thing just went red to green. I don't see anything on Pinduoduo. S&P April 9. No, I don't see anything. Yo, huge pop on Pinduoduo. No headlines on that. I don't know if any of the other China names are running up too. Nah, that's just Pinduoduo. Contracts are not. They were just down, so then they just popped back up here. So the contracts were down on the day, and they went up on there. It's actually just sitting even now. Yeah, it was down though. I'm not seeing anything. It's coming back down. Again, the options were down and then they went green. Well, yeah, not bad. Not bad. And then what time is it? 9:30? You're about to be at hour number 3. Nice. And then 3 minutes for Williams. Uber rated in tax probe and Portuguese delivery partners. Yo, what? Uber is rated in tax probe of Portuguese delivery. Uber is not moving. I have a report coming across right now. I don't know if it could be one of their subsidiaries in Portugal, but it says Uber rated in tax probe of Portuguese delivery partners. And then Pinduoduo, we don't have a headline. But yeah, back to the fake scenario. Spy holding. The real estate, I think that one though, like I'm saying, $9,000, I've turned that into a decent deal. It's still, all of it would take time, unfortunately, but like it's way easier to turn smaller amounts of money into big money with real estate. And that's what I've always liked, to leverage and do it safer. So that's why that's my plan. So I don't know, despite what I know and what I'm aware of, there's a reason why I lean towards real estate in certain scenarios, and in that one especially. It's kind of like the Bitcoin thing I said with the house flip as well too. It's just like at some point you could only get certain leverage with a certain amount of safety, and that's why like that would be my main priority. Because if I could close 1 or 2 real estate deals, and I play my cards right, and I have the savings, maybe it takes a year or two, boom, 2 big deals. That would be enough to not only get me out of working a job and then having savings, that'll be enough to have a long term, and then even have capital to start putting and building, and then, just keep rinsing and repeating. And then as well, even set up now a sizable trading account and do something even with there at the same respect. You have 40K liquid right now. Should I dump it into real estate? I don't think you should dump it into real estate, but I think you should diligently plan and have it as a viable option. You see what I'm saying? It's not about, like, and that's where, like, this whole thing I've told you guys is a plan. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a plan. Like, homeboy got mad in the chat because I say my plan is I'm going to eat dog shit for 1 to 3 years practically. And I know it and I'm aware of it, and I'm not, like, that would be my game plan, would be to set out, work, stack capital, go about this with the priority so I could get capital and put it into these two things. And once and if you do it and play your cards right, it's like it should be able to set you a foundation to get you wherever you want, you know. And that's why, like, literally, I would really, I would plan. So it's like, you don't have just, 40K, let me just buy anything right now. No, it's just like, you have that money, that's enough to be thinking long-term in real estate. It's setting out, looking for that deal, going about it, putting yourself in a position to keep stacking while you are finding that opportunity. But I would seriously plan for it and look and keep it as a viable option. And, you know, that's enough to do a lot of damage. How much for you to mentor? Free 99, homeboy. Ask anybody in here if you have ever said, here's a property. If you go out and take what I'm telling you and do the work and come back with the fruit and you say, hey, here's this address, here's this property, what do you think? I'll tell you to do it or not. I'm not going to steal the deal from you. If I don't even want to get involved with it, if there's not enough money to do it. Even then, Carson, you sent me that one. Carson, are you here? I saw you just a second ago. But, like, because that even reminds me, like, just if there's not anything there, like, do it yourself, you know. And it's just like, I'll walk you through it, you know. I may sextort you. No, I will not ask you for those. Don't ask me for any pictures. That'd be weird, you know. Richest man in basketball. It is. It really is. That's it. Get income, save 10%, make thy dwelling a profitable investment, and then find places to make your money work for you. The stock market, while you're working. That's it. Real estate, stocks, income, save. It doesn't happen overnight. It sucks, especially starting from the, you know, honestly, y'all ain't feel me, bro. Y'all, I gave you that whole in-depth discussion on all of it, man. And you know what, like, we really didn't even talk about, like, the most realistic part about it. Like, there's, like, the one, like, the hardest part about that is not the time, bro. It's not even, like, the time, and it's not even, like, oh, man, we didn't even imagine the mental aspect of having to start with nothing or to start from scratch if you had something. That'll probably be the most challenging of all of it, and that's word to PHILO. That's why some of y'all be hating on PHILO all the damn time. But, like, I honestly, you know, a lot of the things I said there, you may think, oh, like, I can't buy a house, I can't do this. Like, that shit easy, dog. Trust me. The hard part about all of that would be, like, mentally waking up every day and going to work after losing. Oh, fucking, y'all don't feel me. Y'all don't want to be real. Stop it. You know what I'm saying? The hard part would be starting and seeing very little and minimal improvement day after day, and having the fortitude to actually still pursue it and not go on a fucking self-destructive streak. Y'all don't feel me, man. You know, we talked about all the other stuff, but that right there would be another element, I would say, that is not even being factored in. Y'all have asked me everything else and why I would do this and why I would do that and wouldn't do this and that, but, you know, I do think that's an element that if I'm really thinking about that situation, because y'all are saying if I would really start over, and that's what I would do, but, like, man, I think waking up in the morning would be pretty tough for me personally if I really did lose everything, or if just, like, maybe I didn't have the memory of having things, but then I had to, like, take me back 20, 15 years ago, you know, starting from scratch is like, it is, your vision is different. You know what I'm saying? Like you don't see. I mean, Lord, let the servant see, you know what I'm saying? But like, you do see different, and it's harder to go about it. That's why, you know, the plan probably sounds a little different too. That's every day for you. Well, that's why I can encourage you to stay positive, or regardless of that plan I still give you does apply, you know, and that's why like but again, it's hard to see that when you're going through it, and that's why like going back, knowing what I know now, that would be one of the only things that could help me when it's all said and done, and then the little things to leverage here and there to get me a little speed boost with big amounts. And then Carson, so that deal, Carson, can I talk about it? Am I good to talk about it here, or are you looking for a more intimate response, I guess? I don't know if that's the answer. Did I just make it weird? By all means. So honestly, I don't think you should do that deal with anybody. So I'm proud of you, and it seems like you're doing good, and I'm excited, and honestly, I love that you're willing to like, bro, it sounds like you're willing to go anywhere. It sounds like you already planned out. You're willing to get up, leave Hawaii, move to Florida to get the property. And I'm honestly, I think it will reward you. You know, if anybody willing to chase it like that, you're going to get it. But based on what you told me, why do you need anybody else? So you have your one cousin who could help do the repairs, and then you have people who are going to fund it, and they're willing to like split the money with you. But like, you're the one who has the W-2, you're the one with the job, and you're the one who's going to apply and like have everything. And then if you have to even move to get a property that you qualify for, why are like, it's just too many hands. But like, is there a legitimate reason why you need all of these people? Because that's like the way I'm looking at it, I see a 5-person deal, I think, or 4-person. You got you, your cousin, and then 2 other investors. Right? So go back to what I was even saying. Like those whole deals I was talking about. And like, I'm, you know, a lot of deals, I like to make $100K. I like $100,000. I don't know. It's a good amount. I like 100,000. I mean, inflation has changed things, but I still love 100K all day. You know what I'm saying? But like on a real estate deal too, I feel like 100K is a good amount depending on the value of the property. But like, think about it. If you could only qualify for a certain amount of money, we're saying like 400 or 500K, right? And let's say you do pull out. Uber's popping on this damn. They got raided in Portugal or whatever. But like, let's say you do this deal. Let's say nothing bad happens, right? And everything goes according to plan. And you guys buy a $400,000 property. And it all works out perfectly. You renovate it. And somehow you sell it for $600,000. So like after repair costs maybe and after everything, let's say you walk away with $100,000 profit. Right? Now what happens? You got to take that 100K profit, and then you got to split it up between 4 people. So now you have $25,000 and a tax obligation, and it's 6. You say use that to get into another one, but then again, that's if everybody does not want to buy anything after you give them a $25,000 check, and that's assuming everybody and everything works out perfectly. But then if that's for 6 months of your time, it takes longer, then it's even worse. But it's just like, it's not even worth it. At that point, you're going to be walking away with 6 months of time, $25,000. That's like $2,000 a month. Or no, is it $4,000 a month, $2,000 after taxes? So I would do it yourself to be sadly. And I don't know. I feel like you're a homie, Carson. You know what I'm saying? I feel like you got good friends, or maybe you're the good friend out of all of them. But I feel like, you got brotherly love. You in Hawaii too. You know what I'm saying? And like and I don't know. Maybe I say this to protect you as well, but like it will protect you, kind of in a weird way. Like you don't, you got great friends, and keep it that way. In the way where, people, you hear it from Biggie Smalls down the I don't even know, random TikToks, but, they say business and friends do not mix. So like I'm telling you, imagine one guy is going to do the work. You're going to move out, live in the property, put up everything, and then the other guys are just going to commit capital. Are you guys going to split the money equally and all be okay with that? And then take $100K and try to split it between friends. I mean, by the end of it, you may still have your friends, but there may only be 3 of you instead of 4. It's not like you're going to murder the other dude, but somebody might feel a certain, it always plays out a certain way. But in this way, it's the social element and dealing with it, but also in the number one, like financial way. If we're talking 400,000 or 500,000 property, 6 months of time, and for a flip, there's not enough meat on that bone to split it with 4 people, unfortunately. And I think you should do it yourself. One guy max, maybe the dude who's doing the repair stuff. But at the end of the day, I would say you, my friend, you are the one who is the deal. You are the deal, Carson. You got the loan. You have the wages. You're the one willing to move and go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You are 70% of the deal. So you're just going to, in anything else, you could either hire it out, or if you get a good enough property, you could get someone to loan you the money you need, and they're not going to take 3/4 of your profits. They're going to take maximum 10 to 12% interest. You see what I'm saying? So I would, whatever I needed that I didn't have, I would pay for it in interest, not in partnership, even if interest is high. Because right now you're telling me partnership, you're walking away with 25%. You're still having to commit work and effort. And by the end of it, you still might even lose some friends if people get salty over 1 or 2 things when it's all said and done. So I would I would look in the range you want, go get your approval, and try to find something maybe. And I don't know, man. Let me ask you this. Why Florida? So what made you decide on Florida, though? Because you have everything else is good, dog. You know that? That's why I'm saying I'm proud of you. You're working, you're saving up, you're planning stocks, you're thinking long-term now. You know what I'm saying? So, like, you're on a very, very good track right now. Taxes, that's it? That's all? Habibi. Habibi. Because I was going to say, I mean, especially even if you want to, like, we could start up, I don't know, man. Tennessee has low taxes. Carolinas, I think, got low taxes. No, I know Tennessee has low property tax. I want to say Nevada, but I don't. Nevada's kind of expensive. There's still some cheap stuff there, but I would say Ohio, Tennessee, Texas has no taxes on income, but high property taxes. So, but they got some good. They got good property appreciation lately. So, maybe Alabama. Yeah, Mississippi. But I don't know. But then you could find some cheaper places, low key. Texas is high property tax. Long-term, short-term tenants. Yeah, it'll be nice if you could Airbnb it. But that's still another line of work. But it seems like you're in a position where, like, bro, I think you should, like, especially if you're kind of willing to move around, I would just find a house that you either can buy and flip really quick and make quick money, Or like, bro, just go live in Florida for like a year or two. Just find a good deal on a property, live in it, pay the mortgage. It's a you're worried about taxes. If you got a W-2 job, you'll get a tax refund for the mortgage payments, low key. That's interest. And then 2 years later, just sell it for appreciation. And then meanwhile, you could stack up. And if that time too, you find another property or you get enough saving, you could go buy another property and then just get paid. At least you're not paying rent anymore and let that one work up, or you just flip it. I've been in Florida 2 years, born and raised. Cali, never going back. People hate on Florida, never been here. Bob on fire. Welcome. Do you refinance it then sell it? Why would you refinance it before selling? There's no need to pay the fees. A meeting between Israeli war cabinet is over. The response to Iran's retaliatory strikes has concluded. Israeli official told CNN. Powell, it's a Q&A. It starts in 30 minutes. Israel news. El Coyote just posted it up there saying Israeli war cabinet meeting is over. Their response to Iran's retaliatory strikes has concluded, an Israeli official told CNN. And then ECB Villeroy's talking now. Not sure what to do with it. With what? With Proc? If I'm going in solo with my cousin, I think that would be better. Less people, and then if he has the maintenance work. But then, like, even then, bro, I think you could just get a good property to live in if you qualify. Again, you could do a FHA loan. You work a job, bro. You could get a really good loan. I think you could get a 3% down loan. So, like, if you're telling me if you've worked a job for 2 years, I really think you could get a FHA loan. I mean, if you get a duplex, that's it. You could even have your cousin live in the other unit. And then maybe he could repair that, and then you could do whatever. But, like, hypothetically speaking, you could get a $450,000 home with a $15,000 down payment. You get a Colt agent, have them refund you some of the commission, you know? Be like, come on, Colt agent, let me get some back, bro. Come on. Or you just go get licensed. You go get licensed in the meantime, and then you'll have some of that back. And then boom, that's your down payment, and then the mortgage will be like $3,000 a month. But if you get more than one unit, you rent out one of those in Florida, 2 of them, I mean, you're good to go. But then again, to find that would probably be hood, though, not going to lie to you, at that price point. But the point is, your FHA loan can get you a very low down payment. Again, ECB Villeroy, we would adjust to have ample room in the face of cuts if Middle East geopolitics impacts energy prices. ECB talking energy. Oil's back up, and then gold's at a high. 10% you're paying PMI for the life of the loan. Yeah, I mean, like I told him, sell the house in 2 years. That's it. Just live in it. The guy, you could, until you stack up for another rental or whatever, you could live in it instead of paying rent. get appreciation if you get a good deal on it, and then just sell it and then make $100,000 in equity, hopefully. There's a Colt in Houston. I got to prove FHA. Oh, yeah. Bro, we have a lot in Texas. Yeah. Email me. Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. I'll forward you to one of them. We got I think he might even be out there near Houston. We got a lot in Dallas and San Antonio. Real estate contacts in the Bay Area. Oh, yeah. I have really good contacts and, like, really bad ones. But, yeah. Like, low-key, bro, I'm like, you know, maybe it's because of all of the hi-fi music I listen to. I'm connected in the Bay. You know, I could say that with pride now. Actually, that came out wrong. But, yeah, no, I got some things out in the Bay. I was surprised. And then, you know, one of my favorites... I finessed this one. I got a custom door maker if you need it. In the Bay Area, bro, if you need a custom door, I got the best, fastest guy out there, bro. You have no idea. You have no idea. In New England? Oh, no, I have nothing in New England. I know people in London. But are you talking like New England, like New York? Or are you talking like England? I have people in New York, but I have not done that many deals in New York, actually. So, like, even in the Bay, like, I kind of stayed away from the Bay for a while, but then again, just like, it's closer, just so much SoCal. And then I had a lot of people I knew from LA move up there. Literally, my damn sister moved there. And then bonds kind of coming down. No, we did not do push-ups. Let's get some, baby. Let's get it. What time is it? 9:52. Wow. BSGM. How do you buy in the Bay? It's crazy. There's a deal every day, Habibi. Every day is a deal. You know that? Come on, man. You got every day a deal. Every day. But Chad, we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. I hope you know you're blessed. I love you. I hope your day is going magnificent. But, Chad, we've been here for 3.5 hours. Okay, we got 3.5 hours left to go. Sitting is the new smoking. I need you to get beside your desk and do 10 push-ups. Can't do 10, you do 5. Can't do 5, you do 4. Can't do 4, you do 2. Can't do 2, you do 1. Can't do 1, get on your knees. Do a push-up, plank the worm, anything. But get the body moving then. Optometrist recommendation. Stare at object 10, 20, 30 feet away. Blink a few times. Relax those pretty little eyeballs. Go blink, 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 blink. Bling, 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 blink. Ah, feels good, huh? There you go. Relax those eyeballs, man. Now relax your shoulders too, please. Can you do that for me? Come on, just clear the mind and drop the shoulders. That's it. Come on. Come on, baby. Spotify says 25%. Oh, that one went across. Just drop the shoulders. That's it. Don't say anything. Don't think about anything. Just clear your mind. How many coffees am I on? I'm on nothing. I'm on 4 water bottles so far. I've been awake for a while, though. I've been awake for 4 hours. So I've had a water bottle an hour. Honestly, I'm surprised. I went pee twice today. I only told you about one of them. But one of them, I did a power piss while the dude was talking. So, yeah, man. But are your shoulders relaxed? Are they relaxed? Tradingfraternity@gmail.com. Just relax them. Drop them. Baidu on the high in AI. But that's it. Clear the mind and drop the shoulders. All you have to think about is letting the shoulders hit a new low. And relax, baby. Relax. That's all you got to do. Good. All right, man. Now chest to the sun. Flex the core. Tuck the hips in. That's it. Good posture, baby. Good posture. Like a power pace. Like a quick one. Like, you got to hurry. You got to be quick. Ain't got time to play around. All right, let me hit these resistance. Resistance in the morning. Oh, man. Oh, man. Marcus Hanlon. I'm sorry, I got real quiet there. I'm doing my resistances. I was focusing on the contractions in the back muscles. And then Marcus Hanlon just throwing a dumbbell at me. Thanks, my brother. Oh. Planet Fitness, new CEO joins company in tumult. Oh, you're just racking the weights? That's good. Not everybody does that. Pinduoduo. Baidu started moving too, but yeah, they are moving up. What was the other one? Gold is rocketing. There's something else going up I wanted to see. Not Pinduoduo. Neck rotation. I can't believe it's already 10 almost, man. Can you guys believe that? What did I want to see? No, not Uber. Oh, JWN. Yeah, they went up a little bit. An app allowed them to put them on the background. I don't think it does. I don't know how to get that on there, honestly. Does anybody know? I don't think E-Trade, does it let you put like a logo of the company? Because not everybody can see that. Baba's going. Again, Baidu just woke up not too long ago. All right. I need to do the wall stretch. Let me get you a commercial break. Maybe, unless you want to listen to me stretch, but it gets quiet. Now CNBC. The Fed Beige Book, yeah, it's economic conditions, I believe, or summary of economic conditions, I think. Not projections. We have the Red Book today. I thought that was in the morning. All right, well, I guess you don't get anything. Oh, you get the music.
I'm Alex Rodriguez. I'm a former New York Yankee and played professional baseball for over 20 years. Almost that entire time, I was thinking about
got
business.
Me out of my stretch. I want to hear Alex Rodriguez. I was like, I thought I muted myself. Hold on, I gotta get back into it, bro. Spies at VWAP, I can see it from here. Let's go! Oh. Wow. ECB Villeroy, Europe, took bigger economic hit from Russian war in Ukraine. White House, important thing is that the White House moves on support for Ukraine, Israel, and Indo-Pacific this week. Bob out the rip. Oh shit. This is happening now?
The Indo-Pacific for a wide range of contingencies.
This was like, yeah, where are these headlines
First blush,
coming
it looks
from?
like that. We just want to get more detail.
Final trade.
Together or separate.
Well, I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Not a deal breaker for some.
Place for a second.
At first blush, looks like the speaker's proposal does cover those immediate needs, and they are immediate needs. But we're waiting to get a little bit more detail before we say one way or the other.
John, the speaker said that it would include loans to Ukraine and other, I think, accountability measures that the White House before has said that, would complicate the distribution of aid. Have you had a chance to evaluate those at all? And could you talk about what the president said to the speaker in their phone conversation yesterday?
Same answer as I gave before. I think, again, it appears at first blush that these proposals do get the necessary security assistance to Ukraine and Israel at a critical time right now. We want to learn a little bit more. I won't go into more detail about the conversation with the speaker. I think Karine has already talked to you guys about that. I'll leave it at that, except that. The only thing I would say is that the president stressed very strongly that we've got to move this national security supplemental funding as quickly as possible. We need to see the House move this week.
And I know.
Is the president watching or being briefed on former President Trump's trial in Manhattan?
The president is going to Pennsylvania today, and he's going to do a 3-stop tour. He's going to focus on how he's continuing to help the American people, and you'll hear directly from him today. That's his focus. His focus is on the American people. Don't have anything else.
It's been 11 days since the the investigation into the World Central Kitchen strike was released. Why is the U.S. review of that report taking so long?
We're still taking a look at that. We haven't come to any conclusions one way or another about it. I think you can expect we want to do this in a thoughtful way.
I heard what you said earlier that Israel's response will be its own, but has Israel told the U.S. what it's planning to do at this point?
I will refer you to the Israelis to speak to their decision-making process. That's really for them to speak to, not us.
Go back to Ukraine for a second, John. What's the situation on the ground? How under stress is the Ukrainian military?
It's incredible, the stress that they're under, particularly in the Donbass area where the Russians continue to push west out of Avdiivka. They keep making, it's not a lot of progress every day, but it's a little bit of progress every day. They're pushing back against the deeper defensive lines of the Ukrainians. And it's not just in the east, there's some movement down in the south as well. But just as critically, over Saturday night when we were watching 300 missiles and drones getting launched from Iran into Israel, Mr. Putin was still firing those same Iranian drones and missiles into Ukraine at various sites, knocking out their energy infrastructure, going after the defense industrial base. So it's a very active scene in Ukraine, and the need is acute there as well, which is why we said earlier we wouldn't support a standalone Israel bill because it wouldn't account for what Ukraine needs. Now, again, the speaker's put forward a proposal that would factor into Ukraine, so we'll have to see what that looks like.
Yesterday, Ukraine's president gave an interview to PBS News in which he wondered why, essentially, allies could not shoot down missiles over Ukraine. Similar, he gave the example to Iran, and he raised that in the interview.
And I mentioned this yesterday, I think. I mean, it's a different fight altogether. The president has been very clear that there won't be U.S. boots on the ground. The United States will not get involved in a combat role in the war in Ukraine. It's a different fight. We have long said we're not going to be involved in a combat role in Ukraine. The president's been very, very, very consistent on that.
Is it different just because Russia has nukes?
We've been very consistent on that. It's a different fight altogether, different set of circumstances.
Because of the nuclear issue or because of something different?
Different set of circumstances.
Any update on the Rafah meeting?
No update on the meeting to speak to today, Steve. We're still hoping to have another round. I will add that after the virtual meeting, there were technical talks at a lower level in the staff. Those talks continue between the Israelis and the United States, and we're hoping to get another meeting on for Rafah here in coming days, but I don't have anything on the schedule.
Has there been any communications with Iran since the attack that happened over the weekend?
Not that I'm aware of. Not that I'm aware of. Okay.
Last thing, what was the president's reaction to the protests about Gaza yesterday that shut down major thoroughfares in big cities?
I had a chance to speak to the president about his personal reaction to that, and I think Karine has already talked very much about the protest activity, and I'll leave it to her. Thank you.
Will the president
talk about the U.S. Steel-Nippon merger at all when he's in Pennsylvania?
So look, I don't have anything to share about that, but obviously the president's commitment to steel workers continues and stand. He's a union guy, but I don't have anything to share about tomorrow's event. We'll certainly have more later today. We'll have a press call, so I would urge you and your colleagues to certainly join the press call later today.
Do you know when the last time was the president spent the night in his hometown?
The last time he's been to Scranton? The night? Oh, that's a good question. I do not know. I can find out for you.
To what extent is this sort of a homecoming for him, going back to his hometown?
I think you'll hear it directly from the president. This is the homecoming for sure. I had an opportunity to talk to him about it this morning. Going back to Scranton it always feels good to go see where he spent a lot of his childhood. And so you all will be able to see that directly. I got to be careful because it is that portion is a campaign portion, so I would certainly refer you to the campaign. But it always feels good to be back in Pennsylvania. Always feels good to be back to Scranton for this president.
Inflation has been a stubborn concern for a lot of Americans. Does the president think that his tax plans will help alleviate some of those concerns by pulling more taxes from the wealthy?
So the president's tax cuts for working families and the middle class are fully paid for by making billionaires and big corporations pay for their fair share. His tax plan would lower costs for families with lower taxes, lower healthcare costs, and lower utility bills. That's the president's focus. And unfortunately, what we're seeing from congressional Republicans, they want to give big tax breaks for billionaires and corporations. They see a total opposite way of giving Americans breathing room. They're not doing that, and we're trying to do that.
I guess what I'm trying to say is Americans are concerned about inflation. The president wants to raise taxes on the wealthy and corporations. How is that addressing their concerns about the economy?
I think our focus when it comes to the economy, we say this all the time, is building an economy from the bottom up, middle out, and making sure that we're continuing to lower costs. That's the thing, right? That is the thing that Americans care about when we talk about the economy. How do we lower costs? And this is something that the president has continued to do over the last 3 years, right? Whether it's healthcare from, beating big pharma, whether it's doing everything that we can to lower the cost at the gas pumps because of Ukraine, because of COVID. And so he's going to stay really focused on that. You hear us talk about junk fees. And so, look, that's going to be his focus, continue to do that. I do want to say, I think we had confirmed that the president spoke to Speaker Johnson, and Speaker Johnson shared the plan with him. Obviously, we're going to look at the details of that plan. But you heard from the Admiral, you heard from the National Security Council, you heard from the president over the weekend how important it is to move forward with that for getting aid to Ukraine. And obviously,
was it accurate that Speaker Johnson initiated the call? I believe he told Fox News he called the president.
Yes, I can confirm that. I just don't want to go into details of the call, and the speaker did share the plan with the president.
Putting it in 4 pieces seems kind of risky, right? I mean,
look, want to be super mindful. We're going to see the details of what he is planning, but we've been really clear. We want to see all of the parts that the president has talked about, getting that really important funding for Ukraine, Israel, Indo-Pacific, obviously that humanitarian aid that's needed right now, dire situation in Gaza, as we've talked about. We do not want to see us stand alone. We want to see all of these components move forward, but we want to be super mindful here. We're going to see the details, what's in writing, the details of the plan, but obviously we want to see what the speaker has to share.
A second House Republican endorsed the motion to vacate against Speaker Johnson over the Ukraine funding. If the speaker does push forward with this effort to get the Ukraine aid, would the president recommend Democrats come to his aid if there's a challenge to his leadership?
As you know, Justin, I get this question often, and we've been very consistent. We don't get involved when it comes to congressional leadership, how they choose their leadership. That is something for Congress to decide on, and obviously, Leader Jeffries, who is the Democratic leader in the House, that's something for he and his caucus to decide. I just don't want to get involved. We've been speak to it. We've been very, very clear about that. All right. Okay. Thanks, guys. Thank you so much. Very welcome.
Thank you. Did you guys hear Peter? Bing bong. Wow. Did you hear Peter? He said thanks. I wonder if Peter stole anything from the White House plane. It's a genuine, I don't know. I wonder. Do you think Peter he stole a cup? That's the real question. For sure. He did. All the plates. Yeah, damn, y'all don't. 1,000%. Y'all, damn. Oh, I thought y'all would have defended Peter's honor a little more. I thought y'all would have fought back. I thought you'd be like, nah, Peter asked the tough questions. That's crazy. All right, well, let me ask you this. Like, what do you think I would steal if I was a reporter? Do you think I would conform to what all the other reporters are doing? All right, well, I'm glad some of you know me. Yeah, because I would. I'm stealing a cup for sure. A mug. I would try to take the least valuable thing. Like maybe I would take like a bag. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm cool with the bag. Like if they had like a plastic bag or something, or like a thing of baby wipes, I would take some White House baby wipes. Knowing or unknowingly, fully, blatantly, like fully, like guilty. Your Honor, I plead guilty. I won't even defend it. Like I was 100%. You feel too guilty. If I was the only one, like there's no way like you put Josh on this damn Air Force One and I just start swiping shit like without any influence. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a culture from the press. So if I wouldn't be the only one, but like if everybody and I started seeing fucking one of these reporters and they just clink, 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 clink walking around, I'm going to get a cup, bro. I'm going to get me a cup. Okay? Jerome Powell is in 4 minutes. If you're lucky. Are you feeling lucky? That's it. And everybody's asking, is it going to move the market? It only moves the market if he says something that is different or unexpected, but unfortunately, he is not expected to say anything of that nature. The only difference is that we get to hear Powell after we got the CPI. Last time we got to hear from Powell, we did not have a CPI out that was, again, hot. And, I mean, if I could show you something. Let me see. Where's your boy? Well, I wanted to get you, but let me give you this. And this is important. I don't know if the interviewer is good, he'll ask this question. I don't know, but this is something we put up on the watch list. So shout out to the watch list, baby. Again, second link. But this is looking at the recent inflation and like leading into the election. But why I'm bringing this up, because look at the month over month average for the past 6 months on inflation is 0.3 on core inflation. And then for the past 3 months, it has been 0.4. So, again, Powell, this is why I'm saying now, Powell once again got another number here. We finally get to hear from him, and now we get to hear from him while the 3-month average of inflation is literally 0.4. So if you continue at that rate, I mean, literally from today till the election, if that rate continues at the 3-month average, we will be at 4.8 on core CPI, which is kind of mind-blowing. Can you play this? We will be here when he comes out. I mean, I'm trying to see. Where's Jerome? Jerome. Please stand by. That's their music. Not bad. Not bad. All right. Well, I'll have a couple of feeds.
But I tack on a fourth attribute to that. We are
scared me. So, what do you guys need to be mindful of? Does anybody know? You better hurry. Hurry up and guess. I don't want to ruin it. You don't have much time. It's about to start. DJ T on the low. Like the video, baby, but there's something you guys got to keep in mind. Anybody know? Not new info. Again, it's not supposed to happen. So base case is we get nothing. No. Simple. Keep it simple. I'm talking about market reaction imminently. You have to keep something in mind. What is that? What is that? Show me what you got, little mama.
They set clear priorities based on data, and any dispassionate review of the data shows.
Is that another Fed speaker? Or is that former? Well, I'll give it to you. Like the video if you learned something, or if you didn't type this in the chat. The pre-written statement, my guy. So we have no idea what he's going to say, and y'all have brought up all of the factors that he might discuss. But don't forget, there might be a pre-written statement that comes out here in a minute. So, like, we might have the gist of everything he is going to talk about in the next about 2 seconds. Boop. So give it a second, or by the time he's about to speak. But if there is a written statement, there's going to be one reaction to that. And by the first 5 minutes, the reaction will be done, because then the algos will have it all. And then next step is going to be waiting for the Q&A. He's not up yet. I have the video. It's this guy talking. He's former Fed guy. He sounds pretty intense. I don't know if you guys want to listen to him, but I was just giving you guys the final update. It should be already out. Well, it's not. I'll get it. You'll see it on the wire, or it'll show up on the Fed website. Usually by the time he starts talking, or right after, there, you see him? It looked like Powell's a news reporter.
And yet the U.S. tends to take it for granted.
I
and
swear,
my experience in life
I don't know who's speaking.
is
I
that
think
the
it's
good
a former
things we
Fed
take
person.
for granted, we tend to mess up. So my hope is that with this series of events,
and I think this
we
is
can
in
be part
Canada,
of helping
Shout out
focus
to
folks in the
Canadians.
United States on
If
the
you're-
importance to the
do
U.S.
we have any Canadians
of
here?
this relationship.
We
By
have
finding
1,700.
speakers and
Like the
topics
video if you're
that will have
Canadian.
a very broad appeal beyond the usual suspects.
My hockey
who focus
players, where y'all at?
on our relationship with Canada, and we
Like the
certainly
video,
have that
hockey.
with our event today, which includes three of the most significant economic leaders of our two countries.
Shit, there's mad Canadians.
Bill Murneau, our moderator today, is
where did y'all
when you look in
come
Wikipedia
from?
under Renaissance Man, there is an inset photo of Bill Murneau and
I see
nobody
you,
else.
Canada.
Recognizing his significant achievements across politics and policy and business and philanthropy, he's the former finance minister of Canada, playing a key role in shaping sustainable economic policies of the Trudeau administration, including Canada's economic response to COVID-19.
I thought he was going to say Drake.
And a key reason for Canada's aforementioned above-weight punching into international diplomacy. As a business leader, he grew the multinational human resources firm Morneau Shepnell from a family business to over 4,000 employees and the largest human resources provider in Canada. As a philanthropist, he's worked to support the arts, help at-risk youth, improve access to health care and education all around the world, including founding a school for Somali and Sudanese girls in a UN refugee camp in Kenya. And as a policy thinker, in addition to his role chairing this Washington Forum, he's chaired the C.D. Howe Institute, a leading Canadian think tank, and has written Where to From Here, a policy book that I assure it is several cuts above the typical former official's post-service book. I put it up there with Robert Rubin's In an Uncertain World. Anyone who has ever served in any government of any country at any level at any time will immediately recognize the honesty and intelligence and savvy that he's brought to thinking about the lessons of his time in office for the issues facing Canada. And all of us, I highly urge all of you to read it. Tiff Macklem is the governor of the Bank of Canada, and another of the reasons for Canada's substantial above-weight punching in the world. In addition to his role as governor, he's the chair of the group of governors and heads of bank supervision. That's the oversight body of the Basel Committee. Rather high profile these days,
Canada,
and he is co-chair of the
America.
Financial Stability Board's regional consultative group for the Americas. He's a distinguished economist, having headed the most important division of the bank's economic staff in the early 2000s, having played a critical role in Canada's response to the great financial crisis.
There's no pre-written statement
he was posting
out,
the
so
Canadian finance
I
minister
don't
in
know
the
what to
mid-2000s.
expect.
He's been a
I do
senior
know it's
deputy
gonna be
governor of the
a
bank
Q&A.
from 2010 until his appointment as governor. He's also been a distinguished academic, having served as dean of the Rotman School of Management at the University of Toronto. And our final panelist is Jerome Powell, chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. It is a weird task to introduce Chair Powell. It's like introducing Henry Kissinger. How do you do it without looking absurd?
on, bro. They're
His
not-
doctoral thesis on
Bro, they're
Metternich
not
received
giving
very
him-
high marks. So just let me say this. There is an anteroom off the main boardroom in the first major review and
you guys know I'm a
explanation
big
of a
Powell
formal
fan.
monetary
You know I'm a
policy
big
framework
Powell
for the
fan.
Fed. and in managing the quite
I'm not
effective
gonna let him
response
come
from
out
a
with that
significant
intro
inflation
after
in
they
almost
just
half a
hyped up
century,
Canada like that.
but one in which many of the traditional guideposts could not be helpful, requiring very creative thinking and deft management of the extremely well-meaning but hydra-headed body that is the Federal Open Market Committee. So with that, let me thank you again for coming.
I think that was
and let's turn to our panel.
All right. So no pre-read. Dude, this is like a panel. I'm excited. This is going to be good.
Well, I want to start by thanking you, Randy, for that very, very generous set of introductions, and also for your willingness to step forward as the co-chair of the Washington Forum on the Canadian Economy. So we very much appreciate your esteemed leadership, and one of the key reasons we're here today is due to that. So really appreciate it. I'll just say personally, one of the things I liked most is you said Canadians were sane. So that's a pretty good starting point, I think, for our discussion here today. So with two esteemed panelists, I won't really be speaking much. I want to give both of you gentlemen an opportunity to talk a little bit about your respective economies, and I guess also recognize that we're here to talk about the Canada-US relationship and what is both distinct and different about our economies, but also what we share. So maybe with that, I could start with you.
Yeah, nothing
Governor
pre-written.
Macklin,
Only thing on the wire is that
and
it's starting.
We'll talk to Chair Powell.
All right, so keep an eye on bonds and
well,
everything.
thanks, Bill, and I think you better call me Tiff. It is a pleasure to be here, and thank you and Randy for launching this, for inviting us both. I am very pleased to be here to say a few words about the Canadian experience, and I always enjoy comparing notes with Chairman Powell. Now, as Canadians, we invariably compare ourselves to Americans, and maybe it's human nature, but we tend to focus on the differences. We've got different systems of government. We're bilingual in Canada. We have 3-down football, and we even have very colorful polymer banknotes. And certainly our climates, I think, are certainly the IMF meetings are always a welcome first blast of spring for the Canadians. Our economies obviously have much in common, but again, we often focus on the differences. If you look at growth in Canada and the United States over the 20 years leading up to COVID, remarkably, the average was exactly the same, average 2.2% in both countries. The sources of growth, though, have been a bit different. In Canada, we've grown more by adding workers. Our participation rate has risen more, and we've had proportionally higher rates of immigration. In the United States, adding workers has also been important, but increasing output per worker or productivity has made a relatively larger contribution. And I will admit in Canada, we look at U.S. productivity growth with some envy. And we do ask ourselves, I mean, what can we learn from the U.S. experience? We are concerned about productivity growth in our country. Turning to the financial system, we both have strong banking systems, but the structure of our banking systems is quite different. In the United States, you've got a lot more banks than we do in Canada. In Canada, we have 5 large national banks and a number of important regional players. The structure of our mortgage market is also somewhat different. In Canada, the typical mortgage is 5 years. In the U.S., typical mortgage has a term of 30 years. And our banks in Canada tend to hold mortgages on their balance sheets. U.S. banks securitize a lot of their mortgages. Despite these differences, our systems are very integrated, and indeed, a number of large Canadian banks have large operations here in the United States. Our pandemic responses were also mixes of similarities and differences. You know, broadly speaking, the paths of our two economies were pretty similar. We both cut interest rates very dramatically to effectively zero to support the economy through the pandemic. Then we both raised them very forcefully as inflation rose rapidly, and we've both seen inflation come a long way back. Growth has been more resilient in the United States, though, through this tightening cycle, and I think that's partly related to the stronger productivity growth I mentioned in the United States. And it may also be related to the fact that monetary policy may be having a bigger impact on households in Canada because of the different structure of our mortgage market. More of our mortgages have reset in Canada, so more people are feeling those higher interest rates. And that has restrained household spending more in Canada. In each of our countries, I do want to underline that we gear our policy decisions to our domestic monetary policy mandates. And in Canada, we have our own currency, we have a flexible exchange rate, so we can run our own monetary policy. So simply put, we don't have to do what the Fed does. We can do what Canada needs. I do think, though, we're looking at the same things and asking ourselves the same questions. I think we both need to feel confident that we're clearly back on a path to 2% before it would be appropriate to reduce interest rates. Last week in Canada, we held our policy rate at 5%, where it's been since last summer. We did stress that we are encouraged by the recent progress we've seen on inflation, and we want to see it sustained. And just this morning, Statistics Canada published the March CPI. As expected, headline inflation came in close to 3%. We have seen gas prices in both our countries move up. Importantly, though, measures of core inflation did tick down again, and that does suggest that underlying inflationary pressures are continuing to ease. So we continue to be moving in the right direction. The other thing I want to underline is that in the conduct of monetary policy, we do spend a lot of time looking and understanding what is going on in the United States. U.S. economy has a very big impact on the Canadian economy. We also watch the U.S. economy closely, particularly through the extraordinary period we've all been through in the last few years, because the more we understand what we have in common and our differences, the better we can learn from each other's experience. And let me just close on a few words on just how integrated the Canadian-U.S. economy is. And Randy, you highlighted some of the key facts. I would totally share your perspective. I think the economic relationship really is the model for mutually beneficial open trade and investment. 77% of Canadian exports flow to the United States. And as you underlined, what less people know is that Canada is the United States' biggest export market. 17%, or as you said, almost 20% of U.S. goods head north to Canada. If you look at foreign direct investment, there is a similar two-way dynamic. In 2022, more than half of Canadian FDI went to the United States by far the largest share of our FDI. That was roughly $43 billion. In the same year, $50 billion of U.S. FDI came to Canada. So it's a pretty balanced relationship. And I think what these numbers underline is just how close that economic relationship is and how it works in both directions. And the final thing I'll say is when you look forward, we face many of the same structural challenges. Our labor forces are aging. There's going to be a big challenge with new technology, training, and making sure we have the skilled workers our economies needs. Climate change is affecting both our economies. We're both grappling with shifting trade and investment patterns globally. Supply chains across both our countries need to build more resilience. Conflicts internationally are increasing global uncertainty. And for all these reasons, I am very glad we're having this discussion. We do have much in common. And Randy, as you underlined, when we work together, we can get a lot more done. Thank you.
Well, thanks.
Hey, man, he's important.
It's a great place to start.
Jerome Powell.
Really interested in hearing your perspective.
Another place to start is to say, why don't you call me Jay and call Tiff.
Okay, I know I do it behind the scenes. I'll do it in front of the scenes, too.
Great. So let me start by thanking Randy and Bill and Xavi and Tiff for this. It's great to be here today. I want to echo what Randy said about the mutually beneficial, respectful, great relationship we have with Canada, economically, culturally. And I'd also like to echo, I thought Tiff did a great job talking about the similarities and differences in our economy, our financial markets, the challenges we face in our policy stance. It's almost as though you somehow had a copy of that part of my remarks, Tiff. So I'm not going to repeat that, but what I will do is talk, if I could, a little bit about
that a joke towards everybody saying what he said for the last 2 years?
And where we find ourselves right now. So as I think Randy pointed out, the performance of the U.S. economy over the past year has really been quite strong. We had growth of more than 3% last year as rebounding supply supported both robust growth and in spending and also employment, alongside a considerable decline in inflation. The more recent data show solid growth and continued strength in the labor market, but also a lack of further progress so far this year on returning to our 2% inflation goal. So I'll say a little bit about our two mandate goals, maximum employment
You just said
and
a
price
lack
stability.
of progress.
As I mentioned, the labor market
Recent
remains
data
very
shows lack
strong.
of
Payroll
further
job
progress
gains
on
have been
inflation.
strong over the first quarter, averaging
That's your
just a
first.
tick
That
above
didn't hit too well.
275,000 per month. The unemployment rate has been below 4% for 26 consecutive months, which hasn't happened.
No, lately he said
more
it
than half
has
a
shown
century,
progress.
The longest
He just
streak of
said
this
it
kind.
lacks
Strong
further
demand
progress.
for workers has
That
been
is
met
slightly
by a
new.
substantial increase in the workforce.
He might have
due
just
both to
misspoke,
rising
but
labor
I think
force
the market's
participation
vomiting on that.
and a substantial increase in immigration, as indeed Canada has experienced as well. So even with this strength, by many measures, our labor market has been
It might
moving
be an
into better
overreaction.
balance
I don't-
over the past year.
I don't know if he meant to say it
The ratio
like
of job
that.
openings to unemployed workers was extremely elevated in 2021 and 22, has now moved back down to levels just above the pre-pandemic era. Surveys of workers and businesses indicate a normalizing labor market. So do the rates of both quits and hires. And broader wage pressures also continue to moderate, albeit gradually. So the overall picture for the labor market is one of real strength, but gradual normalization. Turning to price stability, our inflation mandate. Inflation, of course, declined quite significantly over the second half of last year, over the whole year, but particularly in the second half. But 12-month core PCE inflation, which is one of the most important things we look at, is estimated to have been little changed in March over February at 2.8%, and the 3- and 6-month measures of inflation are actually above that level. So
That's what I
we've
was
said at
showing
the
you before
FOMC
that.
that we'll need greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2% before it would be appropriate to ease policy. You know, we took that cautious approach and sought that greater confidence so as not to overreact to the string of low inflation readings that we had in the second half of last year. The recent data have clearly not given us greater confidence and instead indicate that it's
No, he
likely
didn't.
to
He
take
meant to
longer
say
than
that. That's
expected
bearish.
to achieve that confidence.
Yeah, bro.
That
Powell,
said,
no, that's
we
bearish.
think policy is well positioned to handle the risks that
You
we
could
face.
low-key make a
If
move on-
higher
I mean, again, I
inflation
think
does
gold will
persist,
come down a
we
little
can
bit,
maintain
but
the current level
I
of
think he
restriction
just
for as long as
low-key
needed.
green-lighted that
At
a
the same
little bit.
time, we have significant space to ease should the labor market unexpectedly weaken. Right now, given the strength of the labor market and progress on inflation so far, it's appropriate to allow restrictive policy further time to work and let the data and the evolving outlook guide us. Come what may, we remain strongly committed to returning inflation over time sustainably to 2%.
So again, he's saying it'll still let it.
Well,
It's
thank you. I think that's
it's a
really
hawkish
important
spices.
frame for our discussion today.
Again,
one
like
of the
I
things
said, it's
that
not.
I remarked on
Could
when
be
I first got into
overreaction,
public
but that's
life was how
definitely
often I saw my
not
international
what they. That's the first time he
peers,
said that in 3 months.
As we moved around, and when I see the two of you on stage together, I know
Again,
that
bonds
often
already
you,
died, so they
see
don't
each
really
other
need
at
to react.
G7, at
Remember, your
G20
rate's already at
meetings.
5.
And I think it would be quite interesting for the audience to understand, you know, how collaboration happens or doesn't happen internationally, how central banks work together or don't work together. So, you know, maybe I could ask you, Jay, to give a perspective on how that happens from your vantage point.
Sure. So to give you an idea, we do meet quite regularly. So Tiff and I attend 2 G7 meetings per year for ministers, that's finance ministers, and central bank governors. We don't attend the leaders meeting, but we attend, in the United States, but we attend the meetings with the finance ministers, which Bill was, and also 2 G20 meetings. So that's 4 meetings per year right there. We also have 6 meetings at the Bank for International Settlements in Basel. One of those is now virtual, but we're in and that's only central bankers, no finance ministries. So it's all central banking stuff. And, you know, it's economics, it's financial regulation, all those things. We also come here to Washington, or every 3rd year we go someplace else, twice a year for the IMF World Bank meetings, which is kind of what everybody's doing in Washington right now. So it's a lot of meetings. What do we do at these meetings? Fair question. Essentially,
why was that so funny?
The central bankers are having an ongoing conversation about what's going on in their own economies and their own financial markets, their own regulatory world, with each other, and we're also talking about the big global issues of the day, as you would expect. So some of which are really the business of the elected government, not the business of the central bankers. But we have that discussion. It's more or less ongoing. We're seeing each other all the time. They're very informative, these discussions, and they really are, for me anyway, part of the way that I get to thinking about what the right policy is for the United States, is to hear what is going on around the world, what's happening globally, and how are people thinking about that. So it's very, very useful, particularly, though, given our close cultural, financial, and economic ties with Canada. Those discussions are especially fruitful and important, and I have regular conversations with Tiff. By the way, I do keep very close track of the actions of the Bank of Canada. I read Tiff's press conference transcripts carefully and pay close attention to that. Tiff did mention the similarities and differences. I'll say one more thing, which is we go to Basel, as I mentioned, 5 times a year. You're a long way from home, and we're there for 4 or 5 nights, and there are usually 1 or 2 nights off. So we go looking for someone to have dinner with, and very frequently we wind up with the Bank of Canada delegation who are really good and very funny and a lot of fun
Canadians
together.
Is down to kick it all the time.
We have a very close relationship.
I
with
feel
the bank
though
and
the
great
Canadians
respect
got
for
love.
that
You're
institution,
bouncing
as I'll
up here,
have a
so
little more to say
again.
about lately.
You had
one other thing
I think
I'll
if he
point out, though,
reiterates
about
one
our
more thing
relationship
new, but
is
you had a
we
slight
did
hawkish
do,
tilt here to
as Randy
start.
pointed out,
You're
our first
down and then
monetary
back up
policy,
here to
first
the middle
review
of that
our
candle,
monetary
barely
policy
moved on the
framework really
day.
ever. And we looked around. The Bank of Canada also does regularly. I think it's every 4 years.
No, he didn't
in any
misspeak.
case.
He reiterated it.
We really looked
But
to
it
the
was
Canadian
hawkish. It's
model
new.
and
We'll
other
talk
models
about it, but
of how to do that. We
you
talked
need
to
a-
people
there's still
at the Bank of
crackheads out
Canada
there.
about how their regular framework review went. So we really benefited for that. So that's what I'll stop there.
And Tiff, similar perspective from Canada?
So literally, he just said the data
Yes, I mean, I'll just add a little
does
bit
not
on-
give
on,
them confidence. Recent data.
You know,
That was
as
the
Jay
first time he
outlined,
said that. That's what dropped
certainly
this
from my
down. We said it
perspective,
could have been
one of the best parts
overreaction.
about
Maybe he
this job
misspoke.
is,
He said it twice.
we do,
but again,
the
it's not killing the market
international
yet. I
community,
think,
central banking
again,
community,
y'all don't care about Canada. That's why I'm talking.
It's not like a
but
commercial bank where you're
if he
competing against the other bank.
if he keeps
We're all in this
reiterating it
together.
and
if
goes
we
down
get
a
it
hawkish
right,
path,
we all help each
then
other.
we're going to get clapped.
So
I think we're waiting
there
for more
is-
confirmation.
There is a
but
considerable openness.
first start
And,
was
you know, as
slightly
Jay
more
outlined,
hawkish.
I think there's a few different functions. Yes, we obviously, if you're in Canada, we have our own group at the Bank of Canada that analyzes the U.S. economy, forecasts the U.S. economy. It's very important to Canada, but the Fed's group is a lot bigger. They got a lot more experience. Hearing what the Fed has to say is incredibly valuable for us. The other thing we do, though, is it's more than just the data and the forecasting. It's thinking through the scenarios together. What risks are on your mind, Jay? What do you think could go wrong? What are the scenarios? How would we handle it if this happened, if that happened? Being able to put your heads together and think through the risks, the scenarios, the strategy. There are also a number of really, I would say, sort of behind the scenes, very central banky technical issues that nobody really thinks about except central bankers. But
Yeah, it's
what
coming
are the
down
mechanics
again.
of QE?
Again, the
How do you
first read
exit
on
from
this is
QT?
hawkish.
How
There's
many
no-
settlement balances are we going to need?
there's no doubt about that. I don't wait till
Fortunately, those are
Timmy
things most people don't have to worry about. They are critically important for the implementation of monetary policy and that sort of plumbing working of the financial system. And,
Yeah, literally
being
Powell
able
said,
to
I
talk to people who are thinking about these things as much as you are is hugely valuable.
Yeah, Powell already
And then
did
the
it.
last thing I will say is, there's some
Or
things
Timmy did.
that we're only going to succeed if we do together. The obvious one would be financial supervision and regulation. Our financial systems globally
Everything's
are
still
highly
holding up, though.
integrated.
Honestly, it's not.
We were,
it's not that bad
deeply
so
reminded
far.
of this in the global financial crisis.
And then Macklem, he ain't
what
moving
happens
shit.
in other countries affects all of us. And money flows across borders. So, we have to do that together or it's not going to work.
Well, maybe we can drill into that for a minute. Obviously, we recognize that most of your work is focused on the domestic markets. But in times of crisis, there's real challenge. As you mentioned, in the COVID period, the global financial crisis, that you were engaged with, Tiff, earlier in a different stage of your career. And for me, it was remarkable, the number of interactions with counterparts around the world during those crises. So maybe a question to both of you is, what kind of interaction happens during periods of crisis? what doesn't happen? Are there things that we should be thinking about differently in order to prepare ourselves for those challenging moments and making sure that the financial system is resilient? So, again, maybe over to you, Jay, to react to that and hear your thoughts.
Sure. So, our economies, our financial markets, all of our institutions are deeply intertwined. And when there is a situation where there's serious stress, you need to get a global perspective. You need to get perspective around the world. And you have to do that very quickly. And we, of course, can move quickly and effectively on the domestic front. But what the thing that you figure out in those times is that all the time you spent at Basel and at the G7 and G20 meetings, you know your colleagues, you know and trust and respect their judgment, and you don't have to go through that phase of gaining trust in people. You understand each other, you speak the same language, so there's a lot of communication. The level of communication is pretty high anyway, but during crises, it goes very high. I'm constantly talking to other central bankers around the world, and also political leaders in our government, and that sort of thing. So that happens a lot. The sense of what you're doing, again, is mostly sharing information and ideas about what to do. There may be a proposal that people are looking at, and you're talking about that. So it's very useful. I say,
the high ticker is low-key running nonstop. You're making another move towards the highs.
It's less about coordination than it is about
He's not said anything hawkish since that one statement.
For one reason, or at least it was during the pandemic, and that was because almost every country's interest rates were very close to zero when the pandemic hit, and so there wasn't policy space for most economies, most central banks, to do a big coordinated rate cut. We did cut very quickly to zero, but I think we were higher than almost any other nation in terms of where our policy rate was. But anyway, there's a lot of communication, and those relationships that you built up really do help at that point. In terms of you asked about learning, what have we learned? I think that the pandemic's going to teach a whole lot of lessons over time. I still think it's too early to say what they are with confidence, and I'll point out, look at the pandemic has surprised us over and over again, most recently in the United States, the remarkably strong performance of the economy at a time when virtually all economists were expecting a recession. So I think if you'd asked for the lessons of the pandemic a year and a half ago, you'd get a very different answer. Now, I think in a year or so, we'll have a lot more answers. It is a unique set of circumstances, and we're still learning, I think. But we will try to learn those lessons. Different point, I would say, about the bank stresses, another crisis, at least here in the States. I do think we can and have learned the lessons of the stress of early last spring. And I would point to a couple things that we embraced pretty forthrightly. One was that supervision was not tightly focused on the right things, was not proactive enough, was not forceful enough. And we've tried to take steps to remedy that. I also think there will be some regulatory initiatives for banks of that size and with those characteristics in time. So I do think those are lessons that we have learned.
And from a Canadian perspective, similar lessons or different ones?
Yes, I think there are similar lessons. Maybe I'll just give a couple of other examples. First though, I will just underline, when
nothing new out of that little segment from Powell.
You're
that was
faced with
all
a
stuff
situation,
you've
you have
heard.
to make decisions, and you have very limited
Again, the one thing he said about just
the other reality
recent data does not make
you have
him
a pretty
confident.
narrow window to
Only
act
update, and you're slightly
really
lower now
effective.
after
And
all
for
that. But
both
the high
those
ticker has a
reasons,
lot of
being
velocity.
able to speak, directly to Jay, to connect with our other colleagues, finding out what's happening in their jurisdiction, how are they thinking about it, what do they see as the options. It is hugely important in a crisis. And that it's a little more, though, than just information sharing. I mean, I think it helps us avoid unintended consequences of our actions. Sometimes you do something and it works for most parties, but not one party. And in a crisis, it's the weakest link that can take you down. So you've got to be careful. It also, I think, boosts confidence in the system. If we're acting in a way that is coherent together, it boosts confidence. It looks more like a plan than a haphazard policy response. Just to give you a couple of examples, I wasn't actually governor at the start of COVID. Jay was there. But certainly looking at it from the outside, the coordinated actions of major central banks to reopen fixed income markets, providing liquidity, providing market making of last resort in scale, it reopened core functioning markets. And by all doing it essentially at the same time and all working in scale, the whole global market restarted. If that had not happened, this crisis would have been a much deeper and more severe crisis. And then the other one I'll highlight is coping with the inflation as we came out of COVID. By all being resolute in our commitment to restoring price stability, by all matching our words with forceful action, raising rates rapidly, we all helped each other. I mean, it helped reduce global inflation in goods, which was really the first part of the inflation surge, and it helped keep inflation expectations in all our countries better anchored. And I think it is a key ingredient in how we have all managed to get inflation down a long way back without causing recessions in our economies. And the last point I'll just highlight is something you said. Occasionally this coordination is very explicit. So for example, at the time of the global financial crisis, there was a coordinated G7 interest rate cut. I remember clearly because it happened at 3 o'clock in the morning in Canada, which was a little bit of a technical challenge. But most of the time, it's not explicit coordination, but it is those conversations. It is that shared information. We have similar objectives, similar goals, similar tools, and we're sharing information, and that leads to a coordinated response.
Well, maybe you could spend a little bit more time on that from the Canada-U.S. perspective. So Randy mentioned in his opening comments the idea that when you're in Canada, you're living next to an elephant.
We love Canadians.
And I think a lot of Canadians would assume that that Canadian policy has to take into account U.S. policy. So maybe could you give us a perspective into how important that is for
houses in Canada like start at $20 million. I can't relate. That's why I just don't.
US approach.
We got heavy house prices here, but still, I think we need to know about America, man. We can't relate to y'all.
Our U.S. economic relationship is by far our most important relationship. Our economies are highly integrated. 35% of our GDP is exports, and 75% of that goes to the United States. So multiply, that's a big chunk of our GDP. Our financial markets are also very integrated. In fact, yesterday I was in New York, and when you go to New York, you are just reminded how integrated our markets are. I was at the New York Stock Exchange, and all over are cross-listed Canadian companies on many of the screens. Our financial systems are very integrated. Our banks have most of our large banks have operations in the United States. Our pension funds are big investors in the United States. So we do spend a lot of time understanding what's going on, trying to understand what's going on in the United States and looking at the implications for Canada. There are, though, I highlighted in my opening remarks some differences. Another important difference I didn't focus on is, both our economies have big manufacturing sectors, big service sectors, large commodity sectors, but the commodity sector in the Canadian economy is quite a bit bigger than it is in the United States. Oil and gas, agriculture, forestry, mining, fishing. 40% of our exports, 13% of our GDP. And the commodity cycle can be quite different. And we have a flexible exchange rate that does help absorb the differences. And I think it's an important reason why historically sometimes our monetary policy do differ. Our cycles are often quite similar, and certainly through COVID we had a similar shock and a pretty similar cycle, and our monetary policy has been quite similar. There have been other episodes, though, where, particularly if the commodity cycle is different, you'll see monetary policy diverge somewhat from the United States. There are limits to how far it can diverge, but as I emphasized, we have our own currency, we have a flexible exchange rate, and that absorbs the differences to allow us to gear monetary policy to what we need to do in Canada.
And Jay, from your perspective, obviously the U.S. has an outsized role in the global economy, and I guess we'd be interested in understanding how much time do you deliberate on what your actions will have as reactions? And how much do you think about, what's happening with global markets as you come to your conclusions?
So I'll start by saying that each central bank serves a domestic mandate, which is, in the case of Fed, is using our tools to achieve maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of the people we serve. So it's a domestic mandate. But in the case of the United States, we fully realize and appreciate that our decisions can have significant effects on, not just on Canada, or Mexico, but on countries around the world. And that's all the more so because the dollar is the principal reserve currency, which strengthens the transmission of our policy through the global economy. So we also know that that those effects on global demand from our policy changes can have an effect on the United States as well. That can rebound to the United States. So we're very, very aware of all of that. And for one thing, we try to be very transparent and predictable, given the flow of data and events. I mean, you have to move quickly sometimes, but we do realize we have a special obligation to be predictable and transparent, and that benefits us in doing that as well. So international spillovers, of course, are an important consideration. We do track that. Ultimately, though, we think over time, the most important thing we can do to support the global economy is to deliver on our mandate of price stability and maximum employment here in the United States.
And is that, have there been changes in this current cycle that have driven any differences? I mean, you've talked about the different drivers for inflation this go around from previous periods of inflation. So do you think about it differently as you approach these things?
Yeah, well, specifically on inflation, I do think this is different. This is not simply the more standard case of overheated demand, which has been the typical thing in the post-war era for the U.S. economy and other major Western economies. There are similarities and differences, and I would characterize it this way, that the inflation that arose suddenly really in the early part of 2021 as economies reopened resulted both from constrained supply and also elevated and rechanneled demand from services to goods. So if you remember, and I'm sure will, there were unexpected widespread shortages and supply chain failures on a scale not seen in recent memory. In the U.S., several million people had left the labor force, creating a severe labor shortage that was more fully felt once the economy reopened, leading to a huge spike in wages, but also in the ratio of job openings to unemployed workers. So very unusual situation. Households had elevated levels of savings, and demand was very, very strong as well. So we thought, what's different is, have thought since we've understood the situation.
There's headline of him saying not the standard case of inflation driven by overheated
the
demand.
Pandemic-related distortions to
this
both
is all
supply
old.
and demand,
He said this
as well as the effects of tight monetary policy on demand, which would give the supply side time and space to recover. And we think today that we're seeing those two things working together to bring that end about. And you saw that, I think, in 2023, which was really in a large way a supply side story. What happened was the supply side really recovered in 2023. We thought that it would recover in 2021, and in 2022, I was beginning to lose hope. And then in 2023, you saw the shortages and the issues with the trade pipelines not fully resolved, but largely resolved. You saw the U.S. labor force shortage alleviated by both higher participation among people who had dropped out of the workforce, but also from immigration. So that was the year of the supply side recovery. And you saw the core inflation rates drop by 2 full percentage points in the face of very strong growth. So that can only be explained by the enormous increase in potential output, the supply side increase over that year. So that's how I would say it's different this time.
And Tiff, maybe you can tell us how it's different in other ways in Canada. So we were talking about the similarities and the similar approaches to dealing with inflation and the positive results. But we've seen a divergence in Canada with respect to growth. So clearly there's some differences too. Maybe can you reflect for people what those differences look like and what the ramifications are for you?
Yeah, I will focus on the differences, although I will stress I think the main story is the similarities. And as Jay outlined, what is so unique about this whole cycle is that supply has played a much bigger role than we're used to.
Bro, that
and
green
from a
shoot is
monetary
off of
policy
nothing.
perspective, we don't have as good line of sight to supply.
So you just
as
hit right near
demand,
the low and
we
then
don't
one
have any
candle
tools
back to VWAP.
to influence supply. Our tools work on demand. In terms of what has been different, if you look at the Canadian economy, growth was essentially zero in the second half of last year. And what that meant was the economy, which was very overheated, supply caught up with demand. In fact, it more than caught up with demand. The economy moved into excess supply, and we're now seeing the effects of that in terms of relieving price pressure. So, why did demand slow more in Canada and the United States? I think that is a difficult question. I pointed to a couple of things in my opening remarks. I think productivity growth in the United States has been a lot stronger. You've gotten more supply than we have, so you've been able to grow more with less inflation or less inflationary pressure. And then the second thing is I think monetary policy is having more traction in Canada because the structure of our mortgage markets, half of mortgages have renewed in Canada. And even if your mortgage hasn't renewed, it's renewing in the next couple of years probably. So you're thinking ahead, thinking, oh, when it renews, I'm going to have to be paying a lot more on my mortgage every month, so maybe I should be saving more money now. So we're seeing that effect. We've had weaker consumption growth. And certainly that's been somewhat masked by the fact we've had very rapid population growth. But if you look on a per capita basis, you can see household spending per capita, per family, has actually gone down, even though growth has not been negative overall. I think moving forward, we are actually seeing growth starting to pick up. The first quarter of this year looks pretty strong. We'll probably see some choppiness quarter to quarter, but overall we think that strength we're seeing in the first quarter will be sustained through the year, where we think on a quarterly basis growth is going to be averaging about 2% per quarter through this year. That's partly we're starting to see some pickup in consumption. Partly it is the resilience of the U.S. economy that is supporting our exports. They've been very resilient. And then coming back to inflation, I think those, broadly speaking, the path of inflation is pretty similar, but you are seeing, I think, some of those differences in the dynamics of the real economy in inflation. Our last few inflation readings have been reasonably good, even though total's still close to 3. Core has been, the last few times ticking down. And if you look at the more timely 3-month measures of core inflation, there is some downward momentum in underlying inflation. And I think that reflects the fact the economy is in excess supply, and that is relieving those price pressures. We're certainly looking for evidence that's going to be sustained. That's what we're looking for right now.
Well, I know that both of you realize that one of the key things we were trying to emphasize today was the importance of the Canada-U.S. relationship. And I also really appreciate all of the comments on the importance of trade to both of our economies, trade between our two countries, and foreign direct investment. And so while you're not trade policy experts, and I get that your organizations, that's not the focus, I really appreciate you giving us a little sense of, how do you think about trade in economic terms and the importance of that, and how that factors into your economic outlook. And specifically, we're thinking about the importance of the agreement between the United States, Canada, and Mexico, and wondering how you think about that in terms of its impacts on trade in general, on labor markets, on supply. So maybe I could ask you, Jay, to give us any reflections that you might have on that and deliberations impacts.
So I guess I need to start by saying we don't do trade policy. We don't really comment on trade policy other than to say that it's clear that we have a mutually beneficial, large, substantial, ongoing, healthy trade relationship with Canada that we very much welcome. Maybe I'll add one more thing, which is I want to focus on a particular export of Canada that I think somehow we just desperately need here in the United States, and we can't get enough of it, and that is Canadian comedians and comic actors. I started to count the number of really great, funny
Fucking
people.
Powell.
I limited
love
myself
him.
to 10.
He said
Jim
Drake.
Carrey,
Nah, he
Martin
said, "I got
Short, John
Drake,
Candy,
Bieber."
Mike Myers, Norm Macdonald, Rick Moranis, Dan Aykroyd, Catherine O'Hara, and Andrea Martin. And I could go on. So something's going on up there. Americans love Canadian. If that's Canadian humor, we absolutely love it. So send more. We can't get enough of it.
Which is no Macklem.
That's a
We wanna
small but
listen to
important
Powell.
part of our trading relationship, I guess. Tiff, all
so
jokes
funny.
aside,
Yeah.
any
That's pretty
comments
funny.
from your perspective?
Yeah, well, first of all, as Jay underlined, we don't set trade policy, but
Where he
let me
literally just hyped up
say,
exports of Canada and just said, y'all got good
try to
comedians and actors.
give you more of a picture. I mean, first of all, you just look
now
at our
back
two
to
countries.
Macklem.
The
Fuck
east-west border is the longest border in the world.
Good
And
good answer,
It's
though,
a long
Powell.
way
Thank you.
across Canada. So it often makes a lot more sense to trade north-south than to trade across the country. And that's really, it comes down to geography in some sense. I mean, that's fundamental to the interties we have across our countries. Many Canadians are closer to fellow Americans than they are to fellow Canadians, just the nature of the geography. You look at what are the things that we buy and sell? Well, some of the biggest things, in Canada, we buy a lot of your consumer goods in the United States. We have a very two-way relationship on motor vehicles. You buy a lot of the motor vehicles we produce. We buy a lot of cars and trucks that you produce. Similarly, energy. We're both energy producers. It often makes more sense to trade the energy north-south than to ship it across the country. So we have a very dynamic two-way energy relationship. And you look forward and you think about how much electricity the world's going to need. I expect that relationship is only going to grow. Another element that is growing quickly, and maybe that's partly comedians, is the fastest growing part of trade is trade and services. Now, if you want a haircut, you still have to do it in your own country, unless you want to go to New York to get a really fancy one. But but increasingly, a lot of services are highly tradable. The internet has completely changed how many things are delivered, and so you're seeing Canadians are increasingly importing a lot of commercial services from the United States. And then the final thing I'll say is on USMCA. Obviously, for both countries, the market access is key. The other thing I would underline, though, it's also the certainty about the market access. The certainty that American companies have that they'll have access to Canadian markets and Canadians will have access to American markets. That allows businesses to make investments, to deploy their risk capital, to commit to the future. And it's that certainty of access that is really key to building investment. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to thank both of you for taking some time with all of us. I think if we had looked back a couple of years ago and reflected on what we were thinking back then might be the trajectory of our economies, we probably wouldn't have had an expectation that we would have been where we are today. We would have expected more challenges than we've faced. And I think we need to reconize that
you got something new.
That the Federal Reserve in the United States and the Bank of Canada in Canada have been responsible for has made an enormous difference in citizens' lives. I mean, we're in a situation that is virtually our best case scenario. So it's probably not often enough that on stage you're recognized for that important work. And I want to thank both of you for all that you're doing for all of us in making that the reality. And also, I want to thank you for taking some time here. I mean, we are
nat gas is going crazy right now.
Reflecting on the fact that in a couple of years, the U.S., Mexico, Canadian trade agreement
popping
will be looked at again, and we want to reinforce the importance of working together, the importance of collaboration and cooperation, and really great trading relationships. So this is an important way for us to start this off. Seeing the collegiality between the two of you, knowing how well people work together is really important for people. So thank you very much. And I know it's a busy week for you, so we appreciate also taking the time during this busy week. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's see. I want to make sure.
From the Canada Institute, I'm going to ask Xavi Delgado to close out
I gotta make sure he leaves.
Thank you, Bill. That concludes today's program, everybody. Thank you all, everybody in the room and online, for joining us today. I also want to give a thanks to our very esteemed panelists and our co-chairs, as well as the Canada Institute Director, Christopher Sands, whose vision we are all lucky enough to execute on here. Folks, we're going to ask that you stay seated while the panelists depart the stage. But just one last time, this has been the Lodge of the Washington Forum on the Canadian
and
economy.
thank you for not protesting
against
climate here in Canada.
For our panelists, please.
Thank you. One more time. All right, pal. All right, I think it's over. I think it's official, but here is the quote. Powell said recent data shows lack of further progress on inflation this year, and then he went on to say that the recent data does not give them confidence about inflation going towards their target. That is new. So I don't know if you guys are first time listening right now or how long you've been here. That's why, it was a pretty big knee-jerk reaction. Granted, we've kind of already moved what was priced in for the week here, but if you guys have listened, remember I'd be telling you guys every single time Powell, even as of lately, even after the hot non-farms, remember you had a hot non-farms report. Powell came on and he said the recent data. When was the last time you had Powell say anything about recent data besides the fact that they expected it? So I don't know. It sounded like a mistake at first, but he said it twice, and that kind of confirmed it. But believe it or not, the dollar and bonds didn't go too crazy. The market's already back up. I do think it is hawkish. I think you may need to give that a little bit to settle in, or maybe the market animal spirits are just fighting back. But I would definitely say that was newer today. Can we rewatch when he said it? It was right at the beginning, so if you do actually go back to the thing, and I'm sure again even Wall Street Journal, Bloomberg, and then my favorite, Nick Timmerhouse. So even Nicky T, he just tweeted out the quote that we gave you. Where was it? Yeah, he said the recent data have clearly not given us greater confidence and instead indicate that it is likely to take longer than expected to achieve that confidence that inflation will return to 2%. So the first quote was, he said that it shows lack of further progress, and then he said it has not given them greater confidence. So even Timmy tweeted that one out there too. I do think it was hawkish and a new development, but besides that, that was the only thing. Everything else was exactly the same. So I was saying, I think maybe the market wanted a little more. It's not like Powell was going on a rampage of being hawkish, but it was more so, I think Powell kind of gave a nod to the 3-month average and 6-month average of inflation. He did follow up that question with that too. ENV, I got that in the bottom right. I don't know what's going on with it, but up 11. So kind of wild, but then again, the reaction, give it a couple minutes, you might be going towards a new high. So market is waiting for an Israel attack. It might be, if anything, we are at the low of the range almost. So remember I was telling you yesterday, based on what we were pricing in, isn't it like what, 503.50? And then, damn, we were lower than that earlier. But 503.50, that was pretty much the 1.5% that we priced in from early Monday morning yesterday. Return to 2% pump. Everything is going up there. Bonds just got a bid. Stocks, gold, did oil? No, oil's the only one not playing along. And dollar came down off the high. So there's your new high. So again, even though Powell, hawkish statement, everything was the same, you are now 1 point higher than your previous high you set just under 3 hours ago, right before Powell spoke. The yen's popping up too. It's not doing the intervention, but it is moving up. 11 a.m. I'll go hit. Low key, man. What time? 11 a.m.? Bro, bonds just rocketed up. So again, dollar just plummeted. I don't know. Maybe it is the dollar or the yen, but the yen's not even up. Is the pound? Something's moving, but the dollar just died. I think that's where some of dollar and bonds, a pretty big move right here. Is it Ueda? I don't see anything. The pound is going up the most. Pound and euro are popping up the most. I see something about climate goals. High ticker going crazy. Again, dollar just died. Bonds just rocketed up. And then SPY low-key just went up 15 points in 3 minutes. My goodness. Hi. Good morning. Happy post-Powell. Yeah, so 507. Bro, you're running out of nowhere here. Again, Apple's even coming up. Dollar literally went down 6 cents, but that was most of the move from this morning here. Pump, pump. So I don't see anything on war headlines or a peace deal. Nothing's even came across here. NQ flying. IWM is about to go green. That was red most of the day. NASDAQ is up by 0.45. I was looking, volume's kind of low. 42.9 million. I mean, we are still low, more or less. I mean, it's only 0.3. And we have, 2 hours of time left? But velocity-wise, I mean, that's literally 17 points in 4 minutes. Go long. Oil finally got involved, though. That wasn't moving at first there, but literally everything, even bonds popped up to the high. Weird one. It's the Powell pump. Are we back so quickly? I mean, the range is still kind of tight on the day. I don't know. It's kind of deceptive. I mean, that move right there kind of widened it out, but prior to that, I mean, you moved like what? 2, maybe like 1.75 after Powell. And that's kind of the whole range on it. And then we're still like, it's 0.3. But it brushed off the hawkish comments again. I think the market reacted a little bit there, but now something just went crazy. And I think it has to do with the dollar. Because again, every other asset, cross asset, oil, dollar, gold, all of them made a move. Apple woke up. Apple was down all day. And then the China names are running up there earlier. I don't know. Some of them are still red. So Baidu found a way to go green. Powell hawkish still moves bullish. It looks like it for now. I mean, by 0.3, and then granted too. I mean, we are at the low of the month, and I mean, one month and 1 week. But one new bearish comment mixed in with everything else being the same. Tesla. So even when it's bearish, it's bullish. Maybe for now, but the delays have kind of been speaking to me. So you may not see it immediately, but I mean, like kind of the yields. Because every day, no matter how we moved, it seemed like the market was escaping the bonds. Yes or no? You tell me. Every day this month of April, it seemed like the market was ignoring the bonds in a weird way. It was able to kind of go into, but no matter what, those rates climbed, and before you know it, I mean, we're hitting, this is the lowest we've been in 45 days or something like that. Yeah, only a couple more days that we're ahead of it. So that's where it's like, yeah, I don't know. You know, the delay, that was all. Because like one day you'd be up, it'd feel good, feel like you were ignoring it. You'd have low ISM prices paid, and this would be good, and then the bonds would go up, and the stocks would ignore it. Maybe you'd ignore it for 2 days, and then the next day, the littlest thing or one negative update or bonds just kept blowing out, and then the market would come back down. And then little by little, it just like worked its way down. So I don't know. I would be mindful of the delays when it's all said and done. Now CNBC sharing the confusion. It was hawkish, but give it some time.
It's up at this
the crackheads.
More than 0.5%. The interesting thing is when Chair Powell says, look, inflation is persistent, that he doesn't see cuts coming anytime soon, you're seeing the markets kind of just shrug it off. What is there to be positive about when you hear that kind of sentiment from the Federal Reserve Chairman?
Well, to his credit, Chairman Powell and his colleagues have been reasonably consistent in that, even though the futures market was looking for 6 rate cuts this year. If you go back to the December Fed meeting and look at the so-called dot plot, the Fed's own analysis of how many cuts would be warranted, the Fed itself was expecting no more than 2 or 3. That at least was the sweet spot of expectations. But I think if you're going to take a glass half full approach to this, and I think this is probably warranted, note that the discussion is the next move up or down. The discussion is when is the first cut. So there's not any debate yet about the directionality of Fed policy. It's only debate about when. And you've got to believe that, again, as a longer-term investor, a combination of decent economic activity, which is translating into decent corporate earnings growth, coupled with the expectation of interest rates falling at some point and at some pace, that's a pretty good backdrop for investors. Maybe not day to day. Day to day is still a response to volatile news flow, but in the longer run, that's still a pretty good underpinning for markets.
To what do you attribute the market's softness over the past month?
PHILO, I think it's just very straightforward that the market has come so far in a relatively short period of time that investors are maybe looking to lock in profits in individual companies, some of those that have led the rallies. And I'll single out Tesla as maybe the obvious, a stock that led the market this year, last year rather, and is at the bottom.
How are they locking profit on the worst one?
This year. So I think it's really nothing more than a response to a very sharp rally from about October of last year, which is about when people began to conclude that maybe the Fed really was done raising interest rates, and that the next move, whenever it was to come, would be down. We're still very constructive on market.
We'll take it. We'll take it. Well, you're back down. I don't know, man. Welcome to Powell Day, mixed in with rates right near 4.7 and every cross asset going insane. Yeah, the range. I mean, bro, there's the range. That was 0.3 right there, about a quarter. So like I'm saying, the range just got widened out. Other than that, it was kind of tight. It's like it's a little deceptive because you could quickly be at like 502 or then you're at like 506 there. But, bro, you're going 3 minutes, 15, 17 points up, 4 minutes, 17 points down. I mean, the velocity back and forth is just wicked. So you just got to, I mean, be mindful. Again, I heard the hawkish comments. I didn't make a play on it, and I'm glad I didn't. Now you see it, and people are kind of discussing it now. But overall, I give it some of the delay. I do think today had a hawkish tilt, though, to it. If Powell and the Fed keep hammering that home or the data keeps following those averages, I don't know. Powell, in my mind, he was a little different today. And I've been waiting for a different Powell. Not enough to loud about women and children, but, you know, a slight subtle move. Slight subtle move. He just said that the recent data does not make him confident. You could go see Nick Timmerhouse. He tweeted what Powell said, just a quote. What's there? Mm-hmm. Gildan already reported. So Gildan actually had good earnings. And then they have another investor day coming up. So I'm down. I'm riding it. I mean, the earnings actually beat. They did good, and I'm holding for buyout. Them, I just added the Nordstroms. I mean, these buyout plays, quite decent. But yeah. Feels like last October. Feels like last August. Remember, last August we were dumping, and like it was like, don't panic, don't panic. And then before we knew it, the rates just kept getting blown out. It's like, and like we're saying, a lot of people are on watch for that. We don't know if we're going to get the same development with rates, and that's borderline what it is. I mean, it's not saying anything, but it is. Like, it seems like we are ignoring bonds, but like I'm saying, this whole month, not really. And the more that keeps going, and then now the data, I mean, you don't have to be a rocket scientist. We just ignored it for 3 months. But then now it's coming down to, like, the data is bad. if that keeps happening, I mean, just like you're saying, you know, right now, all the projections, if we just keep getting what we opened up this year with, I mean, we're back at 5% inflation before you know it. You don't understand how we remember last August. You can't remember what I ate last dinner. Oh, you'll remember. You got a 1-year badge. You'll remember. I feel like you've been here longer, but at the same time, like, that shit was vicious. I don't know. I guess I remember trauma, call it whatever you want, but I mean, I have a recollection. But I generally recall things pretty decent. Natural gas, I couldn't tell you. Maybe Canada, maybe Macklem, but literally nat gas futures are up 5 right now. Powell's Volcker, but he's leaving it up to the market. I mean, he didn't fight back when the market priced in 7. He let the data speak, and then the market came back, and now he's pretty much stayed the same. So I don't know. I don't even think if Volcker, Powell's been kind of hands off for the last 8 months or so. He did not mention Middle East tension. I don't even think Canada did. Does the 7% mortgage and 4.8% 10-year not do anything? Well, it does for future stuff, but I don't think it slows down the consumer. And the bonds, I do think, have an effect. I mean, like I just showed, there's the whole month as bond rates have climbed, the markets have not escaped at these levels. So I do think, it's not as dramatic as some people would have expected for mortgage or rates, but the higher we climb here on rates, I do think it does start to pick off people one at a time. And then Spack coming right back down, dude. Wicked. Absolutely wicked. Telling you, bro. 25, 27 points in like 5 minutes and then all the way back down in another 10 minutes. Bruh. Did Nick tweet again? Well, let's see if Nicky T. Everyone's waiting for him to verify that it's hawkish. Yeah, Nick T says preemptive. So hawkish, Nicky T, preemptive or soft landing. Rate cuts are off the table for now. Firmer Q1 inflation reset the confidence clock. It's hawkish. Yeah, Timmy's. You got your Wall Street Journal now. Said firm, literally, Fed Chair Powell said firm inflation has introduced new uncertainty. His remarks indicated a clear shift in the Fed's outlook following a third consecutive month. Yeah, so I was just outlining it. But yeah, I think there's your response, man. Timmy tweets. So give it a little bit, but I think everyone's going to interpret it slightly hawkish. How much they want to sell off, that'll depend on how much the bonds keep going too. But I think we're settling more into the idea Powell was hawkish today. Very wild wide. But you're about to hit the low of the day. Ooh, triple bottom, dude. Quadruple, dude. Fucking 5 of them, dude. Geo. And then Jan. Apple, too. That was moving up. That gave up that little move as well. So like we said, maybe just watch out for the delays, bro. Watch out for the delays. Or just stop being funny. Dude, I'm being serious, dude. Look at like 1, 2, 3, dude. Triple, dude. But then like 4, dude. And like it was at one point, dude. This was like 1, 2, 3, 4, dude. 5, 6, 7, dude. Felt like, dude, it's just, yeah, dude. You're at the bottom of sanity today? Does that mean you're getting a good deal? Or you're like, is that not good? I feel like it can mean something depending on who you ask. The VIX did come down on all of this. I think that is the funniest part. I mean, it popped on the Powell stuff, but I mean, technically you're lower than yesterday. It's still elevated. That's the thing. No matter even how the market moved, even at that high there, that was big velocity. But like, this is a 2-day chart, bro. This was a drop in the bucket. Oh, the buy depreciate. Oh, I feel you. It's okay. Rest, my brother. Don't worry. Salam mission. I grabbed JWN earlier. That was the one I grabbed shares in. And then I'm up on it 6 cents. I was up earlier, I guess. I was up 20 cents. The delay. Did I get banned from Twitch? Yeah. It's kind of... So I think I come back in a couple of days, though. But then I'm going to stay off for a couple of days because then I'm going to punish them. You know? It's kind of... I don't know if it's like an Israel-Iran situation, you know? But then I'm going to make sure I'm going to be... Well, they retaliated against me, but I have to retaliate because I'm not going to let them get the last word. You know what I'm saying? So, nah, I ain't got time for none of that. I don't know. I don't even think... Will they let me log in? Yeah, bro, still out. A ULBI on the high. The high ticker is kind of dry, though. And then low ticker, I see Citi. Goldman's on the low. Morgan Stanley even came down. They held up good. And then Bank of America, not good on commercial loan. What's going to happen to the 3% credit card from Robinhood? I got an email for it. I was like, really, Robinhood? Kind of down. But I think it'll be good for him, man. We'll see. Hopefully. Otherwise, it'll just fade into the abyss. Pfizer on the low. Could have saved almost the dollar. You missed Jerome Powell, yeah. He did actually say something new even a little bit ago. Nick Timmerhouse kind of put out an article and reiterated Powell's slight shift and then taking rate cuts off the table for this year, or it seems like it. So, very, very wild shift by your boy. SPY premiums are very high this week. No, yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. Literally, I mean, this week, the data is not even that big, and for some reason, we were pricing in 1.5 yesterday. We moved 1 point something. It's kind of odd. There's no event risk or anything we should really be worried. There's a start of earnings. So, I mean, again, ASML, TSM, and Netflix. I do think TSM is going to wreak havoc on all the chip makers. That's the thing. I think for earnings season, we just can't forget all the chip makers are kind of linked. So if they do get off to a bad start and if there's a bad trend, I mean, that's a lot of money that could get drained from the market. Nuclear World War III is definitely no event risk. Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, are you genuinely concerned about nuclear warfare by Friday? Like, I'm talking about a weekly option here. Like, we're talking about the weekly move, and then even from, like, how it's already played out, and, like, the first attack, like, literally not one missile. Even then, remember yesterday, there was a lot of talk, and, like, we already kind of see how it's slowed down. But then again, I'm sure tomorrow. Hi, headlines. Do I like Cliff Nettle? Is this like an energy bar? I don't know Cliff Nettle. Is it Canettle? ENV still going up? Bro, what the hell is that thing? We had it at 10% or something. Oh, the Christian preacher. I know the guy who, like, walk around. Cliff. Oh, you should just Cliff. Pastor Cliff. The guy who like just randomly in public, always talking with people. I like him. Good guy. A lot of people don't like him, but I like his videos too. I'll listen to those while I'm working out because they'll be like 4 minutes long on TikTok, and I'll just play it. Then I'll get a couple sets in while he just debates people. I'm like, love it. I think the hawkishness from Powell is setting in. I mean, it came out. Knee-jerk reaction was hawkish. We danced around a little bit. Tim Rouse tweeted about it, and we popped up, and then Timmy put out the article. And again, Timmy got that influence, but I mean, you didn't have to be a rocket scientist. I do think it was a new, slightly hawkish development. But even Tim Rouse was saying that takes rate cuts off the table for the year. And then Microsoft coming down. Even Apple, I mean, SPY. That's a quadruple bottom, dude. Like, look at 1, dude, 2, 3, 4, dude. Oh, dude, 5, dude. Oh, dude, it's like we can make a reality show, dude. 5, dude. That's crazy, dude. Where do I see Disney going? Honest question. I mean, to the moon. I don't know. What do you want me to say, man? I like Disney. I think it's going to be good. I mean, I wouldn't buy it at these like 120 prices, but I like the price we got it at. I mean, we have a good investment, and I mean, I like the price. I wouldn't really chase it too much, but at a low enough price, I mean, Disney is it's a buy. It's a good value. ENV considering options. Oh, for sale? Yeah, investment, exploring options, including a sale with the help of financial advisor. So there it is. I mean, we saw that one early without that headline, but that thing went up as high as 18 already. So, oh, no, my. 20 minutes ago? I mean, I don't know when the Nick Timmerhouse article, but pretty much there was the hawkishness settling in from Powell. And then we have an hour and a half left. Well, that's the crazy part with Disney. We're going to get our earnings, man. So, like, whatever you think with earnings. Damn, Disney already came back down to 113. Bro, we were at 123, man. Obviously, the markets came down, but, like, come on, man. If Nelson Peltz won. But we'll see. They got this earnings will be very crucial. They've gave us some updates here and there, but, the turnaround process, and now we're going to get another update, man. So whatever happens, I mean, Disney did good, but like before you know it, it could quickly come back down to $100. That'd be another 10%, maybe a little lower if this earnings is bad. So that's the thing about this earnings season. I don't think everything is like a lot of people have asked me, do I think we're gonna get earnings plays? And I was just like, dude, look around. I mean, some of these names have already moved so much. So, I mean, if depending on what they report. I think they all have the ability, like Disney. I mean, looking at that, they don't have a good report. I think that thing's going right back down to $100 or $90. Disney, they report on May 7th. So Disney's technically in 4 weeks from now, 4 Tuesdays, not this Tuesday, not the next Tuesday, not the Tuesday after that, but then the next Tuesday, you will have Disney earnings. And then you have Netflix tomorrow, I think. Today's Tuesday. No, Netflix is Thursday. I don't know if today's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But give or take, Netflix this week. Then that can move them around. But then, yeah, Disney's almost 4 weeks. More downside volatility, since any misses will be punished harder. I think it depends on the company and the miss, and if they have like moved, or if they kind of, had a recovery. Nothing worse than what looks like a recovery going back and failing again. That's how PayPal and Snapchat ended up death spiraling. Disney revenue, I think it's 24 or 27 billion a quarter. And then, bro, Hulu. I told you guys, I love Hulu now. I've used Hulu for 2 days and I love it. I'm like, wow, Hulu. So Disney, I'm glad there's something, but that isn't like 30 years old that I like about Disney. So thank God. I mean, I like ESPN, and I do think they have some other good assets, but nah, Hulu, bro. My goodness, I used to only like it. I still like. I still like Netflix. I've gained a respect for Hulu. So like, I don't know, Disney Plus still there. I don't know how Disney be playing out all the time, but Hulu is I see an opportunity for them. I don't know if Hulu has sports. I don't know. Candles. APPN. Hulu has sports? Yalla then, Habibi. What is the problem? Are you joking, or have you never seen the commercials? I've never seen the commercials. No, I didn't know. I don't watch TV. I watch like Netflix shows here and there, but like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't watch. Only time I get exposed to commercials is Hulu now, and then what's it called? The Super Bowl. Thank you for all the teaching. Been tuned in since 18 and now gonna be celebrating 23, baby. God bless you, bro. Horna. Does that mean happy birthday too? Amen, bro. That's what I'm talking about. I see Midwest out there too with the pony. Oh, out there. Let's go, baby. Since 18. Let's go, man. I hope you got the long term. I know you got to. There's no way you heard me for 5 years, man. You got something that looked like a long term for sure. I mean, I've started live streaming. We were on this channel in like 2019, I think. But then like I did go live in like 2018 before. And then I've been in the stock market world on the internet for a long time. I've been around, man. Low key, like I'm fucking old. Excuse me, but like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm kind of old. I've been watching for 13. I don't know, 20. I mean, it may be possible. There's some of you who may have known me. Like I've known Tyler Royke since 2014. I've known Tyler Royke for a decade. You stop playing with me. He's seen me many times. Like I mean, I've been to his wedding too. And like all that good stuff, but like I met him on Twitter. I met him on Twitter a decade ago. It was called Twitter then, not formerly known as X. But YouTube, we were like live on this channel in 2019. Our anniversary was in February. Biden is live right now. Well, I could give him to you for a little bit, but then if I make you listen to him, I have something even better for you. But I don't think he is live. What is this? There's a Fed research forum?
Okay. All right. Well, that was many questions, so I'll try to remember them and respond to as many as I can. So,
just the people who go on Tinder who work at the Fed. Nothing big. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
ago at a closed-door event in Mar-a-Lago, he told his millionaire and billionaire donors the following. This is a quote.
Quote.
You're rich as hell, and we're going to give you tax cuts, end of quote. And then they all laughed about it. Not because they didn't think it would happen, because they knew it will happen if he's elected. How does that make me feel? How does it make you feel? How does it make the people I grew up with feel? I think it's outrageous. Trump wants to renew another round of billionaire tax breaks and corporate giveaways. And look, I come from the corporate state of the world, Delaware. I represented for 36 years. They're entitled to make a fair profit. It makes sense. There's more corporations incorporated in Delaware than every other state in the nation combined. But this is ridiculous what's going on now. You know, there are about 1,000 billionaires in America. Do you know what the average federal tax rate for a billionaire is today in America? For real, 8.3%. That's how much federal tax. No, I'm serious. Not a joke. Far less than the vast majority of Americans pay in federal taxes. No billionaire should pay a lower tax rate than a teacher, a nurse, a sanitation
That you the president.
I mean it.
You can't just like change that.
And that tax break that he passed several years ago is about to expire. But Trump wants to give another billionaire tax break. Listen to what he says. Trump says his MAGA friends want to, quote, terminate. I love his terminology. Terminate the Affordable Care Act. That would mean over 100 million Americans with pre-existing conditions who now have health care because of the Affordable Care Act would lose their coverage. 100 million. It means millions of young people be kicked off their parents' health care policies once they turn 26. The Affordable Care Act is paid for by a surtax on the very wealthy investment income. Trump wants to get rid of that, and as a consequence, would cost millions of Americans who lose coverage an average of additional $6,000 a year to maintain their health care. It would mean billionaires would get, as a consequence of not having to pay the tax anymore, another $3.5 million tax cut per billionaire. You heard me right. Billionaires would each get an additional tax cut every year of $3.5 million. That's 70 times what a typical family here in Scranton makes in 1 year. I have a better idea. As soon as I came to office, I expanded tax credits through the Affordable Care Act and saved millions of Americans another $800 per person per year on their health care premiums. Healthcare should be a basic right. Those tax credits going to expire next year, though. And I want to make those tax credits permanent. The first thing I'll do if I'm reelected is make them permanent. Folks, and my plan calls for a minimum federal income tax of 25%, just 25% on billionaires. Well below the top rate, but fair, and they can afford it. You know how much money that would raise? That would raise $500 billion over the next 10 years. $500 billion. Be a drop in the bucket for them. They wouldn't have to sell one single bit of their assets. And imagine what we could do for America. Imagine a future with affordable child care, paid leave, home care, elder care, and more, like every major country in the world has. All this is not only good for families, it creates jobs, it generates growth, it generates income, it generates economic vitality. Because guess what? When you have child care and you don't have to go out and hire somebody, you can go to work. I asked the Treasury Department to do a study. What's the effect of this? The effect of what I'm talking about is to increase economic growth.
You just go to work when you don't have
We
to
have
hire
the most
someone.
successful economy in the world today.
I don't know how, but
Folks, how does Trump pay for these billionaire tax cuts?
How?
Well, Trump recently said Social Security
Shoes.
and Medicare, quote, here's his quote, there's a lot you can do in terms of cutting. End of
Trump Jordans.
Well, right on cue, the MAGA Republicans in Congress released their budget, which hasn't gotten nearly enough attention. The budget they proposed for next year would raise the...
All right. I told you, if you're going to listen to that, it's 11:45. We got 15 minutes till power hour. But, Chad, it's that time. Oh, Habibi. I got a mini one for you, man. I got a mini one. I got a little one for you, bro. And I don't know. I think we've had this PHILO. But man, I got reminded by it. I've been reminded over and over about a concept, and it's good. It's actually quite exciting and quite invigorating. And I hope some of y'all in here, I hope you can renew your strength like wings and eagles. Oh, I don't know if they feel me, but before I get into any of it, man, thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for being here right now, man, and even more grateful and thankful and honored for those of you who have taken personal responsibility, who have set out on a path to better themselves and have, went above and beyond and have actually, made an effort at making a real difference and positive change in your life, or at the very least, baby, have changed the trajectory. You know what I'm saying? Or have focused on a different trajectory, man, and one that is worthy of your calling and your potential, man. And I don't know what you believe about me. You may think because I believe this and that. Nah, man, I don't care. For real, I genuinely do have a belief in people's potential. It's something I say a lot, man. I got years of evidence I could show you. So that's why, man. So I don't know if you're new, if you're not, but I do believe in the potential, and that's why I'm very those of you who are living up and aligning with that, or, again, aligning your trajectory with that, I'm very honored, and keep it up. And keep it up, man. And like I'm saying, thank you for this opportunity, not only to be here, I'm glad, I hope I could give you some fast news. I hope I could get you some plays and get you up to speed with a lot of things going on, man. But, dog, PHILO is crazy. You know that? Because I'm just telling y'all, man, and I know some of y'all like it, some of you don't. Some of y'all, I turn it off on PHILO. But, man, some of y'all stay on, and it's crazy, bro. The amount of, the fact that we have this many people here for even, PHILO, just on a daily basis. You could take a random PHILO day, bro, and, it's amazing, bro. It's very, very humbling. So, just know you're not alone, and you got thousands of other people who align with the trajectory and potential, my guy. You know what I'm saying? But that being said, man, let me ask you. Here's your PHILO. Let me just tell you. Let me talk to you, bro. It's very simple. It's just simple. I got a simple question. Okay? Do you believe that you will be rewarded? That's my question for you. That's it. My PHILO could be a question of the day. Do you believe that you will be rewarded? Oh, I like that answer. I hope so, honestly. Good, it's an honest answer. Honestly, no. Yes and no. No, yes, no. Happy birthday. I like Michael. Thank you. It's a contentious question, but it's a good question. It really is. But unfortunately, some of y'all have, I hope some of your hearts, you may be hardened towards a belief. So I hope not, but I definitely have made this mistake of forgetting this, or not necessarily forgetting it, but even worse, kind of not no. I have, fallen into the trap of either not believing there is a reward, or believing that it's not worth it, or just not even really kind of contemplating it. And honestly, what I'm asking you today and what I'm telling you, there's actually a lot to it, because for all of us, like, come on. What is a reward? I'm sorry if I get too lawyery with you. But the question is, do you believe you will be rewarded? A lot of y'all say yes and no, but at the end of the day, come on, what does that mean? Like, what reward do you believe in? And guess what? I love all of you. I've told you this. Let's be very honest. Every single one of us, I say that question, your answer and what you think about is different. And to us, all of us, we all have a different reward. Some of us, it could be material. Man, some people, a reward, nice words are better than any amount of money. Some people, y'all think spiritual. Oh, man. I don't know. Like, even that, it's crazy to think about. We all, our value systems, every single one of us, and what we believe. So, again, that's, the crazy part. Because depending on whatever you thought, man, as your reward, you believe you're going to get it or not. Right? That's the next part to it. But I have to bring this up, Chad. Because oftentimes, it's one thing about okay, what's my reward going to be? But man, when was the last time you reminded yourself there is a reward? And I was just telling you about my belief in potential. But I do believe that, I believe a general concept. I believe if you plant a seed, something will come out. Not every seed, but generally, I believe there is a planting and something comes out. You will reap what you sow, generally. I do believe that. I do believe efforts have a reward. I've given you a PHILO, and I've told you literally, most cultures, hard work, you look around, it's never really looked down upon. But I don't know what you believe. I'm just telling you what I believe. And regardless of what you believe, I mean, my real question is when was the last time you reminded yourself of this? Because it is very easy to forget that efforts produce rewards. Y'all don't feel me. This is the basis. This is Adam Smith stuff too. I don't know if y'all feel me. And SPY going up, man. SPY going up. And honestly, man, I don't know. I don't know if y'all feel sometimes y'all try to analyze me, bro. And y'all try to, Josh, you're sad today. You're happy today. You talk about this. You bring up this. It's this. It's interesting. This and just, y'all Dr. Phillip. You know what I'm saying? But come on. Y'all ain't noticed. I'll bring up something again. I hope you pick up on this. I hope you can analyze this. I'm bringing up the indifference again. Because, dog, this is one of the ingredients. This is part of the recipe. Think about it. Being indifferent, thinking the outcome doesn't matter. There's no reward. I don't really care. I don't even care if there's a reward. If you start to believe, I don't know what business you're starting, what you're pursuing, what it may be. But if you go with an attitude and you really think that the outcome does not matter and that indifference comes up, it will always produce subpar results. Always. Thinking the outcome doesn't matter. You can love whatever happens, amor fati. But it's not as if, no, there's not. Everything there is, cause and reaction. That's what we're talking here. But again, I'm telling you, indifference. Just when you forget to remind yourself about the reward, it does bring up the indifference. That's what I'm saying. I've realized the times I really am more indifferent, I ain't thinking about reward. But when I'm thinking of something of the effort, what am I doing? What will it produce? It's a very simple question. A reminder of that it keeps you from falling into the trap of indifference. But like I said, every single one of us, we have a different reward. So I don't know when was the last time you reminded yourself of it, but do you believe there's a reward for your efforts? And then when was the last time you thought about it? But I encourage you to remind yourself about it. But let me just end it then on the final thing, man. And I encourage you to be reminded by why the reward is so important. I was just telling you, man, it's a blessing, bro, for PHILO, you know? And I hope all of this is encouraging to all of you. The fact we could even talk to so many people during PHILO, man. But, like, you know, I really hope you know there's a reward. And I hope you and again, your reward is all different. And I hope you remind yourself about this. Because you should understand this final thing I'm going to tell you. All of you in here, I assume, have some connection to the stock market. That's how you wound up at Stock Market Live. That's why people get mad. What are you talking about right now? This is Stock Market Live. How dare you say anything about the stock market? Oh, man, you have no idea. Some of you do. Some of you know what I'm talking about. You feel me? Oh, yeah. So please, learn a lesson from speculation today. Oh, all of you should be familiar with speculation. It's honestly one of my favorite financial lessons. You know that? Like understanding investing versus speculation. You know what I'm saying? And like the types of speculation and why people are motivated. Again, the action of what you're doing when you trade. Pure speculation. Please learn a lesson from speculation. Go on Investopedia and go learn speculation. Go learn what it really is and read about it and understand the definition. It'll come up in economic books and all that. I love it, though. It's great. But, like, I really hope you can learn another broader life lesson that speculation teaches us. The funny part about everything I'm saying is subtly we have a reminder every time we make a trade, bro. Because speculation focuses on the reward. My brother, if there's no reward involved, there's no such thing as speculation. Oh, I don't know if y'all feel me. We don't speculate if there's no reward. You know that? If there is nothing to gain, bro, you don't even look at the ticker. You don't even look at the stock. You don't even fund an account if there was a reward. Every single trade, depending on the level of risk you take, high or low, I guarantee it will be dependent on the reward that's offered. I'm offering you $1 billion versus a penny. That depending on that, and again, if there is a reward or isn't a reward, it's different. I mean, again, you wouldn't take trades if there wasn't a reward. Bro, in the same breath of that, let's be real. You wouldn't have wound up in the trouble if there wasn't a reward. Oh, man. Y'all don't feel me. No? Y'all ain't getting into trouble because that's what Why did I do that? Why did I do that? I can't believe I did that. I know why you did it. And I could believe you did it. All of it. No matter how uncharacteristic it was a reward. Because if I took the same scenario and put you in any scenario and took away the reward, dude, you're not doing anything. I know exactly you're not. Maybe I can't predict what you'll do with no reward. But you mean to tell me the reward got you in trouble? I could believe that. But do you see what I'm saying? To wrap all of this up, man, I think it's important. And then I think our daily activities of trading and being in the market reminds us every day, whether you're conscious of it or not, dude, it's a reward. All of your actions here are driven by reward. Every single one of them. you need to give yourself that drive on everything else. You need to remind yourself about the reward of all the other actions. So, Chad, I hope it's a good reminder. I hope it leaves you with something, and I hope it's encouraging, too, because, again, knowing there is a reward and being reminded of it does give you, again, it's something to go after. And it's a nice reminder. It's knowing that hopefully your efforts are worthwhile, and, like, it should be like that, because it is. And that's where it's something I hope it brings it all full circle. But on that note, Chad, take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile. Press hot chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link, Nightly Watch this main channel. First link, all the good stuff. And that's it. That's it. It's Power Hour. What great timing. No, 15 minutes? Oh, beautiful timing, bro. Beautiful timing, bro. What is the spot doing? It's doing a lot of things today. Again, imagine why is it up? I told the delays are real, bro. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So we'll see. All right.
The whole idea of spiritual warfare is not what you think that you watch something like The Exorcist. Spiritual warfare is much more subtle and it's much more tricky.
It's a call, baby. Yeah. It's a letter to the people. I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it, let's just say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yep, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest's on the way. You gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade. Either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain. Every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run. They want it all today. My father is really awesome. Don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it. So either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank. A speaker without a face. A people without a race. They eating without a taste. They scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
It's a call. Allah. Joe Biden's approval rating falls to 38% from 40% in March. Reuters IPSOS poll. We're back. Happy Tuesday, man. Still the beginning of the week. High ticker is actually very active. PHILO is done. I mean, quite the moves here. Powell was hawkish today. Kind of sounded a little different, which was a little bit off script, but market is digesting the hawkishness. Tim Rouse came out with it. You had housing data came in really bad this morning. We haven't talked about that. The new home sales, those fucking plummeted. What else was there? China was good on manufacturing. Everything else was poop. Earnings was good. Bank of America, commercial real estate not good, but earnings was good. Morgan Stanley, wealth management, NII was good. I think that's it. That's on Apple Music. Yeah, he's called Paul by Uncle Answers. Paul Freestyle. You got another song technically coming, I don't know, sometime this week. I don't know. I don't know. It's up to Uncle. And then I don't know. I think I don't know. I think I might be ready to release the country song too, my song, because those are all Uncle's. But I think my country song, I forgot, where is it? We're making some progress, but I think I might need the artwork. I don't know how we're gonna do it. Like, I don't know. The song is called Liberals and Preachers. I could just take a picture of like my dad and my sister, maybe. This one's my song. The other, that was my uncle.
Hey.
That's wild. It's
See,
true.
yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple
Hello,
questions.
Marcus.
If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You tell him, Jethro. I like that name, bro. I like that name. So yeah, that's good. He was playing the guitar, a computer. It's a computer. SMCI. High 7.8. Dude, this thing was up 4 or 5 earlier. But hello. That one's called Liberals and Preachers. It's not out yet though. I have to finish it. That's it. I gotta just get that one out and we'd be good to go. Imagine Najee playing. I know, I forgot. Najee. I still have that video. And he could sing. Najee gonna teach me one day. He gonna teach me how to do it. Holds belt buckle. Exactly. Good. I'm glad you liked it. Now, tell us about the election. No. Y'all misinterpreted that. I don't want Najee to teach me how to play the guitar. I want him to teach me how to sing in Spanish. I want to be able to, I need to get my Bad Bunny on. And I told you I love all of that Spanish music. You have no idea. And I don't know nothing about anything they saying. I've gotten it translated too. But I love it, man. And then some Espaniola answers, bro. I'm like Despacito. I'm trying, no, for real though. Bro, but Najee really out there though. He could do it. That's why I'm once I learn, he's gonna teach me, bro. He's gonna teach me. That's it. And then y'all told me the accordion's acceptable. I might bust that out. Powell was positive for the market. Habibi, ask me in 10 minutes. 15 minutes, I give you a different answer. It's very confusing, you know? You go to the guy 10 minutes ahead of me, he tell you Powell bring us down. You go to the guy 10 minutes before him, the guy he tell you Powell bring you up. You go to the other guy, you know? This guy, there's a big delay right now, Habibi, I tell you. Powell was hawkish, but the market's reaction, very, very Mickey Mouse, very Mickey Mouse. Much says Tesla's simplifying sales and delivery system. Just like Musk just fired everybody. He just had one phone. He's like, this is how you sell it now. They call here. We're going to save a lot of money by doing this. And that's it. That's all you got to do. Yeah, SMCI's up 7 right now. It's kind of crazy. Now it's up 8. Hi. Where's NVIDIA? Wasn't it just above 900, or am I tripping? No, yeah, the other day. My goodness. Rate cuts are overrated. I mean, hey, the market is not really pricing that many rate cuts in anymore. And your market's holding up. So, depending on who you ask, you know? June, July. Yeah, that's crazy. So September's showing some, but I think September, considering the fact that the other ones aren't there, but like literally, bro, you have your first hike pretty much in March, or in November. Excuse me. But it's kind of insane. So I don't know, like even then, if the data gets any hotter, like you are one set of hot data away. And I don't know, that could happen in the next month. I don't know if bad earnings would do it. Probably not. It would have to be like hot data. But you are literally one set of hot data away from all of that. That would be, let me show you the other one. That would be, you're one set away from pricing out all the rate cuts from 24. But then, I need to reopen it. I don't know if it would price 25. That's what people were talking about yesterday, a little bit this morning. But I think we'll save that debate for, let's just get one. Let's make it through this year first, or a little bit closer to next year. But even then, it's insane. So yeah, maybe rate cuts are overrated. But point is, the market may literally have no rate cuts priced in on the next hot set of data, and your market will still be up easy 10% on the year. Easy. I'd argue, if now, I think we're up like 14 now, or 12. You have Bitcoin somewhere far, far away in a long lost land. Other than that, I don't have any in the YouTube account. Right, until 2025. I mean, like, so Timmerhouse, and that's kind of where we got some of this back and forth, but, I mean, Timmerhouse is already saying no rate cuts for this year, so if that is the case, I mean, no rate right now, if we're barely hanging on to November odds, I mean, the fact of the matter is, if this year don't happen, it has to be 2025. And then, if anything happens in 2025, what if you don't get rate cuts there? Again, the 2-year bond is at 5%. The 2-year is saying we get one rate cut in 2 years. Otherwise, why would it be trading? It would be trading lower if it thought anything other than that. Am with the mic, baby. God bless you, my friend. Good morning. Good afternoon. That's actually power hour. You got 47 minutes left, baby. Thank you. Thank you. Won't Powell give in to the Biden pressure to cut this year? So, I don't know. Maybe the Veritas thing was true and Biden hates, or Powell hates Biden, or Powell hates Trump. But assuming it's not, I mean, Powell withstood Donald Trump tweeting at him every morning. So I think he can withstand Biden pressure, assuming everything is independent and Powell does not want to influence the election. But it's kind of getting that way because, again, I mean, when is the election actually? Shit. Now that I think about it. November 5th. What is it? Dude. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I mean, here, just let me put it this way. The election for the United States of America is on November 5th. The Fed meeting for November, which is where you have the highest odds of cut right now, is on November 7th. 2 days later. So, yeah. So technically, I mean, he could cut this year and he can wait till after the election. But other than that, he has pretty much till September or June, July. But now with the data, everybody threw June, July out the window now. So that's not going to happen. But September or November. But then again, if he cuts in November, he could cut regardless who wins. So he could still cut by the end of this year, stick to some cutting plan without having any political, like literally staying out of the whole entire election. So then that way, no real Powell effect on Biden or Trump. Because think about it, the rates he's not cutting. That would be crazy. That would be crazy, actually. I think it's quite possible. Maybe that's just the calendar. So the Fed event now, and then again, like I just showed you, the Fed futures, you're only pricing in cuts right now for November. So right now, you are not pricing in rate cuts for June, July, and then September is right on the cusp. Otherwise, November is your solid, like, one rate cut priced in. Your solid quarter-point rate cut priced in. And that is 2 days after the election. So theoretically, Powell could stick to the year-end plan and cut after the election and still kind of be in line with futures, and then that would still give him, he could cut twice by the end of the year, and then by January he could be at 3 cuts if he really wanted to, or that would still allow him 2 rate cuts. Can Biden force him to cut before the election? Hey, come here, fucking listen here, punk. I'm gonna give you 2 options. 1, you listen. 2, you fucking listen. You're gonna cut the rates. If you don't cut the rates, I'm gonna find out I'm gonna make sure your fucking your favorite rock band never plays again. Red Dead Redemption is that a fucking game, a rock band? We ever fucking dead fucking Linkin Park? Fucking Decepticons. Not fucking falling for that shit. Listen, we got fucking economy to save. Fucking election win. You're going to cut that shit out, pal. You're going to lower it. If you don't lower it, Grateful Dead. I'll be grateful you cut rates. Otherwise, you're dead. How about that? Yeah, good. That's what will happen. You're going to fucking cut him before November. You got 1 job. I give you another 4 years to fucking do it. Now. Right now. Soft landing. Good. So yeah. But I don't think he could. I forgot. I always blank on who it was. There's always the famous story of the one president who took the Fed chair at the airport and was like, cut the rates. and he was like, okay, I will, and then he didn't, and then he lost the election. I forgot who it was. So I'll leave that for the more political buffs, even though that should be me, but still, I blanked. I think JWN, I mean, nothing's changed with that news. That's why I bought it today. It sold off, so I was like, you know what? Still holding on that news. Now it's a little bit discounted. You forgot Biden could still declare war? It's true, he has a couple months to do so. I mean, as much as I would like to say, no, he won't do that. I mean, my homeboy he can find wars, like, pretty good, honestly. Like, that's, if you wanted to frame it as a strength, he can find a war real quick. So maybe, but I don't know. It would depend. At the same time, we would have to be a direct involvement of war, because any other war, I mean, we didn't cut rates. So if Powell cuts rates before the election, would you concede that it was politically motivated? I mean, it would depend upon the economic situation to give it a fair answer, but I don't know. I think it would be hard to not suspect that, though. I think is the answer. No matter what, it's just it's just kind of Pandora's box to a degree, or the genie is out of the bottle. So if he does do it, there's no, like, the stain will always remain. But it depends. I mean, like, what happens, like, if he cut the rates in July and then by, August, September, the data is absolutely collapsing and maybe there's things overseas going wrong, you know what I'm saying? Then maybe, as much as we would like to blame politics, maybe there was another reason. But if he did do it and then everything was fine, I mean, you're going to naturally suspect politics. I mean, I know I will, but it will just depend on how it plays out. Yeah. You press Biden in there and then the internet, thank you. You gave me money. You donate to the campaign. Good. I'll see you in November, Derek. I was going to call you buddy. You crack up every time you do. No, why are you laughing? You be serious. I mean, I should be captivating your heart and soul. All of it. Listen. God. Anyway, I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Here, go. Derek. Hey, you guys two Dereks? What the fuck are you, twins? Do you guys play tennis? You like the sisters? You like Derek and Derek? Fucking why you guys eating that? That's stupid. Why did your parents name you guys the same name if you're twins? Should have named you something different. Fucking two Dereks? It's unnecessary. I have two dogs named the same name, but that's different. Fuck you. Oh, Derek 3? What the fuck is this? It sounds like an AI. Hey, Derek 3. Hey, Derek 3, lower the government debt. Hey, Derek 3, fix the fiscal deficit, Derek. Hey, Derek 3. Hey, Derek 3, how do I stop $100 billion or $101 trillion every 100 days? How do I stop it? Tell me, how do you stop it? The rise of the Dereks? Fuck you. I'll fucking D silent. Now it's the rise of Eric. Oh, what now? Fucking like Mewtwo. He's fucking evolved. Fucking that's it. Derek without the D is Eric. Now what? Yeah, I got you. Got you stumped. You see that? I'm politically sharp. I'm mentally acuity. Vote for me. Good. Henta on the low. Okay, we're done. This is dead ass how he solves problems in the office. Maybe, but like all I know though is like, what if you like go one day and like you get to like see a day in the life of Biden, and what if this mother is like super sharp? You know what I'm saying? and then you just the dumbass. Because it could, I don't know, maybe, you know what I'm saying? I've thought about it because I crack jokes. I'm not just talking about you. I'm talking about me. But, like, what if, and then I'm like, damn, and he is just like a whole different breed, and he just, you would love that? Yeah, I know. It would be nice. Just pretending. Hey, I could mock Trump. It's not even mocking. It's admiration. I give admiration for Biden. You don't see it. If I had a better Trump, you'd hear this a lot more. They wouldn't even let me go to my son's graduation. It's like they don't believe in education. Why? I don't get it. But it's fine. All I know is the S&P 500. Wait till you see what I'll do. Huh? Come on. This Biden guy's old. Now I'm mocking Biden. Now I'm Trump, I can mock Biden. You thought I wasn't mocking him before. But he's old. How could you vote for somebody? You might as well vote for George Washington. I feel I'm not even kidding. I swear he knew George Washington. I'm not. It's a shame. It's a damn shame, but yeah, you get it. Yeah, fuck you. You probably fucking knew Epstein, you fucker. I knew him. I said no. He's a weird guy. I didn't want to even talk to him. You probably, all of your friends knew him. What about Bill? Who the fuck Bill? Fucking Bill Nye? How the fuck I don't even know shit of science. Wear a mask. Yes, that's you told us to all do that. And you locked us down. And unemployment, I'm telling you, this guy, it's fake unemployment. It's fake. And money printed. It's fake money everywhere. I don't know what's happening. Hey, where's Josh? Why are they fucking talking back and forth? Am I Biden still? Yes, Josh, you're still doing the Biden. Unfortunately, I think them not understanding your mocking of both has got you trapped in a purgatory. Ah, fuck. I'll get out of here soon. Hey, where's Derek? Derek, get me out of here, Derek. It's a bipartisan stream. I can respect that. No, sir, it's good. It is bipartisan. I could get behind that. Derek is a good guy. Great guy. Terrific. I'm in it. Well, I'm back. How's it going? What's going on, guys? You have a good day? That's good. Well, thank you, Derek. I think Derek kind of inspired that. And then a Biden supporter got mad. And then I got into the Trump. And then I got lost in the Trump. And then I took a right turn at the border. And then I came back to Biden. And now I'm here. But there's a lot going on today, man. Then you had hawkish Powell. Market was hawkish, bearish, hawkish, bullish, hawkish, bullish, hawkish, bullish. It's good to be back. It's good to be back, man. For the best Trump voice, no, man. Shane Gillis or Jamie Foxx. If I could do a Trump like them, bro, it'd be. I kind of want to play one so that you could see it was just how bad I am. No, bro. Jamie Foxx, bro. Have you seen it?
Think of the best impression of.
I love death. Excuse me.
This is
fake news.
This is Jamie Foxx. No, this is amazing.
What's your favorite death row record, Mr. Trump?
All of them. All of the death row records. Don't try to pin me down. I see what he just. Excuse me.
Fake news.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Fake news.
Fake news. All of it fake news. Excuse me.
They tried to give me the virus. I beat the virus. Why you say they tried to give me the virus? Like, who is that?
Bro, come on. I'm telling you, bro. Jamie's. I love that one. Shane Gillis is good too, but no, that was like, I don't know. Those two are the top contenders. It is top tier, man. It's not no rookie stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's competitive. That's one of the best out there. Let me see.
Trump gave what I think was probably one of the greatest speeches of world leaders. Got to be up there with like Churchill, Gettysburg Address. It was the night the United States killed the leader of ISIS. Trump comes out of the Situation Room at like midnight in the White House, and he walks down that fucking tunnel like and gives a press conference like he's giving a post-game NBA, and just goes, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead. He died like a dog. And
Died like a
dog. Take
dog.
one word of that. That's what he opened with. And then he did 40 minutes. The speech is 40 minutes. The meanest shit talk you've ever heard in front of the whole world. Abu. We could hear him crying. I said, Abu, don't cry.
Abu,
Let me
don't
tell
cry.
you something. Abu cried. He cried quite a bit. I wouldn't have cried. Crybaby Baghdadi. That's what we were all calling it.
That one is good, though. That one is really good. That's all very good, bro. Is that one day, bro, I aspire to get to that level of Trump impersonation. I'm telling you. So I'm one day, Chad. I've made improvements. So all you Democrats out there, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm coming. Don't worry. Josh will be able to do this. And he'll be able to say whatever you want him to say. But for now, you got to deal with me. 4 more years. 4 more years. Come on, fucking say it. 4 more years. Wow. Yeah, I can do this one. Yeah, I already got this. This is next level. I'm at the top of my game right now. With this shit, I could do this 4 more years for sure. Easy. Boom, I'll get better with time. Boom. Don't worry. Josh will be on the way. He'll figure it out. And we'll get there. Just search Jamie Foxx impression of Donald or Shane. Dig. On the high, I mean, honestly, high-low ticker, it's been switching allegiances every couple of minutes, but you have held this little pin range, and quite fascinating considering the data. Bonds destroyed again. Considering Powell, not the data, but what Powell said and the bonds, I mean, there is definitely room for lagging coming into the next 24 hours, I would say. So we'll see. I'll see you this time, hopefully tomorrow in 24 hours. It'll be 10 minutes or 30 minutes because now is ramp capital. So see what it gets. I'm shorting Netflix. Bro, you got till Thursday. So, I mean, low-key, Netflix kind of been up. They did sell off a little from those highs. But pre-earnings, I mean, if you're going to hold for earnings, you're going to be taking, I believe, about a 10% risk. Other than that, if you're cool with that, then that's up to you if it's okay. You know what I'm saying? And that's it. You get earnings, baby. Round 2. Fight. Gold or silver? Quick. Gold or silver? Quick. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Boop. Oh, shit. Okay, maybe there's like a second. I should have gave you an extra second. That, my friends, was silver. Yeah, that was silver. That's how gold sounds. Much more refined. Okay, you brute. See how it's much more refined? It's much more aristocratic. You know, it's not as clinky. See, there you go. It's beautiful. Blew half your account being reckless with Powell. I mean, it was probably a mix of both. I mean, I'm sure you had an element of recklessness, but those moves were wicked, bro. I wanted to play it because he was hawkish, but I don't know what time frame you're on. If you have time on the plays, I definitely think, like I'm saying, bonds and what Powell said, there's a lot of delay, not to mention the divergences and gaps, but I do think you have, I still think there's a lot more to be said about where we're going from here. For no time, you have no time, then unfortunately, that's where that element kind of collapsed it. But the moves were wicked, so I could see how that was kind of mind-boggling. Unless we sell off 60 points, I mean, even then, I mean, even if you sold off like what, 18, 16 points now to the low, we're still kind of in there. We have 30 minutes though, so there is enough time actually to maybe even go a little lower. Below 50-50. I mean, even then being negative, we are back to negative on the NASDAQ right now and the SPY, but then again, Powell was hawkish. Like, that's it. I mean, it's not – that was my first read on it. Market kind of hesitated, but then, I mean, even Timmy confirmed it and everybody else with that. I mean, I'm sure they're going to follow, but it was hawkish. Everything else was already moved hawkish in accordance to it, but that was about it. I mean, again, if anything, the earnings have been good. I think that's kind of giving you a little bit of air brakes. You're coming right back. Dude, you're right in this. Look at this middle. Wicked moves. And the high ticker is like slowly drying out. Remember, I told you, switching allegiances, man. This thing was just active and the low ticker was down, and then boom, 4 minutes later. It's not that bearish. I mean, the only thing, Powell's comments, I don't think they're enough to sell you off 5%. I do think it's a noticeable shift, but I think the market will be able to hold up. The only thing I don't like is bond yields. Bond yields in the dollar. The dollar is almost at 29 there. Like I think it's like 107, but UUP is about to start breaking out. And if that hits a new high from before, I would get really worried. But then other than that, bonds are the only real thing that's bearish. Levi's on the high. And SPY had a little candle there bouncing at VWAP. SMCI, I don't know. That might have been immune to all of this. Yeah. Oh, we have earnings too. You have UAL, or you have I think it's UAL after the bell, and then JB Hunt. I don't think I'm going to make a play on any of those. Yeah, United and JB Hunt. I'll run the UALs real quick, but so UAL just came back to its last earnings? A little lower? No shit. The Fed going to pause again in June? They've been paused, homie. Damn, homie. You been paused since, like, July, homie. The happened to you, I got the sickest vendetta. When it come to the rate cut, if you mess with the Doppler, you gon' meet my brother. No? And bonds slipping a little bit. Where is it? And it's... you'll have ASML in the morning, though. So if you want to play ASML, this would be your shot. Yeah, I don't know about UAL, though. So UAL pricing in almost $3, less than 10%. ASML pricing in 5%. No shit. But these ones are expensive. I looked at these the other day. You need a $100 move. Yeah, very expensive, BB. SMCI, they're running still. Again, ASML tomorrow morning. Who's the other one? Abbott, Prologis, Travelers. That one was a big mover last time. I think that was the only big mover on that one. And then didn't JB Hunt move? But they're today after the bell. How long is long term? 10 years. Minimum. Bank of America CEO speaking on CNBC. Oh, no, man. They didn't do too hot. The earnings was good. There's just only one bad part.
On everything you see from how consumers are dealing and also how businesses are passing it on, how do you assess inflation and the path down to 2%?
Well, if you look at our research team, which is the best in the world, what they've done is just constantly pushed out the effects of the Fed tightening before that and other things. So originally, 18 months ago, they had a recession plan for last part of last year, early part of this year. Then they pushed it out into the early part of this year. Then they said it's not a recession, a soft landing. And now they say it's basically continued with trend economic growth. So you had a 4% plus growth rate in the third quarter, 3% in the fourth quarter last year, and now they're saying it's going to be 2.5% this quarter. That reflects just the ongoing attributes of the consumer being solid, businesses making money, unemployment staying low. They have unemployment not getting up to above 4% until the end of 25. Originally had it this year. All that is just sort of pushing out the impacts because I think the debate's going on, and you're talking about it every day, and we're Fed watching way too much right now. The reality is that the issue is that the Fed has put a huge constraint on economic growth due to the massive stimulus in response to the crisis and the lowering of rates and the things that went on. It is still having an effect. You've seen the economy slow down even from the third quarter last year to fourth quarter, but it's taking longer than they think. And those experts say it takes about 4 years to wind out of inflation. And so while the Fed has a omnipotent power to make the decision, they don't have the power to decide what the facts are. And so at the end of the day, the facts are going along based on a solid economy, and not moving as fast as some people might have thought. And that is the day-to-day impact on 3 cuts, 4 cuts, 7 cuts, 2 cuts. So, at the end of the day, our company will operate well in any environment.
When do loans pick up again? When are we going to start to see growth there?
Oh, so the interesting part of that is if you sort out by the businesses, there are a couple things going on. One, in the high-end global corporate investment banking business, we had a great quarter for investment banking fees, and part of that is debt capital markets. So people are going in the market and financing and paying off either temporary credit for an acquisition or paying off and refinancing bank loans into the market because they're cheaper and have longer duration to them. So that's the places we did not get loan growth in the quarter, really around there. We had a typical seasonal decline in credit card, but that's usually planned for. And all the other areas grew slightly. So the middle market business grew a little bit. The business banking, which is a small business, grew a bit, and small business itself grew. And so what we're seeing is a steadying of the draw rates and lines of credit sort of flattening back out. It was declining, and now it's sort of leveled off. But we're not seeing robust loan demand for 2 reasons. One is it's expensive. One of your colleagues has talked about you went from 25 basis points to 5.25, 5.5 on a Fed funds rate and add the margin to that. That's a 20-fold increase in the interest cost base. And so that's had the impact of saying, I'm not going to borrow if I really am convinced there's an opportunity. And so what you're seeing is companies being careful in their borrowing, careful in their employment levels. They're not laying off as much people, but they're not hiring as much people. So labor's more, you can find labor more easily than you could before. And they're just being generally a little more conservative because they're listening to all the stuff that you've been talking about all day. And I think, but in the end of the day, we're seeing some year over year, we're up 1% in loan growth. That's fine. But we expect to see more if the economy running this strong, you'd expect to see more. But I think it has to do with general borrowing conditions still muted due to, even on the home loans, obviously higher mortgage rates slow down the borrowing process there.
Yeah, it's the plus minus of high rates. Thank you very much, Brian, for all the color. Really helpful as we look at the stock come off the lows. Brian Moynihan, the CEO of Bank of America. Scott, back over to you.
All right, Sarah, thanks so much. Up next, tracking the biggest movers into the close. Seema Modi standing by with that. Seema.
Red Lobster most filing for bankruptcy. Damn, we failed as a society. That's crazy. Never in my life did I think Red Lobster would go bankrupt before me. That's the epitome of fine dining, sir. That was where I look forward to Red Lobster my majority of my life. There's no way. Even before Sizzlers, I think Sizzler already went BK before. Someone might have bought him back up. That's crazy. Josh knows all, Indiana Attorney General. Is that the headline, or did you add that in there? It's from Troy. I didn't know. No, I'm just kidding. Attorney General is leading multi-state inquiry into Webull for potentially disclosing client information to Chinese Communist Party. Maybe the senator just watches the stream. I don't know. That headline does not. No. I have had the endless shrimp. I like the garlic one. I like Red Lobster, bro. Sad. That's crazy. They BKing. Make you president and you're going to send all the Ukraine money to upgrade our prisons? I'm not really getting what kind of vibe of the president you are going to be, sir. I'm confused. Are you going to throw us all in jail? What do you mean you're going to upgrade all the I'm not following. Like, hold on. So, okay, maybe we give a lot of money to Ukraine. I see how that could be used politically, okay? So you're going to take that money and then you're going to upgrade the prisons? So, how? Maybe prison reform, or are you just going to make them have more capacity to put me in jail? You see, I'm going to make premium gulags. And then JWN, man, we got a nice little red to green on that. So, yalla. But, man, Chattadonia. Less than 15 minutes remaining. It's 14, but it sounded more dramatic. AVDL. No, I think it's in Netherlands, Europe, they got nice prisons. Lawmakers voice concern over Disney Fox WBD service. Is that the sports one? I think Darden owns Red Lobster. DRI. I think. Alt. And then Spyman right at VWAP. So VWAP, I mean, even where you're at now, you're just slightly lower than when Powell made those comments. Holex on the low, CPI or CPA on the high. Gildan, that did good today. Wingstop, where's Tessie? Tessie's still down. I forgot they flushed today. Save Red Lobster. I don't know if I can, man. I don't know if I can. Red Lobster is bigger than me, bro. Pfizer, more lows on this one, Habibi. Altria came down. Philip Morris was doing good today. Abavai. GME on the high. Yalla, Habibi. I think, don't they have earnings soon? Again, the Netflix ASML tomorrow morning. UAL JB Hunt after the bell, and then Travelers tomorrow. I like the Travelers puts, but I'm not going to play them. So Travelers, you could get 2 standard deviation puts for $50. So if you think Travelers is going to have earnings and then go backwards from their last earnings, which they went up that one was a 2 standard deviation beat. If you think it'll unwind, it's $50. I don't like the airlines. The UAL, I think it's like just under 10%, but you have to price in a lot for UAL. And then you already had Delta, and that moved it around a little bit. So I don't like them. JB Hunt, you could play that one coming back for a bounce. But that one you have to go a little bit further than 2 standard deviations, and it's still like $70. So I don't really like any of the plays for today or tomorrow morning. I think ASML, that's the most expensive one, though. Airbnb explode? I hope so. On Q2. I mean, I think it is. This is usually leading into their hot season. And then the eclipse, bro. That's the crazy part. I think the eclipse is going to be a nice little tailwind. Unexpected bookings event across half of the United States. But then Coachella. Dude, is anybody going to Coachella? Anybody? Coachella? Are you going to Coachella? 10-minute rigged. Ooh, this one's nice. I'm sorry, I went on Airbnb. This crib is nice. But yeah, apparently this is one of the cheaper Coachellas to go to. Not like the event, but like I think Coachella was a dud in terms of like Airbnb bookings. So like, isn't it this weekend? But yeah, Coachella was like, so their Airbnb, they might get a benefit off of the eclipse shit, but then I do think a couple of events were a little softer to start off the year. Yeah, 19th. I think. Yeah, bro. They're not. It's not even. That's insane. So, like, if you even go on Coachella, like, it's a big area. But, like, usually, man, you go on here on any of these dates, it'll be, like, 97% are booked out. But, like, apparently, like, some of these, like, you could even go compare them. But they just have very big discounts. And then they're not booked when all of them used to be. It's kind of insane. So, like, this one, too. $1,400 a night, usually, going for $300. Travel's been good. People are going other places, but Coachella was actually, like, in a weird way, I think you could blame Coachella for all of your Airbnb problems. So, like, hot take here, but most of the reasons why you hate Airbnb originated from Coachella. All of it. Like, all these people buying houses in neighborhoods and renting them out and then charging a lot and then charging a shit ton for cleaning fees. Like, Coachella way, way back almost 10 years ago. Like, this was one of those first, like, events where, like, people are like, this was the first story you ever heard of, like, Airbnb, where they were like, oh, we made our mortgage for 10 years in 1 week by renting it during Coachella. Oh, yeah, we Airbnb'd our house during this, and we made so. And it's like, this was one of the OG events of, like, if you had a house in these areas, people were literally buying them just to Airbnb it for 2 weekends. So there's it's interesting, though, that maybe it's a canary in the coal mine, but it did not do good this year. It's not doing good. We'll see. Maybe this is the weekend, unless any of you change that. But if you want a Coachella Airbnb, they are lower priced. But maybe is that good, though? This time is now what people wanted, lower price Airbnbs? I don't know. That is 10-minute rigged. Honestly, we didn't really do much. We'll wait till the final 5, but we are about to wrap it up. We gap up due to Israel staying silent. maybe, I mean, they might. We kind of had all day of them being silent, and then we still literally did nothing, but kind of depends on what they come out with in the morning. Yeah, Coachella was last weekend, and then it's this weekend too. So like last weekend, people already said that the bookings and the prices were already low, but now there's 2 weekends of Coachella, so it's this weekend as well. And that one, like I'm saying, you could find an Airbnb quite easily. First time in the history of Coachella, the second weekend hasn't sold out. Oh, no shit. Yeah. Well, there you go. I mean, shit, I see it on the real estate. I got the real estate trend. But it's surprising. That's the first, out of anybody being like dramatic about like Airbnb, that's the one that's like, yo. But then again, it's just a bad event. Maybe you blame the event, or you blame, I don't know, it's cheaper Airbnbs, so I don't know if you blame the platform, but yeah. And then SPY working its way up. Final 5. It is here, ladies and gentlemen. It is here. Extremely high decibels. 2010 and 2016 Coachella were the glory years. So I've heard. I feel kind of bad. I've rejected it back then till this day, and now it's not even cool anymore. I didn't even get to see it before then, but oh well. Oh well, no muddy boots for me. But Chattadonia, regardless of how Coachella did, you did amazing, and you made it here to the end of the day. We are wrapping up the day, and we are about to close. So with that being said, I want your day to end well, and hopefully we have a better day tomorrow. But to make sure your day goes well, I have to warn you that it is about to get extremely loud in here. So when you hear me say earmuffs, you need to mute your speakers. It is imperative that you do so. So a lot of people, this is all based on information I've received from the chat. They have let me know that loud noises have ruined their days, have ruined their lives, social lives, sexual lives. It's ruined their sleeping habits, their circadian rhythms. People have said it has brought them into menopause, even if they are not of the gender or the age. I'm telling you the things I have heard due to loud noises on YouTube. It's amazing. And I don't want any of that to happen, and you deserve a much better quality of life. So when you hear me say earmuffs, just know that's your safe word, and you should mute your speakers so that you are safe and protected, okay? So earmuffs is the key word, okay? Earmuffs. This is not a drill. Earmuffs. 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 Please, earmuffs. Hold on. Earmuffs. Okay, it's happening. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're making our final approaches. We make our final approach. You guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath your seats. We'll be coming through the aisles with the trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 64 degrees and sunny. Looking like a good day unless you went up or down because you did nothing. Absolutely nothing for 7 hours, even though there was Powell and a lot of other things, and Israel was talking a lot of smack, but then they didn't do anything. You had nothing happen in the market. Absolutely nothing. And the bonds got clapped. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines until the election, so no masks are required, but we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please flag down our flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia, you gotta bring it home. You only have 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. The market, it's either going to close break even or it just moved under 0.25% right there, making all your moves. A little bit more of data tomorrow. Otherwise, it's all about earnings. A couple more after the bell. Powell was hawkish. The bond yields keep climbing. You are barely pricing in one rate cut for the year. Now, what's the market in earnings and everything else going to do? You have less than 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Let's go, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I don't care if you just got here or not. New, old, it don't matter. I need a good game in the chat. Drop that GG. Let's go, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that participated, contributed, brought something to the table. Plays, news, vibes, personalities, information. Way to be a part of it. Way to make it to the bell and so good sportsmanship. Listen, without a GG, you just a baby back. I'm just saying. It's bigger than that. It's big sportsmanship, baby. So drop it. Let's go. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. Way to hold it down, Chad. And listen, Twitch. I know you're not here, but you're here in spirit. We'll be back soon, but I love you. I hope you know we stronger as one. Everybody that held it down, my members, my non-members, my stream alert, they supported the channel. Bro, people threw in donations. They didn't have to. I promise you. I didn't put a gun to their head and say pick 2 stock or donate. I didn't do that. Love, baby. Good game. Let's go. GG, baby. Way to hold it down. Good game. I'll see you tomorrow. God willing. Good game. Good game. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Huh. Oh, Airbnb. They said it was going to run into earnings. Oh, Chatadonia. I'll give you some. I'll play a little bit. I'll play this until I find it. This comes out this week. I don't want to rap. Not this one. Where's this one? I think, is this it? Yeah. That's you get this week. It come out for Uncle, just for you. But I love you, Chad. That's the day. Go read the books. Go do whatever. But thanks for being here. I love you. God bless ya.
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES. Get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky. Throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hated, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast, had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the race. Zotan, Timarad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want the bait. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the assets, I ended up with equity. Ain't fucking with you fascists, the ownership is set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you, you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude, tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Capping for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secret? I eat you to find the pride. Be careful the things you thinking, you speaking, what's on side.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On the amount of P, it sound like money make them all involved.
That's it, man. You'll get it this week. You'll get it before Friday, bro. You'll get it before Friday. Shit, like I'm eating out. I'm just trying to get the check, fool. I'm sorry. I have way too much fun. I know some of you that may bother you, but Chatadonia, God bless you, UAL. I think they beat. I could have got you that earnings there, but again, I mean the earnings. I'm taking it easy while it's still easy there. I mean I don't know these ones too. I think it was priced like I told you. It was pricing in closer to 10%. So I don't know if that one ended up hitting. So they did revenue 12.54 versus 12.45, loss of 15 cents a share versus loss of 58. So that was actually very good, probably better than the lowest estimate. Reaffirmed $9 to $11 for guidance. Estimate was $9.43. In the short run, they expect a small number of aircraft previously scheduled to enter into service in Q2 to be pushed into Q3, which is expected to have minimal impact. I wonder what they're talking about. Boeing, bro. Boeing. When are we going to hear about the man in the cave traveling to places? Oh, I don't know. I need artwork. Delta's going up as a sympathy. Speaking like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Yeah, UAL, they're the ones. They just reported. They were pricing in a decent amount, but they beat. Revenue was good and EPS was a lot better than expected. Reaffirmed guidance, and I mean they did good last time, and I think they're doing good again. But they gave up their earnings, I think, from last time. Which one, or was it? Or no, they dropped last earnings. But then they edged up with all the other earnings and then sold off recently. And now they're back. They were at the center of the Boeing stuff, I believe. Remember they had more of the Boeing planes? I believe so. I think they were most affected by the 737s. JB Hunt, they hunted him. So this one too, again, they were expensive. Anything cheap, you have to go a little bit outside of 2 standard deviations. So I checked all the companies. I just ran through real quick. So nothing too crazy. So hopefully we didn't miss out on anything, but I think it might have just saved us some moolah. Some moolah. We'll see what UAL does. But Chatadonia, God bless you. God bless America. That is the day, my friends. That is the day. Go check out the links. Okay, thank you for liking the video too, man. Thank you for being here, especially if you made the most of it, especially if you were involved, baby, especially if I'm going to see you on the watch list tonight. But that is all I have for you. Again, Powell, the day was a hawkish Powell. You kind of had a little bit of relief, but not too much. The earnings weren't that bad. The data on real estate wasn't good, but man, we'll see how people digest Powell. I think today might have been a day of delays if that has not been the month. Watch list at 4 p.m., my guy. 4 p.m. Pacific time. Second link in the disc. It'll take you right there. Right there is, oh, no, it didn't take you right there. Why did it not take you there? It didn't take you there? Okay, that's my fault. Oh, no, I think it just took me there. I was tripping. Yeah, war won't leave the stock. No. It's not loaded. Yeah, it'll take you there. It'll take you there. Okay, but yeah, that's 4 p.m. But check them all out. Either way, man. I think tomorrow we're going to have a little bit more in store, but the market, let it do its things. And again, the more data that we get, the more data as it comes out with earnings too. That's going to be giving us something in the morning. There's a live or recorded. Today it'll be recorded. Maybe tomorrow it could be live. Maybe on Wednesday. Today's Tuesday. Yeah, it's a recording day. It's a recording one. Good. I don't know what voice this is, but good. Excellent. But yeah, so that being said, I love you, and I appreciate all of you. Check out the links. There's some other goodies in the description. The first link might expose you to things you have never seen before. Okay, second link, I just told you about that one. Everything else, be an explorer. You can check out the Call Real Estate. That's tomorrow, baby. It's only Tuesday. If you can follow me on Instagram, if you ever wanted to know how I look like, there's a picture of me and all the Call Real Estate. If you ever wanted to see what me and $100 million looks like, it's on my Instagram. They don't feel me. Check out the other tutorials too, baby. And I need to add one more and then finally fill out the prayer request wall. Even if you don't fill it out, I'm going to pray for you. But me and my mom pray for you. Me and all the Chads pray for each other. We spend a lot of time here. We've been going on for years, baby. But it's just showing love. And listen, pray for me, man. I asked for a prayer the other day. Give me a prayer, baby. A good prayer from a good man. Even a bad man, but a genuine prayer could go along. So if you ever want to give back, man, shoot me a prayer. Pray for your brothers and sisters out here. I'm praying for all of you, baby, and thank you again for always holding it down, baby. But Chad, That's all I have for you on this turned up, terrific, not so terrible, kind of terrible Tuesday. UAL now, okay, it's breaching what it was pricing in. It was pricing in around $3, I believe. $3 and change. So let's say, buddy. But, yeah, that's all I have for you. Thank you again. But that is it. Go read the books. Richest Man of Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style, and why sometimes we got to learn from the speculation and focus on the reward, baby. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Well, God bless America and Chattadonia. I love you. Enjoy your day, your evening. I will see you on the watch list, baby. God willing. And I'll see you in the AM. Peace. No, what about me? Hey, they said they want country. What about the... Come on, what about the other? What about... Come on, I can play country. Come on. Now, the people in the government pay more than the teachers. Why they always want my money. Okay, I don't have the same melody. I don't know how he does it. Okay, come on. All right, bye. I'll let it fade out. Let it fade out. Let it play the man in the cave. Somebody who's in a fucking cave.
Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate. But they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Read a book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point